Who wants an orange whip?
Oh,
Orange whip?
I do.
Orange whip?
Okay.
3 orange whips.
All right, we got the orange whips ordered. Hello, traders. Hello, friends. Hello, family. Hello, people of Earth. Welcome to another, well, it's Wednesday, another exciting episode of TopstepTV. And yes, you're at the right place at the right time. So come on in, have a seat, kick it back. We got lots going on here today. Welcome to Opening Call. We are the Doobie Brothers. And we are ready to get to business. So we got an informative educational show for you today. So orders from headquarters. I want you to participate today. If you are in that chat, participate. Be part of Topstep TV. All right? Don't sit back and just sort of, okay, or a stump, or whatever you want to call it. Be part of Topstep TV. And I'm inviting you to do that here today. And we're going to be your trading buddy, your trading mentor, your newscaster, your good friend, your neighbor, your starting quarterback, your biggest fan, and yes, even that voice in your head that keeps telling you, as long as you keep going, you're going to get better, right? And as you get better, you're going to gain more confidence. That alone is success. So keep moving forward, folks. Keep learning, keep educating yourself, and definitely keep watching Topstep TV. So let's move ahead here. We've got that handsome guy sitting next to me, and let's say hello to him, John, aka the Hoag. Hoag. No, not that guy. This guy over here. Wait a minute. That guy.
There you go. There you go. That guy.
You with a finger. It's gonna be a good day. Hey, you know what? I'm in a good mood. Chicago is nice and cool. The sun is out, and John Hoagland is here. Morning, Johnny.
Good morning, Eddie, and good morning, everybody. Yes, unbelievable. 4th of September, Wednesday. Welcome, everyone. As always, our focus here is always on accurate context, good risk management, and patience. Good morning to everybody. The top bunch here. I've got, whoops. Hey, what did I do? What did I do? Oh, I know I've got C. Walsh on the top. Let me get up here again. Tony, Dan Trader, Nick Nichols, Toby, Frizu, Command, Pete, Travis, Yabbersmack Holdings, Gen Z, Ford, and Eddie's Bong. Top of the list there. Good morning to each and every one of you and all of you.
Yabbersmack. I like that. What the hell does that mean? Probably means nothing, but I love it anyway. Yabbersmack. Dumb. All right, well, let's get busy here. I got some news for yous. Get this started here. So, well, you know what? U.S. futures, you know, the thing that we sort of talk about a lot, it dipped following the downbeat to kick off September, right? Now, one of the things, we were sort of wondering, God, and NVIDIA hitting hard yesterday, gravity kicking in, pulling that sucker down. But the NVIDIA saw their shares prices fall sharply yesterday, and the stock price further dropped in pre-market trading following a report. Check this out, a report that U.S. regulators had issued a subpoena to the company as part of a deepening investigation into possible antitrust practices. Oh, boy. Johnny, you think somebody's looking for a job today?
Quite possibly.
Yeah. Somebody. But anyway, that was behind the evil of that dump here. And talk about lower. U.S. stock futures edged lower today. We did see the Dow down 0.2%. We had the S&P down 0.4%, and the NASDAQ down 0.7%. The main averages slumped yesterday in a negative start following a turbulent August. Historically, and John has said this a lot too, September has been one of the worst months for stocks, and trading and so forth. Was that right, Johnny, or was September the pickup month? It was all
No,
right, right?
September I think has historically been one of the tougher months in stocks.
Yeah.
Historically,
Okay. So we're giving a little history here, education. Um, so we got a lot of traders eyeing the job markets and expected to factor into obviously coming up here soon. Fed Reserve interest rate cuts. Benchmark 500, 30 stock Dow Jones, and the tech heavy NASDAQ composite all recorded their biggest percentage fall since August. The so called Magnificent Seven wasn't too magnificent, including artificial intelligence darling. I think they call it the darling NVIDIA, which decreased by almost 10% to a record 279 billion in the market capitalization. And Jack, I'm going to pass the mic over to you. And what else do we got today?
well, as far as economic numbers, as usual on Wednesdays, the mortgages came out. Rates stayed pretty much the same. They were at 6.44%. They came I guess one hundredth of a point lower, 6.43%. So no major change in the rates. We did see a little bit of a rise in applications. It was zero point 0.5 the week before. It came out 1.6 positive the last week. The U.S. trade balance came out a little bit lower than expected. They were looking for an outlay of about 79 billion. It came out 78.8 billion. No major shakes there. We did have the red book at 7:55. At 8:45, we've got the Bank of Canada rate decision. They're expected to lower their rates by 25 basis points from 4.5% to 4.25%. Then at 9 o'clock, bigger numbers here for the U.S. The job opens labor turnover survey. Lots of eyeballs will be on that, of course, as we focus more and more this week on employment and unemployment. The U.S. factory orders also due out at 9 o'clock. Durable goods revisions also due out at 9 o'clock. And at 1 o'clock, the beige book comes out, which basically just tells me it's 2 weeks to the next Fed meeting. As far as the VIX is concerned, VIX up about 11% last I checked this morning. A lot of fear coming back into these markets. 23.03 last time I checked. Yesterday at this time, it was 16.47. Dollar index down a little bit this morning. 101.72 last I checked, where it was 101.74 at this time yesterday. Yield on the 10-year pretty much flat, 3.84%, where it was 3.88% yesterday. So that's what we've got as far as economic numbers. Don't see any talking feds on the schedule here. So a lot of eyeballs will be on that JOLTS number at 9 o'clock. Eddie, back to you.
Back to me. Hand off. Dude, where's the crude? Well, taking a look at crude right now, we got a high of 71.46. Got a low here. We broke the 70s into that 69.19. So we did see that crude did slip lower today, adding the previous session sell-off amid the growth concerns and expectations that Libya exports could re-enter the market. We had some issues with them last week, the week before, but I'll be watching the news to see if anything could change there. We did see the Brent drop 1.3%. WTI also down 1.3%. Both contracts fell to their lowest since December on signs of a deal to resolve political dispute between the factions in Libya that cut output by about a half and curbed exports. So, like I said, we'll keep our eyes open. You do also, like I said, orders from headquarters. I want you to participate today. You see anything on the news? See anything coming over the wire? Put it up here in the chat. I'm going to be doing the same. We're going to have a great day today. And speaking of great day and others, let's get our tip of the week here. Learning from others, networking. There it is. Networking. I want to talk about learning proven strategies. Now, we've got a lot of educators here that have been doing this for a long time. Okay. Some of you have also been trading for a long time. Be an educator in the chat. All right. Like I said, participate. But by observing trading strategies of successful traders, one can learn the effects and techniques, strategies, approaches for analyzing markets, timing trades, and of course, by all means, managing risk. Oh, that is so important. Johnny, what do you got?
Well, just to kind of echo what Linda Rashke said yesterday is, you got a great environment. You got a great community here. There's lots and lots to learn. Learn all you can, and then find out what works for you, and then focus on what those tools are. If it's market profile, great. If it's tick charts, great. Find what works for you. Learn all you can from all your friends and your community here, and then get down to it. Figure out what works for you through your community. Great opportunities here.
Right. I like it, John. If I could add real quick, as far as education goes, be a sponge. Absorb as much as you can and then filter it out. What can you use? Like Johnny said, what works for you? So keep that in mind. Keep that file cabinet open and closed. Keep filing in ideas, strategies, suggestions. And when you need one, pull one out, see if it works. So let's get onto our charts. Johnny, what do you got for our contestants today?
All righty, starting with the daily in the S&Ps, we do want to note everybody that it is coming into the front end of rollover within the next 2 weeks. We'll be moving, get this, into the December contract. Unbelievable. Yep, you got it. There you go, Santa. There you go, Santa. So yesterday we broke range bound structure to the downside. It happened actually before the open. But there was a relatively successful breakout. We see that we had some pretty decent volume, more volume than we've seen since the last break to the downside, and on a single day. The thing that concerns me is we actually lost open interest instead of gaining open interest in the E-mini S&Ps. It seems as though that caught a few people off sides a little bit, and we saw some long liquidation below that weekly kickoff low of 55.77. There's really kind of where the market kind of stutter stepped and then continued to move to the downside. We'll see that here shortly on the 30-minute chart. I'm giving the breakout grade a B because we did not bring in new business. We took out old business. We did not increase open interest. We lost, again, an approximate 9,300 in contracts and open interest. We lost most of that in the September contract, so that's a minus 10,000. So did we actually gain open interest on the way down here? Pretty much flat, pretty much even. Again, the September is the expiring contract, so maybe just some folks just got out of some of those September contracts, and maybe you'll be looking to get into the December contracts a little bit lower. That is entirely a possibility. On the daily chart, I've got the anchored VWAP off the all-time high daily bar here. That's coming in at 55.02. Kind of a big fat round number, isn't it? Take a look at the 30-minute chart. We've got some play with the anchored VWAPs here as well. Let me get them on the chart here so we can have a good look. So we've got a gap, previous gap that we tested into and rejected yesterday. Most of the overnight, obviously, has been spent inside that gap. What does that mean? Well, do we have any overnight inventory to the short side? Maybe. A lot of this consolidation has probably done a lot to reconcile any shorts that came in, at the 5 o'clock open. So I'm really not looking at a whole bunch of overnight inventory here. So we've got some convergence or confluence in the anchored VWAPs on the 30-minute chart. This 54.98. Hey, that's right close to that 5,500 big fat round number, isn't it? That is the anchored VWAP off the all-time high 30-minute bar. So that is now coming back in. We've seen buyers took control once we broke above it. We're coming back down to test that area. This line right here, 54.78 is the anchored VWAP off the low 30-minute bar that from the most recent pullback to the downside. So that recent low, I anchored that VWAP there, and they are very much in play possibly for us today. Finding that interesting, not quite sure what to do with it, learning more about anchored VWAP, but I just wanted to point out the fact that this one's off the all-time high. This one's off the recent swing low on the 30-minute chart. They're very close together. What does that tell us? Well, maybe a little bit of confluence there. I'm looking for this market to probably come in and kind of fill in this previous gap, and this gap goes from 55.26 down to 54.87.75 if I've got this right. And we'll see if we can't fill this gap in and see what we're looking at. We are not even at the 5% off the all-time high in the S&Ps. And then this is going to be important when we get to the NASDAQ, which we're going to right now. So NASDAQ has been presenting as weaker. We know that we've got some possible difficulties for NVIDIA. That's not going to help the cause for the NASDAQ here today or in coming days, perhaps. But again, rollover has begun. We took out the low of the weekly kickoff low and late in the session yesterday, 19,070. How did it do? Volume was good. Volume was pretty decent, not tremendous, but pretty good. And we added 6,000 in open interest. So this was more of an event where we had new sellers coming into this market than old longs being taken out of the market. So where are we? We are right at that 10% off the all-time high, 18,885. We're trading 899 right now. Is this going to be important? Well, if you remember the last time we went down to this after the all-time high, it was a pretty good supportive level for at least a couple of days. There's going to be a lot of eyeballs on this level is what I'm saying. It's right back to that 10% off the all-time high. It was a supportive level the last time we were down here. Is it going to remain supportive today? Who knows? Let's take a look at the 30. All right. So, one important thing that I missed, and it's on the S&P, it's on the NASDAQ as well. So we'll talk about it here on the NASDAQ. Trend day to the downside. Overnight inventory may be a little bit short. We do have the possibility of opening with a gap. Where is the NASDAQ? The NASDAQ is right at the 10% off the all-time high and kind of centering around there. There is a small gap down below that goes from 18,816 down to 18,765. And there's, some more kind of weaker structure down below that. We've got a naked point of control down to 18,640. That is a naked volume point of control. We've got an afternoon pullback low just below that. If market starts to target there, those some pretty decent visual levels for executions for exits or possibly even entrance. The thing that I failed to mention in the S&P is the fact that we did put in a late spike at the end of the day. The late spike is when price leaves the range and extends the range and then closes inside that late spike. So we do have late spikes in the S&Ps. The late spike base in the NASDAQ is 19,024. 19,024. Well, we have not yet had the opportunity for price to even return to that level in the NASDAQ. What about in the S&Ps? S&Ps? Yes. Gotta get this scaled. All right. So here it is. Here's the late spike in the S&Ps. Now, it tried to come back in and close back inside the range, but it failed to do so. Our overnight high, relatively close to that base of the late spike, which is 55.44 half. 55.41 is our overnight high. So the market did try and test the base of that late spike, and we've seen sellers coming in. Again, maybe a little bit less of a probability of opening with a new gap today in the S&Ps than in the NASDAQ. We are opening in a previous gap. You can see how the upper edge of this gap has provided a degree of resistance. Keep an eye on that after the opening. We'll be here with you to take a look at all of these things. Take a look at crude oil now. So we had a good break to the downside yesterday, finally. The market state is now continuing in a medium time frame downside trend. Lower highs and now another lower low. How did the market perform yesterday? Look at the volume yesterday. Volume was pretty strong on this push to the downside. We also added 11,000 new contracts in open interest. This is new selling coming in. We've attracted new sellers, new business. It's, just with the volume and the open interest, it's more likely that this market could continue down in this direction for an unknown amount of time. Caveat to that. Apparently, OPEC is now discussing a delay in planning their oil output hike in October. There's that. A little bit of fundamental information that could throw a horseshoe into a lot of shorts here. Take a look at the 30-minute chart. All right. So we created another gap above. Trend day to the downside, B-shaped profile would indicate long liquidation, which is not supported by the increase in open interest of 11,000. We had some short covering meet new sellers coming into this market. Now where are we at? Well, we did not open with a gap. We seem to be rejecting value and range from yesterday right here off the open. Watch the overnight low. Would be one of the first places that I would probably look for some sort of continuation or acceleration below, or a failure below that overnight low to come back into the overnight session range. We're going to have to see how all of this plays out, of course. And remember, there is some new information with the fact that OPEC is now waffling on whether they're actually going to increase output in October. They told us that earlier. Now they're saying, well, maybe not. I don't know. We'll have to see. The profile yesterday, again, a B-shaped profile indicating long liquidation. And let's take a quick look at gold, and we are going to get down to business. All right. When we look at the daily chart here, okay, we've been putting in higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, higher lows, higher highs, and higher lows. 25.19 was weekly kickoff low. We looked below it yesterday, could not close above it. Settlement was at 25.23. Is that rejection? Is this showing the market is finding buyers at this level? Now, one of the things that I left on this chart was a previous weekly kickoff high, which was resistant at one point. I've left it on there because I had a feeling it might become important in the future. Yesterday's low relatively close to it. The low is 504, so that's just 20, 30 ticks below that. We looked below it last night. We're continuing to see rejection below that weekly kickoff low of this week, 25.19, and a previous weekly kickoff high, which was resistance, which now looks like it's becoming support. We have some pretty long shadows on these daily bars down here. Is this market indecision? Is it finding new buyers? Well, yesterday we did not necessarily find new buyers. We lost 4,000 in open interest. Let's take a look at how the day played out yesterday. All right. The volume came in on the downside. I would say that was probably some long liquidation that hit this market early. It broke an important level. Some longs probably decided to get out. It was more of a wander back to the upside, but it just says that the sellers exhausted themselves. At least any short time frame sellers exhausted themselves because they were now out of their long positions. That takes the selling power away from the market from people that are in that position. The market come all the way back, trades back above, and closes above weekly kickoff high. When the market opens, we get some sellers coming in early in the evening. We come back to test yesterday's low. We hang out there a little bit, and then the buyers just seem to come back into this market and grind it higher. It seems to be having trouble holding breaks. Where are we now? We're right back at weekly kickoff high. It's going to be a little bit pivotal if you ask me today. We're in range. We're in value. Try and stay patient. We'll see how this plays out throughout the session. The normal variation neutral profile yesterday. A little bit of failed auction activity below that 2507 previous weekly kickoff high. Rejection again below that level. Not a lot of excess on this, but this was in the overnight, lower volume, fewer participants. Ladies and gentlemen, let's take our deep breath, stay humble, grateful, creative, and centered in your trading today. And as always, each and every day, pray for peace. Let's have a great trading day. I'm very excited. We got some great people coming up here. Let's have a good day.
Oh, yeah. All right. We're going to take a little break. We got Fast Market coming up next. Star of Market Kickoff. Like they say, good guys wear black. Colin Farrell's stunt double. We're going to have Nick for a tick coming on here. Also, Deanna, star of the London Open. Lover of animals, the brilliant, the sweet. Deanna's going to be here for Fast Markets, so don't go away. We'll be right back.
Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on! Turn those machines back on!
Whoa.
I can't find that. I can't find the sound effect.
Whoa.
Let's
Wish.com.
get our NVIDIA
Yeah.
stocks in the gates.
Wow.
And I'm going to pass this over to Andre. Andre, good morning, sir.
Good morning, Eddie. I think we got a buzz around here for a sound machine somewhere. We can find some money for that. Anyways, welcome everybody to TopstepTV. This is Fast Markets. Joining us in the lower left, freshly shaven. If you don't recognize him, I didn't either. In the green room, that is Nick for a tick. The lower right, you all know him from London Open. The upper right, you saw him on opening called Hoag in the house. We got the open coming up here on this amazing Wednesday. Everybody get ready, locked in. House account is open. And I think
And we are open.
just rang. Hoag,
go.
go ahead, talk to us through this opening range. What are we seeing today?
All right, so we've got Nick on here, so we're going to check the open in the S&Ps. Opening range. Late spike. We are opening in the late spike, which is a probability of acceptance of lower pricing, 55.44 half. It's the base of that late spike. We see what the opening ranges leave for us here. We've got about a 4.25 handle opening range in the S&P so far. We've got a 32 handle opening range in the NASDAQ. NASDAQ is opening with a gap below the late spike. This is an even higher probability of acceptance of lower pricing. Remember, people, that doesn't mean we can close our eyes and sell it. This market could come all the way back up into the range from yesterday, back to value low from yesterday, back to the base of the late spike, which in the NASDAQ is 19,024. And before really finding where the sellers really are. So we're going to watch the NASDAQ, watch the open in the S&Ps. Here's the NASDAQ, S&Ps. We're still inside that first minute opening range. We've broken out to the upside in both. We'll see if we can find where the sellers are today. What did you guys think of that breakout to the downside yesterday in the equities? What does it look like on your charts? What are you thinking?
So we had talked about on Market Kickoff on Sunday that whenever we broke that 2-week balance area, I was not really planning to fade that move, especially if it wasn't news driven. That kind of pushed us out of that range. I expected NVIDIA or PCE to do that last week. We didn't get it. So naturally, when we found some real sellers yesterday and push us well out of that range, I'm still in the boat that at least right now, at least with the information in front of us, I'm probably looking for areas to reoffer rather than looking to buy the dip today. So if those sellers are serious, I would expect some aspect of continuation today. So as long as we are holding below like 55.70 on ES, I'm probably looking for those reoffers or those sellers to kind of defend the bottom edge of that balance area from the last 2 weeks.
Yeah, so we're opening below a value in ES, and the value low is not too far out. So I would be in the same boat as Nick. I would like to look for shorts somewhere further up, maybe some recovery from a huge jump off a cliff yesterday, and then look for evidence of shorts stepping back in equities.
Speaking of the downside, I do got Brooksy's August 15th, initial jobless claims print 5490, August 14th, untested volume, point of control 5467, and August 14th session VWAP at 5465. Got some levels to the downside there. Thank you, Brooksy.
Thank you, Brooksy. All right, well, it's
We
been
are-
quieter open here. Hoag, yeah, I've seen a bit of some buying coming in here. S&Ps and NASDAQ. We bounced off VWAP in the ES. Looks like ES might be leading the way here. Hoag, what are you seeing?
Well, we're currently in a previous gap. This blue haze that I've got here. There was a previous gap that, a session gap where a high was here and then the next day's low was up here on the way back up. And we've kind of been gotten stuck inside of there. I would be looking for in a continuation move to the downside for us to get to the lower extreme of that gap, which would be 54.8775. As long as we've got our opening ranges at the high of the day, I think Dee and Nick are absolutely right. We need to be patient. We need to look for better trade opportunities if we're looking for shorts at higher levels. One of the first levels I would be looking at in the S&Ps would probably be settlement, which to be precise is 55.4175. We've got the 50 session moving average right up there as well, and we've got the base of the late spike from yesterday, which is at 54.44 half. A little bit of confluence at that level might give us a decent opportunity to see if maybe we see some structure building there. Maybe we start to see some sellers. Nick will be looking for possibly some iceberg orders up at that area to see if we've attracted some longer time frame sellers. I'm really looking forward to seeing this opportunity up here at 55.44 to 45. 44, let's call it 41 to 45.
Okay.
And here in the tilt, we got the ES.
We'll be looking at levels higher.
So with 50
tilt ES 76 long here.
So 55.44, just play devil's advocate for a minute. 55.44 is also the value low on my charts. And
Yes.
If we go higher and accept value, then we may have a day and a hypothesis for effectively a recovery day. Now, MP was in the chat yesterday talking about 50-day moving average being around this level. So if we reclaim that and go into the value acceptance, that will be, evidence of some long stepping in. And I wouldn't necessarily fight that because it's a value acceptance, right? And we're talking equity. So there might be some bargain hunters down here. But again, I want to see what the price does before we kind of plow into any positions. So price action and price events around levels of interest have to take priority for the house account at least.
And yet another level of confluence at that 44 to 45 level here in the S&Ps.
Yeah. And if it breaks down, obviously that all of the other things are going to be saying the same thing. We went above it. We reclaimed those levels, right?
Makes sense. Well, in the upper left-hand corner of the screen, I'm about to say, you can see the hashtag fast markets. Hit us up at Twitter. Hit us up at X. Share some cool submissions, your swag, your live front trader certificates, your 5K hat. I've seen some of those floating around lately. Performance dashboard analytics. Anything you want to share with us and the audience? We'll turn that around to everyone in about 2 hours or so. But yes, hashtag fast markets at TopStep.
Nice.
Okay, so still no trades.
We
saw
looking
that.
at trade ES, NASDAQ. What are we looking at today?
Okay, I believe we got ES. Yes, what are we looking at today, Hoag?
Well, I think Nick likes to trade the ES, right? I mean, we can trade whatever we want. I've got the house count up here, so we're looking for some opportunities. I'm just the broker here today, so.
Oh wow, we did see that huge tilt. Man.
I just think for the house account, because we're like talking through setups, I think NQ might be a little bit too quick. So yeah, I would be in favor of ES.
Okay.
Right. Check mark. We got a check mark.
Just for the
check
products.
Mark for the ES.
No check marks for anything else.
Well, we're just we got to start somewhere.
Well, we saw that. We saw that huge heavy tilt long in the NQ, and we just saw it fall off it's pulled the rug out from underneath it there on the NQ. Eddie, what was that tilt? Was it 73, 74%?
It was 70. It was 70% S&P, 72% NASDAQ. Long. Right now it's sort of cooled off a little bit. I'm 60, 61 ES, NASDAQ long.
Okay. we'll keep an eye on that.
The NASDAQ is certainly presenting as the weaker of the two. I mean, if we look at this profile, here's the opening range, traded into the range, to the late spike from yesterday, and is currently showing signs of rejection of that. I'm still cautious because we have opening range at the low of the day, and we do have jolts coming on at 9 o'clock. So, I think patience is going to be a virtue, as it always is today. But looking at the S&Ps, we got a frozen thing here.
Command is talking about NVIDIA falling off again. We got NVIDIA down again here. We're gonna have a repeat
about 3%.
here. Okay.
Yep.
Keep an eye on that. Yeah.
Yep. Down 3%, heading towards some bids. I hope.
Hoag, do you remember what the August low when we had the Mega Japan fiasco day? What was that NVIDIA low? I'm trying to find it real quick.
90.69.
Yeah, after hours or just before the open, down around 90, 91.
Okay. So it would still be anything in 100. I'd be looking to see, hey, do dip buyers potentially step into NVIDIA? Does that kind of coincide with us in a consolidation range on the equities where it might give us something to look to potentially, rebid off of some aspect of a low? If not, we talked about this on Slow Markets last night. If you caught Dakota and I together, the volume gets a little thin on NQ. I'll actually jump to that.
Okay.
I was on my 4 hour. So give me a second here. Yeah. So if we can see my charts, there you go. So we're kind of at this, inflection point on NQ a little bit down towards the overnight lows, especially that low volume node here on the right, down towards almost 800. After that, you might find buyers step in around 600, but then the volume gets very thin all the way back towards that August low. So if we do get further weakness, if we do get continuation today, this is why I'm saying I'm looking potentially for re-offers and not looking to potentially buy this, intraday outside of scalps and rotations and things like that. This volume is pretty thin. And if we were to lose that 600, I would imagine us go make a new low for, August. Even though it's
5 minutes remaining.
Yeah,
5 minutes remaining. Oh, shoot. Thank you, Eddie. Well, 5 minutes remaining. 5 minutes remaining for what, Eddie? Take us over the calendar. What do we got on the day today for this Wednesday?
I just wanted to, I know that Deanna mentioned this before, that we got our Bank of Canada rate decision coming up. And I know that Deanna mentioned prior that it can affect crude. So I wanted to put that out there. We've got that coming up here. They're looking at 4.25. Prior was a 4.50. So, I mean, if you're trading crude, it could do something. Can you back me up on that, Deanna?
Absolutely, yes. So Eddie is totally right. So Canada is one of the largest oil exporters, and because of that, their dollar has a pretty strong correlation with crude oil. It's not like a factor of one or anything, but it can have an effect. So I wouldn't really be going into this with any positions.
All right, I thought so. See, we learned from each other. I never knew that before, and I thank you, Deanna. Top of the hour, jolts. U.S. factory orders also. We got durable goods at 9. Beige book, 1 o'clock here today. I think that's about it as far as I'm seeing, unless we get some surprise guests speaking. Otherwise, back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. All right, buyers just did step in there. We got 77% long tilt on the NQ here.
Hello, NASDAQ.
You were right back to settlement, right back to that 50 session moving average, right back to the base of the late spike, right back to the overnight high. There's a lot of confluence here. Anne Marie was talking about, she was looking for a move back towards settlement and a failure up there. So let's monitor here and see if we see any evidence of potential sellers coming in.
84% long in the NQ. Nick, if you do like trade like a level, please feel free to shout it out.
Well, like I said, confluence is around 55.44, but we're going to wait to see what the price actually does around there. So if it doesn't reject, it doesn't reverse, then there's no trade. Ideally, I mean, for reversal trades, especially this early in the session, I really want to see at least a 15-minute reversal, because otherwise you're just going to get caught up in a whole bunch of chop. So we'll see. If it holds, it will be obvious. Let's just put it that way.
Plus, with the market, moving on a little bit, I think from the inflation data to more of the employment data, I kind of want to see the reaction to jolts a little bit before I really do anything today.
Good point.
Yeah, the market doesn't seem to care about some of the other inflation data as much as in the reaction to PCE last week. I think it was right on par with estimates, but on Friday. But it just we didn't move. Like it really was a pretty tight range when that news got released, or the data got released, excuse me. And I was a little shocked by that, but it also could just be the narrative of the market doesn't really care. Inflation's been defeated in theory is how they're thinking. And so now all eyes are on the employment numbers, the unemployment, the different jobs data that we have, NFP, because that probably signals how the Fed or how much or how little they're going to potentially cut over the next few months. That's my observation. I just was kind of taken back by the fact that we got such a muted response to that release.
The old shoulder shrug. All right, NQ still pushing higher. New highs on the day, 18,958. Got one eye, keep it on Storming T, but keep an eye on this tilt here. We did see up to 84% the NQ. Didn't pull back very much. Still holding strong, 72% long in the NQ. Like Nick and D both said, keep an eye on, wait patient, wait for this JOLTS data to come out. We got some more. We got liquid factors, durable goods, beige book, like Eddie was saying. We've got some time.
You pick up the beige book today?
I'm going to pick up the beige book in about 4 hours. I'm heading on downtown Chicago, knocking on the doors and see if they can have it ready for me this time.
There's an intern somewhere that's getting that joke played on him today.
100%. Never fails. Someone will fall for
10
it.
10 seconds.
Yes.
DOC rate.
Okay. Bank of Canada rate decision imminent.
Are they supposed to cut? I didn't see the estimate.
Yes, 0.25%.
Yeah, 4.25. All right, coming up here, 4.25. No change.
No change.
There you go. There's a little delay on that. There you go. Yeah, nothing. 4.25. They were looking at 4.25. Previous 4.5. So I'm sorry, there was a change, but they hit it right on the head.
4.25.
Previous was 4.5%. Current interest rate is 4.25. They cut by 25 basis points.
Well, the quarter. They got the quarter there. Quarter horses.
77% long in NQ. Again, we got jolts coming out in about 15 minutes. In the meantime, pinned to the top of the chat, you'll see Topstep daily levels. I just have those open. Keep an eye on them. They are not signals by any means. They're simply just prices of interest, areas of interest. I'd like to see how the market reacts to those prices. So currently last trade, 18,000. Almost 18,890. Or I'm sorry, 870. 18,970. Get it right, Andre. And we are into zone.
We're moving
5 right now. In between zone 5 into zone 4. Look at the Topstep deal.
NASDAQ.
Man, that is heavy.
It's still crazy looking at the order book depth and seeing how terrible it is.
It is.
I know it's still coming off a holiday week, but it's so thin.
There's nothing in there.
Like if you haven't been trading futures that long, like us having like 30s across a 2 to 3 points, bid and ask, that's insane when it's pretty normal to have couple hundred, on each segment up, within a few points of price everywhere. So it is real thin, and we're still seeing just those algo liquidity bands kind of just to tie around price and move around price until it starts to fill out. It's still be careful out there, size down, use micros, all the other fun stuff we've been saying for a few weeks here. Hopefully volume comes back next week, or at least starts to come back.
Very welcome.
So what Nick is saying there is maybe something to put things into context. Like he says, if you haven't been watching futures, like you have to understand the difference between thick markets and thin markets. And right now I'm looking at crude oil and ES, and they both look like they have, not too dissimilar amount of contracts per price, so units per price. And that's unusual because crude oil is a thin market, S&P is a thick market, and you should expect to see 100, 200, 70, 70, 70, 200. We have barely 35, 40, odd number of 108. That's thin for S&P. So, contextually, that is a thin market, right? We just wanted to kind of clarify that for everyone, what Nick really means by thin market. He's 100% on the nose there. So, listen to him. He has experience. Don't just go, oh, well, it's not thin. It is thin. It's S&P. It should be thick. Okay.
It's all
And it
about
shows
the
when-
liquidity.
Yeah, when
Brilliant.
when a large player comes in, that's when you just see these wild moves of even 10 points on the S&P very quickly. So you get stopped out in seconds. Hence why it also makes sense. Dakota was talking about it last night, scaling in with micros.
Mm-hmm.
I like that.
We drove
All right,
right to the base of the late spike in the S&Ps and had a pretty decent pullback off of that. It seems we're getting another look at it here, but again, we want to wait, I guess, until after 9 o'clock. The JOLTS numbers to come out before we really start to engage in anything.
Yeah, that's the
Yes,
consensus in the chat level room, pretty much.
Okay.
Wait for that number.
yes, we had an initial reaction, and now we need to see a sustained reaction, which are
Yes.
two different things.
84%
First
long
one is always
Nasdaq.
the best.
What's up with S&P? S&P not kicking in buyers.
These tilts have been heavy. 82%. Thank you.
82% long.
84 now. Only 68% long in S&Ps. Yes.
You up here last year, 18,987, almost coming up to 19,000s, pushing higher here into 19, almost 19,000, about 10 points off 19,000s in the NASDAQ.
That's what the
Last trade in
captain's
the
waiting
S&P.
for.
Oh, Captain. What's up, Captain?
Oh, Captain, my captain.
That's right. Last trade in the S&P is 55.40. Pushing higher, about 4 points off the highs of the day. Take a look at crude in the 69s. Nice.
Actually, a
Almost
little bit of
$70.
a buy iceberg order in the S&P is at 55.40. You see
Yeah,
that,
that
Nick?
1500.
Yeah.
Yep.
Looking
Let's
at
see if it'll hold.
crude, I'm going to play a bit of a contrarian game today. Because we had a huge sell-off yesterday, which was partly, I think, because of the OPEC news, but then also Libya restarting production. Are they restarting? Nobody knows. And then it just went, yeah, there was this whole thing last week about Libya shutting down production of oil, and obviously it just shot up. But one thing to note is that yesterday was the first day in over a year that we've had a 400 tick range in crude oil. So I'm kind of hoping that we're going to get that volatility that I'm used to from the last 11 years of crude oil and giving me like at least 250, 300 ticks every single day, that we're actually kind of trying to get back there. But at the same time, crude oil is a very V-shaped instrument intraday. And while it does go on trending days, that's not the norm. And typically when we have a huge sell-off, there's always some recovery that happens the following day. So I'm going to wait and see whether we can get maybe a failed auction down around the kind of London lows, which is also where the average daily range low was. So we kind of had a reversal from the average daily range high. And now we're almost making a full rotation down into that area. So that's kind of my game plan for crude oil is my hypo number one. And then we're going to see if we can come up with other hypos as the day kind of develops more.
Gold traders, are you short? 86% in the tilt is short.
Wow.
That's huge.
We had some heavy tilts today. NQ in the
Mhm.
80s. Gold in the 80s.
So long gold.
Yeah. Take a look at the YM just for take a peek. Last trade 41,061. About the middle of the range. So D, you said it was a $4 400 tick range in crude yesterday. Was it what was the high and lows in the 74 to 70?
Yeah, so let me just go back to the daily chart. So yesterday, the top of the range was 74.29, and the bottom was 70.09. That's over 400.
Yeah.
So that's a huge day.
Incredible.
We literally haven't seen that in over a year. It's been like
I didn't realize that.
105, 120. It's like, what are you doing, crude? Somebody kick it up the
Crude is alive
end,
and well again. Yes.
Yeah.
Crude is a hot mess.
It's always a hot mess, but I kind of like it when it's a hot mess in a nice range. I can trade that, but I can't trade it when we kind of get into the initial balance. We do 100 ticks during the initial balance and then nothing. So I've been like in these trades where I would go into a trade, 35 tick stop, and then nothing for like 3.5 hours. And I'm like, is my internet on? What the hell is going on? Why?
Yeah, I've been doing that like light crude prep on Sunday nights because I had never historically like really looked at it the way I have been lately, and I'm just like, how do you guys trade this? Sometimes it's just been the weirdest couple weeks of a range and sloppy and up and down and like not trending either way, just in a very wide range bound balance of chaos for months.
8 months. 8 months of that.
90% short in crude right now.
Watching that. Gold.
I mean, gold, yes.
Yeah.
Gold.
Oh, yes, I'm watching that.
Wow.
Yes. Very interesting. All right.
Gold.
They're getting paid.
Yeah, here it is.
Shorts, yeah. Heavy short tilt in the gold. Yes, and NQ both leveled off. We saw NQ in the 90 or in the 80s. I saw sell off again. So keep note of that. Tilt again. What you're seeing across the tilt that's scrolling across the screen at the top, that has a 10-minute delay on it. The tilt that we're looking at, you can see it in real time on Topstep X. So make sure you have Topstep X to have access to that valuable, could be valuable information. Do with it as you please, but I think we're starting to see a bit of a trend developing so far this morning. Look at 80% long in the YM. We saw 80% long in NQ. It's like 89% short in the gold. They are getting paid, like Hoag just said. Average price of those shorts in the gold, we're from 25.16. Last trade in the gold, 25.13. So they're about $3 in the money based on average price. We got a number coming out in about 6 minutes here. We've got jolts.
Just a few minutes here.
See how the reaction is to. Hey, so Nick, for a tick, we were talking about NVIDIA. Please update for those that I wasn't currently aware. NVIDIA in trouble for some antitrust issues?
Well, it seems like they're getting the classic Department of Justice little runaround. I don't know the full extent of what their initial findings are to justify or warrant a subpoena from a federal court. So we'll have to kind of wait and see on that. But clearly that was responsible for some of the weakness yesterday. And obviously that spilled over into the rest of tech, the rest of the semis, and I think even a lot of the Japanese semiconductors too, because we saw some initial weakness in a lot of those names when the Nikkei opened last night too, which probably was a little bit of the reason we had some continuation sell-off late last night. So kind of a wait and see. But we have seen dip buyers step in on NVIDIA around 104s to kind of, cap some of the weakness, probably why we're seeing a little bit of bid in equities here. But yeah, I'm kind of in a wait and see in NVIDIA. And I want to see, do we get back below 100 potentially? Are those people that were buying it a month ago once again back on the bid? Is Nancy back on the bid, protecting her position? We shall see. And I wouldn't believe anything you saw on Twitter saying she sold. I didn't see any relation to that data in the options to actually say she closed any position. So I don't believe that for a second yet.
Regarding NVIDIA, I think it's antitrust regulations that they sort of broke down on. Anti-competitive business practices.
They say that, and then you see somebody like Intel who had all the chance in the world to kind of catch up to NVIDIA, do some things, and do almost nothing with years and years of R&D and development of their chips. So
they had the head start.
You can't say it wasn't freedom of,
what? They had the head start on all markets. Yeah. What? Hey, what was that iceberg order? 5540s in the S&Ps? 5540s? Saw it?
Yes, sir.
Yes. Yeah.
Yep.
55.
Last trade, 5545.
And not seeing anything moving up as far as iceberg bids coming in here, but that was the iceberg down there. Buyers
coming up here in about 3 minutes. Job openings. They're looking at 8.1 million, prior 8.1. So basically, same old, same old. And let's not forget about our factory orders. Month over month, they're looking at a 4.8%. And this is going to be a big change if it happens. Prior was a negative 3.3%. So they're looking for a positive 4.8% factory orders.
One eye on that gold. We did see 80, now almost 90% short. Sure enough, buyers came back in up about $3 or $2. Last trade 25.15. It's all the way down to 23.13.
NQ failed to make 19K again. ES made a new high on that last little candle there before Jolts. So something interesting just to, as we're moving into the number here, but ES still looks strong. NQ definitely still the weaker of the two.
Yes.
We had the captain who was long. He was long at 900. He was looking for 985 as the target. So it looks like he may have gotten that. So a nice trade from the captain there. He was looking for below 900. First, he said he was really just kind of waiting until after the news, and then he saw something that got him interested.
Captain, keep them coming today. We got Team Higher Highs. We got E-Money. Bulldozer out there. Hoag's Heroes. Keep levels coming. First and foremost, we're going to keep focus on Nick for a tick and D looking for potential trade ideas to execute on the house account. In the meantime, we're going to wait for this jobs data to come out in about 50 seconds or so. Eddie, parachute in with those numbers. Well, Eddie, we got more than just Jolts. What else we have again? Can you remind me? I'm just looking at.
We got Jeff Dealers coming up here.
Okay.
What's Wonka doing?
Jolts.
30 seconds here, boys and girls.
Jolts has moved us. Jolts has moved us before. Well, like Nick said, the Fed has conquered inflation, Nick, and I was back to focus on mission accomplished. Nothing to see here. Back to jobs.
We also do have durable goods.
Durables, yes.
Strong. 5 seconds here. Let's see what happens.
All right.
So
looking at 8.1 coming in at 7.67. So lower than expected on the Jolts. Factory orders, they were looking at 4.8, coming in higher at 5.0. And durable goods coming in at negative 0.2% as expected. And durable goods revised 9.8, very close to the expectation of 9.9%. Back to you, Andre.
Thank you, Eddie. Wow.
NQ just retraced the whole range.
Yep.
Durables. What was the one that really sent us?
S&Ps too.
Yep.
Took out the low of the opening range in the NASDAQ. Not in the S&Ps, however, just yet.
I think everything's sort of tilted to the table here. Sort of like that.
NASDAQ below yesterday's range.
We are getting a reversal from value low in ES, but we still need to make sure that this is sustained. This is just like Nick calls them algo spaz. So let's just let that settle down. And then, if the short is still available, we can then take it very nice and calmly.
Shorts. Okay. So we're looking short D. Is that essentially what we're seeing here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. That's where they're going so far. And that was the plan, right? Both Nick and I and Hoag, we all agreed that this is the area that we're looking at for shorts.
Excellent.
Gold, 180 here.
Wow.
Yeah, look at that. Wow.
Gold up
See
$11.
People in the gold. Hopefully, you didn't get hit too bad. But now it's 7.
Rip those shorts.
Yeah, almost a 90% short. Number comes out and in your face.
Smack.
All right, so we're looking for a trace to the downside. Shorts here.
Hey, Bostic. Bostic speaking. Most recent inflation reports bolster my confidence inflation is likely to on a sustainable path back to 2%. Also says a soft landing for the economy may be within reach. So, like I said, surprise, surprise.
So, mission accomplished.
Mission accomplished, Nick. I was just going to say, he basically just said mission accomplished.
Yeah, that's about as telegraphed as you can possibly make that statement of saying, hey, we did our job.
Yeah, I think he just said that.
Soft landing. I know that was literally 2 minutes after I had just said it. That's crazy.
That's hilarious. Yes, he did.
We go all the way back up now.
Yes, all the way back up. Wow. All right.
So let's see. Maybe the 930s, 940s. Yes, let's see. Let's see if we can burst through that iceberg again.
Yeah,
where's the iceberg? 55, 40.
55, 40.
Still very illiquid and just bouncing around.
A little
Yeah, that's why you
feeler
don't short in
long
the
in
hole.
crude oil. Yeah. We're trying to
All right,
feel
getting
long in
reports.
crude
Hey,
oil.
getting reports that Topstep X is. We're aware of the issue. Topstep X support is looking into it immediately.
Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Hmm.
Topstep X is working. Uh-oh. Okay, yes, support is aware of it. Obviously, we'll look into it and see what the repercussion ramifications are. We will. Someone's in.
That was me. I was trying to see
Yeah,
if
what was
Topstep
that?
X is working.
Is it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I
I
just
got an
entered
order
a.
filled.
Yeah, same. I mean, I'm in an XFA here, but yeah, it's there.
Yeah, I'm in a comma. I just did a one lot. I just wanted to see if it was working.
Yeah, mine's working too.
But also at my 940 reoffer potential spot, I just was seeing if we could get a
Okay,
fill.
well,
So
940
all good for me.
NASDAQ, right?
I'm gonna probably just cut this, but because I wanted just to see.
all right, we're aware. We're aware. Yes, we apologize. Support's looking into it right now. Fortunately, I cannot reproduce the issue on my end.
All right. Glad you kept going there.
Eddie, if I stopped,
We want to see a lot of little Andres running around.
Jeez,
See,
You having twins too, Andre? What was that?
I'm trying to recreate the issue on Topstep X. I could not on my end. We'll still keep looking for trades though.
so well, we just kind of missed our opportunity up near that level that we were looking at for offers to sell it.
Yep. Yeah, so we were talking about 940s and NQ and kind of that 5540 area on ES. Let's see, they're trying to rebid it right now.
So do we, I mean, if we get a decent pullback back up to that area, do we have any check marks for that?
What's the price?
What is that area, Johnny?
Well, in the S&Ps, we were talking between 5540 and 5545.
Oh, yeah.
If we can sustain the reversal, then yeah. But if we kind of push into it and there's no notable reversal, then I would be a little bit careful there. But for now, they're still bouncing everywhere. So
Okay. So
yeah,
we got
it could go either way. I don't like these buying wicks that we're seeing on a 15-minute chart on an ES chart. I would like that not to be there if we are shorting.
All right.
Anne Marie's talking about the test defined by the option flow. Her earlier post was talking about the 5543s to the 5565s in the ES, 19017s in the NASDAQ, and 19068 to 068.
All right.
Mancini says we need 5543 to reclaim and hold to initiate longs. That's been our opportunity for selling to get short.
Oh, wish of the poll would be short ES 5543.
Yeah, let's just call it that. I mean, that area.
Longs, that's playing with fire because we have value low there, which is a distribution curve. So really our line in the sand is either over 44 or below 44. 43 for me doesn't have much relevance, but what do I know?
44.
I mean, everything's a zone, right?
Yeah.
I'm just
leaderboard.
Just looking for checks here. I'm just talking.
Oh yeah. Oh, we're looking. We are looking. So we'll throw a poll 55.
We've done a lot of looking.
Oh, D, have we ever? There it is.
Oh yes.
There's a poll.
Poll is up. How's the count? Yes, short 55.44. Yes or no? Let's see if we can get back up there. We saw the checks from Nick and.
It seems the entire world, if even Mancini is looking at that level, Anne Marie is looking at that level, all of us are looking at that level. Seems like a pretty interesting level. What do we got here? 50-50.
No, Topstep. We got the issues. We know there's issues with Topstep X. We are looking into it. I do not know. We cannot recreate this issue on my end. I don't think D or Nick could as well. All right, we're coming up these 55.40, 55.41.
Yes,
Well,
we're
we
let me
where
see
are
if
we?
I can
Thousand
close
on,
it.
here.
thousand on the yes. Got 1,000 on the
Yeah,
yes.
so I'm
55.40.
not-
1,500 on the bid. 55.40. 1,500 on the bid.
That's where that iceberg is, or
Ain't
was.
iceberg no more.
Yeah, maybe we shouldn't be going long.
Look at
If
that.
that's the case, we'll see an
Wow,
extension of the initial balance and value acceptance. So we will have something to limit our risk, which at that point will be both initial balance high and the value low. But right now,
Woo,
where
on
would
the
you put
market.
your stop?
No, they didn't. It's the 1,700 on
Anne
the
Marie
bid.
doesn't
1,700
like
on
the
the bid.
short here. No,
not
Anne-Marie does
anymore.
not. All right.
no, no. She don't like the short.
All right, off.
Coach Paul is
What's
in
Nick?
the buy side. He's buying
Okay.
here.
Shorts are off.
Opening range remains the low of the day in the S&Ps.
Once again, we are aware of what's going on with Topstep X. Do not panic. We will make everything good.
Watching that 1,700 lot. It's actually about 1,500. You see the 55.40. Again, we are looking into the Topstep X issues. We are aware. We are aware.
There is no need to worry. The support team is on it, and it will be fixed as soon as possible.
Okay, so we 55.44. Check marks are off there.
Yeah, another potential little bit of iceberg activity at 43.5. Seems like we've attracted some buyers here.
Yes, we have.
I'm not fighting them. We got negative delta at the high now, Andre.
Huh. Okay.
It's only
Yeah,
a
we
negative
800
1,000, but that's indicating that there's the hint of longer time frame buyers in this.
Yes, there sure are. As well as we're looking at
We got 1,800 on the bid down there at 40.
okay. Still there, 1,500 lot has not moved. 18,
No.
1,500 lot still there. 87% long in the NQ. 87% from the
Back
NQ.
to settlement.
Settle.
Inside value for the S&Ps, not necessarily for the NASDAQ. You see that the same way, right, D? We're not really inside value
Yeah.
from yesterday in the NASDAQ.
No.
All right. Issue seems to be localized to only the micro ES and micro NASDAQ, because early reports that we're getting from our team here in terms of the Topstep X issues. Obviously, we're still looking into this. Early signs say micro ES and micro NQ. Correct, string. Okay.
NASDAQ, 84% long here.
84%. All right, D and Nick, if you like any levels, please shout them out. Let's shout out to get Captain out there, E-Money, Hoax Hero, all the tire highs. Let's hear from some of these levels teams. We did have a chat 50-50 in the chat on a short from 55.44. And 80% long the NQ. Last trade, 18,975.
3.5. 43.5. Let's see if there's still any bids there at 43.5. And no.
We're gonna go
No
try to fill the
bids
40.
there.
Still looking here. 68% long in NQ. We did see it in the 84%. We saw it sell off. It happened a few times today.
Couldn't hold that 43 level, at least not yet.
Oh, do the 40s get filled? I wasn't looking. Did the 40s get filled?
Yeah, they did. Yeah, oh, yeah.
They
get
did?
filled.
Did.
Oh,
Okay,
yeah.
excellent. Filled.
Yeah, there's
1,500, right
7,100
there.
contracts that have traded there.
Wow. Bought 55.40.
Pretty messy session so far.
Wow.
Yes, sir.
Now, do you say that that's value rejection now?
If we hold below it in about a minute, then there is a chance. I still don't like the massive buying wick that we have on the 15-minute chart, but it's having trouble going higher, isn't it? So I suppose we could try, one set of trades, and then if we get the move away, we can always add, right? It's an equity index. So I would still say this is a short. Nick, what do you reckon?
Yeah, as soon as we lost 40 again. But man, that was weird with the 1,500 lot.
Yeah. Yeah, that's very weird.
All right, so we're getting the all clear on the issue with the micros in the ES and the NASDAQ. Yeah, we were aware that some of the Topstep X trades are not able to flatten trades or get an error that states they are trading outside of trading hours. We're working with our partner and currently investigating the issue. We're getting the all clear now. Working now. And the inevitable mob is coming with their pitchforks and torches to come get. Yes.
Warming up the
Torches.
tar and fluffing up the feathers.
Yeah, they're coming. We know. All right.
We will make it
78%
right.
long
Let's put it that
in the
way.
NQ. Yes, come on. You know this.
We always have.
Thank you,
Don't give
folks.
many ideas.
All right. I'm still looking for trades here.
You keep mentioning 15-minute charts. Is that something new that you're kind of looking at? I don't remember hearing you talk about those much.
It's something old. So I kind of lost my way trying so I kind of lost my way trying to get some trades in crude oil without momentum, and then I went down to like really low time frames. And I always used to only use low time frames for timing the entry rather than the actual signal. So I would typically like front run an idea with a very small amount, and then I would add as the 15-minute chart would reverse. So for example, the way I would do things is to pop in one lot around the 44 once I've seen some slowdown, and then when the 15-minute chart shows me some sort of a structure, consolidation, equilibrium to the downside, I would pop in another one, and then if we get a 30-minute bar closing in the same direction, I would add my final trade, the final lot, and that will be it basically. So yeah, it's something that I used to do, but then I don't know, markets go a bit weird on you and you start changing things around, and then suddenly you're like, what am I doing? It's like, come on. So I've kind of dialed it back. I went through all of my journals and stuff, and I'm like, oh yeah, that's what I used to do. And this was like pre-COVID. We're talking like 5 years ago, pre-COVID, when we didn't have crazy liquidity, but we still had, a decent amount of momentum. That was like my primary way to enter things. So I'm trying to dial it back to that, kind of going back to my semi-swings. Don't know how much you remember Hoag back in the day. I used to do these like really long trades that would go on for 3-4 hours. So I'm kind of trying to get back to that to catch a really good chunk of the trade for the day.
Right.
And that means being a little bit more careful with the reversal signals that you're entering trades into.
Awesome.
Those won't be like breakout trades. They will be usually reversals from a relevant level.
Okay.
So yeah, just trying
thank you. I just kind of noticed you've been talking a lot about the 15, and if so you get kind of going back to some trusted time frames there.
Yeah, definitely.
Wow, look at that.
Right.
Wow, that was
Hey, Nick,
looks like it's going to break out, make a new high, and just rolls back over.
Wham.
Yeah. Very tricky trade this
So
morning.
I will be trying a short here now. I'll be trying a short. I don't know, Nick, what you think, but
short in what market?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I was looking to get short up there as we were making
what price?
47s. Just was watching, but didn't get in.
This almost looks like a point click and pray.
15 handles. Yeah, We need 15
That's-
hands as a stop, though. It's a lot of risk. I
So
don't like
where's
going over 10.
Where are we? 40s? We like 40s?
Sounds
Yeah,
like
I mean,
it,
if we
yes.
can get there.
Poll incoming.
What's on the
ES
window?
house account check mark short 55.40. Would you say, D? We're looking for, or Nick? What are we looking here? I know we haven't taken a trade yet. Let's go around
Yeah,
the
I mean,
horn here.
anything to
40s.
minimize, sub
Yeah.
sub 40, but maybe, oh god,
long or
it's
short?
running. Short.
Short.
Yeah.
ES full short.
Well, I
Much
got
risk.
10 in to sell at 39.
All right. What's
Okay.
our risk?
Above
pull
this
up
whole
here.
high, so
Yeah, I'd
So
say new
10
high,
points of
basically.
risk,
Okay.
right?
I would say 15 handles to get over that round number of 55.50.
Short. 2 check marks, Nick and D. Let's go to the polls here. Short ES 55.40. And it's going to be 50.
Should I try and
Chat.
should we try and peel in with 5s on the way up?
The trouble is, if it starts to creep up, I don't like it because it's going to come back into value. I want it to stay below. So if I'm adding,
So
I would
that-
add
that
on the
could-
way down.
That could help limit our risk if that's the case. I mean,
I know. I know.
Coach
Never
Paul
ending
likes the
question.
ES long here.
Coach Paul likes ES
And,
long.
James is talking about the ES. I've had that level 55.45 for a while, but I also see the 55.40 for shorter term.
Hmm.
Hobbs says he doesn't like anything inside the initial balance here for the ES. Next level 55.76. I'd like a long here above the initial balance. He likes a short to 54.69 below IB. Thanks, Hobbs.
We almost got filled on that right there.
Okay.
We're still working this.
I mean, yeah, we're
I
still
mean, yeah, I'm
below
still in it.
value,
I would
still
still be
below
in it.
40s. Yeah.
Okay. We should get him here.
We're in.
Get him. All right. Short 10. Yeah, short 10, 55.39 risk. I've got a 49 initially. Go full screen to Hoag.
James is with you around those 55.39s.
Okay.
Topstep daily levels here. 55.39.
Right now I've got to stop at 55.50 quarter, basically a tick above the high, or 5 ticks above the high.
Okay.
Anne Marie's talking about hot garbage, 55.21 to 55.28. Support noise, 51s to 65 resistance. Coach Paul likes a long at 55.36.
55.36. We're right there right now.
Long.
Thank you, Eddie.
Yeah, I say value. Where do you see value low from yesterday, D?
I'm having a bit of a crisis here with dogs barking like idiots.
Speaking of that, D,
Is it the perfume?
we need to hear about the perfume.
Yeah.
We need to hear about the fragrance later. We
Oh
have
yeah,
to hear about
I've
over
got
the
it. I've got
perfume.
it ready. Yeah, got it
Okay,
ready.
excellent.
So
Excellent.
55.44 and a quarter is my value low.
55.44 and a quarter.
Yeah. And
So
if you remember, Hoag, we used the Dalton original calculation because initially it looked at like Sierra, and it just had some weird calculation that just didn't make any sense. So we just went back to Dalton and we actually coded it up exactly how he explained it in the books. So that's why I'm pretty confident in the levels that we've got, and I've tested them to death, obviously. So
right now I've got our stop at value low. 55.44 quarter. Is that too tight?
I would say yes, but I like wider stops in ES.
Trent here is also looking long here from the 30s. Otherwise, he'd be sitting. I got Coach Paul and Trent looking north.
All right. So right now that's where our stop is 54 and a quarter. I'm sorry, 44 and a quarter.
44 and a quarter. Tight stop.
Yeah. Do we need more room on that? I'm going to put it back up to 50 and a quarter.
Yeah. I think that's what was the consensus there. 55 or 49s, I guess. Got it right there.
Coach
Yeah,
Jay.
this
Good
is like
morning,
a
Coach
choppy
Jay.
mess.
He likes the leaning long, but he's flat right now. He's waiting for this range to get broken eventually.
Yeah,
See it
this
after that.
55.40.
Yeah.
There's 3,400 negative delta on that 55.40. I mean, there's buyers in here.
So if we start
Straight
spending any
55.
time inside value, so above 44, that would be a bad sign.
Right.
So far, very
Straight.
flat, very spiky.
Really is. 60% long in the ES, 68% long NQ. UEP in the ES at 55.29. Look at the crude still trading beneath $70. Last trade $69.53. Low day $69.19.
Yeah, let's try a short in crude.
Coach
Yes,
Jay's talking
Dean
about
Short-
another 2,000 delta at 55.35.
Buyers.
Well,
Yep.
yeah.
And that is the point of
Yeah.
control Carlos is talking about.
It is the
Not a
point of
good sign
control.
for
Correct.
short. Trent agrees.
Do we cut bait? What do we do here?
I'm getting close to cutting it, wanting to cut this.
I'm
Yeah,
leaning
same.
cut bait.
Yeah, same.
You say the word. I'm just the broker.
Put it on the poll.
Let's cut it, yeah?
All right, cut it. Yep, cut it. Don't cut.
We're out.
All right, we're out.
Yeah.
Bait.
Yeah, it just
right,
wasn't
P&L.
really doing anything. It's just very, very flat. Like it's not making up its mind yet. So I'll be on board with Jay to see which side this equilibrium actually resolves, and then we can try again.
Okay.
All right. With that, we can hit a few news things real quick.
Updating the house account, Hoag, P&L. Then go ahead, Jack.
Minus 1467.
Thank you. Go ahead, Jack.
Huge day today in bond world. As we show this chart right here, we are at least temporarily uninverted in the 2s, 10s. This is a day chart that goes all the way back to, let's take a look. It inverted for the last time on July of 22. It went above for about a hot second, like literally less than a few minutes on the day the world was ending. Now we're back to it, right against it. Actually, we're a little inverted right now, but that's big. And consequently, we're seeing the Fed's Fed Watch tool. So this is from a few hours ago, showing 41% chance for the half point cut. But if you look right now, just in a couple of hours, it's changed. It was near 50-50. Now it is 53% on the quarter point and 47 for the half point cut.
Really?
Andre, did you know that the government has other ways to stimulate demand? You ready for this?
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Apart from buying bonds, you mean?
Yep.
Yeah,
apart from
we.
Okay, well, let's go to the next one here, Gabe. We can also increase the supply of Vyvanse.
There's that too, Nick.
This is bullish. This is what they do. They limit the supply of Vyvanse and expand it as needed to stimulate the economy.
Goldman interns rejoice.
Yes.
Yeah.
Quick other story that had an interesting quote in it. There was a good story from Bloomberg today about the one-day only ETFs, or Jack Bogle's nightmare. He's the kind of father of the passive indices or the ETFs. And basically, these are meant for day trading. Let's go to the next image. Here's the quote. Famously loathed the ETF offspring, warning only incentivized speculation trading among fruitcakes and nutcases on the lunatic fringe. So he
I feel attacked.
did not like them. You feel attacked?
Yikes.
Well, to give an example, I just want the PSA out here that these are not meant to be bought and held if you see like a 3x ETF. And an example they use in the article is that the long MicroStrategy daily ETP, the MicroStrategy itself is up by more than 100% this year, while the 3-time leverage one was down nearly 82%. So be sure you know what you're trading. That's good advice for everyone.
Yeah, absolutely. Great advice. Fruitcakes and whack jobs, man. Wow.
Yeah. Thanks.
Aren't we all?
Yeah, I guess so.
what
I
is
feel
that?
attacked.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't be normal and do this job. That's for
No,
sure.
not at all.
No.
Yeah.
Fruitcakes and nut cases.
Fruitcakes
All
and
right. Well, we did have that.
fruitcakes and
We did have
nut
that
cakes.
house account trade on. We were short from 39s. Well, we said cut bait. Market wasn't going to go.
Just wasn't doing what we wanted it to do.
Was doing what we
No,
wanted to
there's
do. This
nothing happening
market's
still.
charts are
We're
not very
holding.
pretty right now. There's a range though.
Yeah, Dolby was probably happy.
Dolby, yes, 75% long NQ right now. Yeah, so we got to get out of this range, like Nick and D were mentioning. Pick a direction
And Jay,
market, and then we can.
And Coach Jay.
Jay, yep,
Yeah.
yep. Shout out to
Yeah,
Jay.
Coach Jay was saying. Yeah.
Got to pick a direction.
Let's get a
and
failed auction.
failed auction. When
That'll be nice.
we'll still another
Yeah.
half hour for that.
Well, we got the IB here. Still in it.
Yep, coming in.
No extension yet.
55.43 last trade in ES. High of the day 55.49. All right, Tyson, the upper end of this range in the ES. 55.46 is trade. We're calling cut and bait there.
Over at our friend
Another seller.
Legendary. Talking about the current gamma position. He is holding
Pick up the money.
around the 55.40s and can lead the potential gamma squeeze 55.70.
Yeah, that would be the value acceptance play. So we break
Yes, it would.
44. And yeah, and then we have room for value acceptance, in which case we do need it above both value low and above initial balance high. And then we can use that to limit risk.
Just extended it.
Which,
Yes, we did.
Yeah, I see it.
55.50.
Yeah.
Nice cut. Nice way. Nice way to talk that out there, team. Well done.
and then now, if we do extend, a 10 handle stop actually looks pretty decent. So I'm now in favor of the value acceptance longs.
Longs, okay. Looking to the upside now.
Yeah, because we broke through the 44. Yeah, that was my line in the sand.
44s, yes, we did. Take a look at the tilt. 81% long in the NQ, 73% long ES for longs, perhaps. What price will we look for a pullback to here, D? Let's do around the horn.
Again,
The
44.
55.44.
Me
So
again.
we get the pullback.
Yeah.
Pullback to the 44s long. Okay, let's put up a poll.
Mhm.
ES house account long. ES 55.44. You got one check mark from D. Nick, thoughts on longs from 55.44?
Yeah, I could see it. We're definitely seeing buyers continue to kind of defend up here.
Two check.
Unless we
55.
fail inside
I'll
initial
be honest
balance,
though,
which
I
was just
hate
set.
this price action. I hate the price action.
It's
It's
not
horrible.
it's not exactly ideal.
No.
So is that 2 check marks?
How I read it. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Long. 55.44. Cool. All right. Well, we'll run a poll here as well. And Q trade above 19,000. Last trade 19,008.
I'm ready to place the order.
Right. I think
You say the word.
we got the poll up. House account long ES 50. We got 2 check mark. We're getting something from
Team Scott here.
Nick, do you like 44s or 40s? Like, would you be looking
I
at
would
lower
rather-
to catch it?
I'd be rather longing 40s, but as long as we're in initial balance, I'm kind of, I don't know.
Not happy with
Yeah, I'd
longs.
probably say
Yeah,
40s.
I know it's tough. Yeah, it's tough. Okay, so should we maybe try and obtain a really good trade location and try and catch them for 40s rather than 44s?
Let's see what's wrong with the Hoag. I think that's reasonable.
Yeah.
55.40.
I mean, it takes
Yeah,
us
we're-
right down to that iceberg order down there.
Oh,
We would do
got
50
that as well.
40 and a quarter for the bid. Maybe we can lean on them.
Yeah.
All right, house
That might
account
work.
57 early
Yeah.
returns, 200 vote, 300 votes, 57% long. We can kill that.
Yeah.
Oh,
So
60%.
Yeah,
just
Coach Paul likes that.
educationally, educationally, FYI, if we are doing like an aggressive long entry, because this is aggressive, we're looking for a lot of pullback here into the initial balance. It would be a great trade location for the longs, but we may not get this. Okay, so just wanted to throw that out there.
Or, yeah. The 40s, D? You're talking about 55.40?
Yeah.
Yep. It would be a hell of a fill. And Q still
We've
pushing
got an
higher
order
here,
working
making new
there.
highs on the day, 19,000. Oh, to 9 new highs.
Nvidia's green.
What do we,
We've got an order in
Is
there.
it
really?
40.
There you go. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
we got it in there.
Yeah. Yeah. Do I keep it in there, or I mean, it might be getting away from us?
Yeah, keep it in there if we get it. You said there's an iceberg
40s.
order there. You know,
Yep.
it would be a great
40s.
area for pullback. So
Yep. Got it.
Trends
It's
long
working.
targeting 83s. It's going to be a nice long one. 83s. Huh? Ways to go.
yeah.
Video's green.
So 5540s are also kind of like the bottom of that that candle bodies on ES. Let me just change my chart here. So that's it'd be a great trade location because even however you spin it, it will be like a range play. So 5540, that's where the order would be.
Mm-hmm.
Lovely. Avoid all the wicks. Go where the close of the previous candle was in the open, and then boom. But again, it's an aggressive entry, so we may not get it. If it's a value acceptance play, it's a momentum play, and it's just going to go. So,
Yeah, Nick. Chat couldn't get hard to get above 60% of the chat. So if we do get 60% from the chat,
80% long in the S&Ps. So
80% long S&Ps and NASDAQ as well. 8% both equities. We might get those 40s. Well, in the meantime, I can go to my man Robert. Robert, I think we got some stats ready. If you're ready, we're ready. Or what should Robert trade? Yes. What should Robert trade? Robert.
I am here.
Come on. Yes, Robert, what should Robert trade? We're going to throw this. We'll see how this one goes. Robert, what are we thinking here with what should Robert trade? Tell the audience here.
Oh, goodness. We just talked about this yesterday, so hopefully I'm ready. We're going to, it's not today, but we're gonna poll the audience on this one and pick one of the instruments that we can trade in the combine that's available in Topstep, and I'm gonna trade it. We're gonna put it on live, put some live trades on. We'll do a little history behind it, talk about the differences of, just to get some exposure to some other instruments. I know they're gonna try to trip me up, but we'll do my I'll do the best I can, do my homework, get some preparation done, get some analysis done, and we'll see if we can make some noise with some of these things. And I'm based on the conversation yesterday, I'm guessing the first one might be corn, but we'll see how that goes. I'll have to tap Coach Jack on that one. I know nothing about corn other than it tastes good.
Coach Paul, he knows the grains, I think, pretty well.
That's right. Coach Paul does as well. I believe I will definitely be using my resources for sure. So how about some
Robert,
hot streaks?
This is any product that Topstep lets you trade, correct?
That is correct. And what we'll do when we prep this up, we will get the list. We'll put a link in the chat also. We just talked about this yesterday, so it's still hot off the press. But we want to give you a heads up on this. It's not going to be an everyday thing. We'll look at it maybe once a week or so, and we'll jump on here real quick and make some trades if things are happening. Stay tuned on this one. It's going to be pretty fun. But any product on the Topstep listing, available products, available instruments, it is in our help center for sure.
I just put the link in chat.
Some voting. Yeah, we'll do some voting on that. We'll get you all prepped up. It's kind of a preliminary conversation. Let's get that graphic up there for the hot streaks. We can get this out of the way.
Wow.
A little bit of delay on the top funded stuff. I'm still working on that over here, but we'll get that to you. Right now, hot streaks. There it is. we get some new players up here today. I did want to highlight one of the hot streaks, and that hot streak, if I scroll down a little bit, is for Benjamin C. Benjamin C is in number 2. See that 33? It wasn't up there yesterday, and I needed to do some background checking on that because apparently when they don't trade one day, it kind of pulls you off the list because it's not a consecutive day, but there are 33 days of trading. Benjamin C is almost $10,000. 33 days. Again, they're not consecutive, but these are all micros. So how about that?
Very good.
Isn't that really something? Okay, so
Lash
here we have
is
it.
still
Lash,
doing
we
it.
know what's going on there. Benjamin,
Lash
Ernie.
is still doing it.
I know, it's still up there. It made $3 yesterday.
Yes.
So there we go. There's your hot streaks. We'll be back a little bit for some of the funded traders.
Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Yes, looking for some chat suggestions. Then we'll run a poll later this morning. But I think we're getting. I'm not having some euro, get some lean hogs. What else? Corn. What else have we seen there? Peso. All right, so we'll keep an eye on that, and we'll run a poll here a little bit. What will Robert trade next? Robert, good luck to you. Godspeed on that.
Yeah.
All right, pushing highs here.
Fire.
New highs here. 84% long in the NQ, 81% long in the ES. Both markets are pushing higher, making new highs on the day.
Welcome to All Tech Lansing.
Yeah, those iceberg orders, just some longer time frame buyers. That was the key. Now the question again
those 40s.
Is this a momentum trade we have to jump into, or I know we're looking for those 40s.
If it's a value acceptance, then yeah, it's always a momentum trade, and it should happen pretty quickly. We have room for rotation.
Do we try in the NASDAQ? I mean, maybe we get a pullback anywhere near the high of the initial balance.
I don't like
Yeah,
NASDAQ
back towards
the house
19K.
I'll be honest.
Got it.
Okay.
I mean, you guys do whatever, but yeah,
Well, just feeling it
I
out.
don't think there's enough time.
Are we still working those 40s, correct? Still working those 40s, Hoag? All right.
Yes, we are.
Right,
Okay,
no
so
trades in the house
just like an
today.
alternative view, right? Alternative
Okay.
view. So let me go back to an ES chart. If we do get back to the 40s, we will have a failed auction with a bit of a significant extension above the initial balance. So I wouldn't like to see that now. I would lean on this demand on a 15-minute chart at 55, 45, 75. That would be like the edge of the demand. So again, coming back to that 44, 45 level, it keeps kind of jumping out at me. There's a significant area where decisions have been made. And, if we do get that, that might be it. But at this point, are we chasing? Are we just like trying to get in on pullbacks? We're not getting it, and we're just kind of moving the prices up. That's one thing that I'm not liking about this trade idea right now.
Okay.
And like you say, Hoag, is it a point, click, and pray? Is it a PCP?
Ooh.
Right. So do we wait until 10 o'clock when we find out if we leave any single TPOs above the initial balance to look for a pullback for a long, or if we
I
pull
would say
back,
that's probably safer. Yeah.
yeah, and I mean, if we do get back down to 40s now, that will probably look significantly like a failed upside auction, at least in the S&Ps.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So I think that's trade off. We gotta cancel this and look for something new. What do you think?
So we're canceling then?
Yeah.
Okay.
Trade off.
This,
All right, working
this is
nothing.
what the market generated information
100%.
is coming in, right? So it looks like, we had one idea, didn't do what we wanted, we took it off. Now we have new information, and now we're trying to reset and kind of come up with a new hypothesis in light of whatever. This crude oil, man. Just
Crude.
MGI.
I haven't been keeping an eye on it, and I went outside of the trade. Like I killed the trade for scratch, and then I was looking for longs, and I've just seen it. It just popped without me.
Oh, here we go. Headline: OPEC is
Yep.
close to an agreement on delaying the supply hike. There you go.
Now it's going to shoot up
Wow.
to
Unreal.
like,
Yep.
crude oil to the moon.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that'll do it.
All right. I need to take a couple of minutes. I will be right back. We are working nothing. Don't let anything happen until I get back.
You hear that, market? Don't do a damn thing until Hoag gets back. Yep.
Don't do anything.
Oh, we got blindsided by the OPEC headline there, D.
No, I wasn't blindsided. I wasn't watching it. This was all on me because I was stalking that trade. I said I wanted to go longs from around London lows, and literally I was looking at ES, and then I missed it. So yeah, it is what it is. Another trade will come.
It is
along.
what it is. Yes, another trade will come up. Again, headline coming out of OPEC. OPEC Plus close to an agreement on delaying the supply hikes. OPEC delaying the supply hike. Naturally, you'll see a spike in oil. And oil last trade $70.53, 56 cents in the 59s now, 60s trade. Wow, we are rallying hard here. $70.70. We're cooking. We're up. Wow, about $1. $1.20 since that headline just hit. Man, it is popping here.
Andre, I saw that too regarding OPEC close to an agreement, but the source is only a delegate. See how this sort of pops a market? If anybody in chat sees this again here with a better source, news source, let us know about this.
Well, if that's the case, if it's a fake out, I've got 70.79 as an average session range high and a supply from earlier London reversal in the overlap. So that might be a short if it's not true, right? So then we fade it. It's a neutral day type now. We do have extensions of the initial balance on both sides.
Pushing higher here, ES 55.56. Do you keep an eye on that crude pop?
Fans of Fed President Harker, his tenure is to end in June 2025. So we will throw a party.
It's been real, Harker. Hey, look at the tilt here, 70. Wow, we got some heavy long NQ, long ES, 79%, 77% respectively. Gold long, 78% as well. See that on TopstepX. Still no trades. Hoag, I think Hoag's back. Oh, on for a second there. Nick for a tick, what are we thinking here? This market, overall thoughts on the price action so far?
I mean, this is kind of what I was looking for, albeit we really haven't had anything meaningful to potentially reoffer yet, but we've gotten some bullishness. Nvidia's green. We're a little bit choppy and sloppy. I don't know. Yeah. This is a tough price action.
Yep. I generally agree with that. Watching, let's go around the horn here. Take a look at gold. New highs just put in gold. High of the day, 25.31. Last trade, 25.29. Crude, we're keeping an eye on that for the headline about getting out of the supply cut. Last trade, $70.45. Low of the day, $69.19. High of the day, $71.46. So kind of in the middle of that range there. Again, we saw, D was mentioning from yesterday, we had a $4 range in crude yesterday. Not so much today, but we did just get a headline coming in that got the markets rocking a little bit. New highs in the YM, 41,190 last trade. NQ seen a bit of a pullback here, 19,037 last trade. About 30 points off the highs there. Tilt 71% long in the ES still.
Is this your failed auction? Let's see.
Yeah. And now we have the battle between value acceptance and a failed auction. Who's going to win? Yeah. VAA, VFA.
All right, so currently no trades for the house account. Had a couple. Well, we did. I take that back. We had one trade. We did. What was it? We got short 55.39. Sorry, got short 55.39. Didn't get the movement that we looked for. Cut bait early, which was a very prudent play. As we ended up putting in new highs of the day. 50. We would have gotten stopped out too. Either way, so that was very, very good risk management there.
Saved ourselves a few thousand there
for you.
Yes, we did.
Yeah. Because that was a 10 lot, wasn't it?
Oh, yeah. Yep, good there. And do we still like, well, I guess we're going to keep an eye. We've got 12 minutes here, Hoag, until the top of the hour. Hoag, for the top of the hour, what are we looking for in terms of, Dee was talking about battle of reaccepting value as opposed to failed upside auction. Dee, did I understand that correctly?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Okay.
Perfect.
And that comes at in 12 minutes at the top of the hour, correct? Is when we can make a determination.
Okay. Yep.
Remain patient.
Patience, Iago.
Hey as well. Speaking of patience, we got
patience and
KV later today. What else do we got here on the schedule for the rest of the day? We got some more stats coming. Hot streaks coming in. We got that. So Dialect still up in the 40s now. That's more stats coming. Announcements from Eddie. We got jam-packed day. If you like what we're watching or seeing, don't forget tomorrow's our birthday, by the way. Tomorrow is our birthday. Tomorrow's Topstep birthday. Make sure everyone tunes in. 1 year. 1 year of this craziness. We made it. We're going to make it to 1 year old. And make sure
Andre's still here.
I'm still here.
I'm still here. He's in the chat. All the herding of cats. He's still here. Give him a round of applause.
Thriving. We are thriving.
A year of all this fun.
We are. Yes.
What fun are we going to have in the next year?
Oh man, big things in store. We're please tune in tomorrow. We have a lot of fun things in store. It is our 1 year. Can you believe it? But 1 year, 117,000 subscribers. 1 year into this, pretty damn cool. Click like, click subscribe, and you guys make sure you tune in for tomorrow. Got some cool stuff in store. We think you guys will like it. But like I said, we couldn't do it. Awesome people like Nick for a Tick, like D, everyone here. Everyone.
We're going to have face painting, donkey rides, corn dogs. We're going to have it all for tomorrow's birthday party, folks.
Bounce house.
Funnel cakes.
Funnel cake.
Ooh, man.
We got a dunk tank and we're putting MP in it.
Yes.
Sounds like the Texas State Fair on TopstepTV.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, I'm sure Michael has had his fair share of those kind of fairs. He's from Nebraska, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yes.
He actually bought a cow at one of the state fairs out there, and
really,
yeah,
he actually owned a cow.
Yeah, like feeder cattle, and fed it and sold it.
Yeah.
I think. Yeah.
Nice.
Shout out to Issa watching. I see you, Issa. Thank you. Yes, he did buy a cow at the state fair. I forgot the name of it, but he definitely gave it a name.
Oh, you're not supposed to name them, are you?
He gets attached to
8 dogs.
It's too
I ended up with 8 dogs.
Yeah.
We were naming them as they were coming out, and here we are. My life is hell. No, I'm just joking.
I think he named the cow Hoag.
He has to the tick bounced off the 30-minute opening range high.
Yeah.
Yes, it did. 71% long in the ES. All right, Dallas.
What do I think of? Somebody's asking, what do I think of crude oil now? Right now, I have no opinion because we whipsawed it all the way up to my level and then just straight back down. So for now, I'm just sitting on my hands. We have a neutral day type. If this is going to end up as a range-bound day, which is entirely possible, then we have the edge of the ranges as trade locations. So that puts the low at 69.34 as a trade location for longs. And then again, a zone from 70.77 and all the way up to the London highs as potential shorts. So that will be the next hypo. So I, didn't manage to get any other trades out of it. And now we're just in a range. So you have to flip around and go, it's now a neutral day, range bound. Let's reset and let's just wait for good trading locations in light of new information. So right now, I have no opinion on it. It's the middle of the range. For me, no man's land here.
Excellent. No opinion, no trade. Take a look at Topstep daily levels. Last trade in the ES, 55.52. That puts us in zone 3.
Just looking, Andre, at the profile here, and the last buy iceberg order was all the way down at 55.40. It doesn't appear that they have moved those bids up at all.
What does it tell you, Hoag?
Well, it tells me that if they're still present, they're still looking for a pullback. If they're still going to be down there to get more bought. Typically, if it's going to be a really big order, you're going to see the bids get moved up. So they had, what was it? 35. There's an iceberg order down there. 40 was an iceberg order. Don't see anything as far that I might consider an iceberg order. Maybe 43.5 is a little bit. And there's 1,000, negative delta of 1,000 there. But I'm not seeing any other evidence of, negative delta at any given price with any depth since that level. So they're either taking their time moving those bids up, or they're done, or they're leaving those bids where they are. One of the three of them. Nick, I know you look at this as well. You're seeing probably pretty much the same, correct?
Yeah. Nothing. It's interesting. You didn't see any at this. Well, let's see. Let me try to get it. Not much at this high on ES. Not much absorption. Not much of a large positive delta up there. So I'm still kind of just sitting on my hands here.
Mm-hmm.
I want to shout out to Metzger watching at home. Metzger, thanks for watching. Yep, it's been a kind of quiet day so far. We had a couple trades, but my day.
We have Coach Vince. Yeah, I mean, the low of the day in the S&Ps, when we came back and we took out the low of the opening range in the NASDAQ and rejected below there, we kind of left a poor or a weak intraday low here in the S&Ps. No excess on this. Coach Vince has been pointing that out, and thank you, Coach Vince, for pointing that out. It just shows kind of an unfinished downside auction.
All right, what are you doing over there? What'd you do?
Oh, I did. Sorry. Just trying to.
Yeah, what's your trade?
I'm short, but I didn't mean to. I'm gonna get out of this.
Yeah, don't be the accidental trader.
Yeah. All right, last trade still pushing higher here. Last trade in the S&Ps, 55.57. New highs today, 55.58. We're not going to get those 40s. We have the check marks on the 40s. We're not. It doesn't look like we're going to get them. If we do get them at this point, it could be a failed upside auction, reacceptance of value, like we're talking about. So cancel all, and we'll regroup here.
D, where do you see value high from yesterday? My profiles are messed up because Monday was not a settlement day, so T4 combines them.
Uh-huh. Oh, yes, I remember that.
Yeah.
55.95 half is my value high. So far away.
Value high. What do you like? What do we like about that level, D? Is that a price we can trade around or trade with? 55.95?
No, so that would be more like a target for the current move. So when you have a special situation value acceptance longs, your assumption for the target is that it's going to rotate all the way through the entirety of the previous day value to the opposite side. So that would be a target area. Now, on a lot of the days when we have a smaller value, it just overshoots it and keeps going up. But today we actually have my average session and daily range is dead in the middle of it, sort of just above POC. So I do have some other targets I wouldn't necessarily expect. I mean, this is ES, anything can happen if they just decide to plow in with new positions. We're going to see it, right? But we do have some statistical averages all the way from 55.70 half up to 55.82, 83. And that includes the POC from yesterday, which is 56.75, roughly. So that would be my target zone for this move. And if we're still looking at this as a potential area where we're going to have that, what's it called? The normal variation day, let's say, where we extend the initial balance twice the size of the initial balance. So you extend it by this, how do you say that, Hoag? So this, you have a size of the initial balance, and then if it extends twice that amount, it's called the normal variation day. And if it only extends by the size of the initial balance one time, that's called the normal day. And, if that happens, if we go back to initial balance high, so 50% pullback after we extend, that's a buy zone still. So there are trades to be done inside that range. But if we just keep shooting up, and up, then obviously we just have to look at it and go, oh, well. But yeah, if we close this above the initial balance, and I think Hoag will agree here with me, so we have the initial balance high as a potential pullback area.
For
the long.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then we're banking on a slower auction that's not just going to shoot up, and up, but we're going to kind of weave in and out, because that seems to be the kind of day it took us time to actually get up here. So now we need to see whether we're going to have that same sort of sentiment of price action, not quite screaming upside, but, crawling, going back,
Grinding.
and crawling, grinding. So grinding, exactly. So for now, that's the kind of day we've got.
82% long NQ, 82% long NQ as we continue to make new highs. 19,084 last trade.
Walked right through weekly kickoff high 19,070.
Yep.
Did anyone notice how Linda Rashke didn't even mention NQ?
No, right.
Exactly. Yeah, good call. Nice.
You mentioned corn to slow yourself down. Never mentioned NQ once.
Mm-hmm.
I found that rather.
I said this earlier. I feel attacked.
Boy, you're getting it from all angles today, Nick.
I'm kidding.
Everyone's going.
No, I know D likes to throw some shame at some of us NQ traders as well, and it's
not at you, Nick. Not at you.
Not
You're
at me.
profitable with NQ. I don't have a problem with people who are profitable in NQ. I have a problem with people who are constantly coming back to it, and yet they can't make it work. It's like, it's not for you. Move on. Move along.
And for everyone who knows I trade NQ, I still trade ES, and I learned on ES. That's how I started trading futures.
Yeah. So that's
it's a much
my analogy.
easier instrument to learn on.
Exactly. So that's my analogy of trying to learn on Flight of the Bumblebee rather than chopsticks when you're trying to learn piano. It's not going to work. Your brain is not fast enough to take in information. But start slow. Learn that. Get enough speed in your trading, thinking, processing power. Get some more CPU, and then try NQ. Don't just jump to it. It's crazy.
All right. Well, all right. We just hit the top of the hour, Hoag. It looks like there is no failed upside auction. Looks like the movement is to the upsides. We continue to put new highs in the NASDAQ, S&Ps, Dow as well. Continue to push higher here. How does that change our trade mentality? How are we going to look? What's the strategy moving forward for this next hour here on fast markets? In terms of, we're looking for perhaps pullbacks to the upside and perhaps a trend day higher. Pullbacks to the upside. Okay.
Pullbacks to the upside as long as we stay above the IB high.
Okay, IB high
yeah,
is...
in fact, IB high can be our entry point as well.
What's that price?
55.49.50. Roughly.
55.49.50. 49.50.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, 55.49.50. 55.49.50. Let's throw a poll up there. Do we like?
There.
Yeah. Poll in the chat here. Do house count ES 55.49.50. 55.49.50 long. Yes, no.
Anne Marie is talking about a key zone here in ES, gamma line at 55.60. Thank you, Anne Marie.
Okay.
Which is last week's low, 55.61 quarter.
Mm-hmm.
55.49.50. That's IB high. Cool. Check there.
Her gamma walls are great. We have, when we worked together on one of the fast markets, that's how we came up with our trade. So I had a level sort of inside the value, and then she came up with another price that was around the same area via the gamma levels that she looks at. So that was actually a really good call for a fade. Right now we have some single prints, so I would like to see those starting to fill.
Mm. It was more of a point, click, and pray thing today.
Oh yeah.
I mean, they really took their time with
Oh yeah.
up, down,
Yeah.
up, down, up, down.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, we're going up now. Like, what are you doing? Just
Hey, 67% like say yes. Quick returns on the poll. 66% like the yes on longs from 55.49 half. Give it another
Nice.
check.
Yeah.
Good old chat. Thank you. We got 2 check marks. Longs from 55.49 as the market's trading 55.62. So we need some work. But if we get that pullback, get that pull, it's going to be more of a pullback by then.
Well, while we're
Trades.
waiting for that pullback, top of the hour, top of the market range today, first off, I regret to inform you all the market is inverted again. This time we lasted about 25 minutes with the 2s, 10s in the positive. We are slightly below the Mendoza line of bonds, known as 0%. Yeah. If you want to know more about bonds, you can subscribe to my MySpace. No, you could actually take the Series 3.
Yo, nice transition.
Yeah. I was a little too quick on it for even the people behind the box.
Mm.
There we go.
Hey, there
All
it
right.
is.
Here we go.
All right. Before we get to the question today, we have some Series 3 news. Another member of the Topstep team has passed. Let's see who it was.
They're still alive. They passed the test.
Yes, yes. Let's get that straight.
Hey, Risk
Hey,
team.
well done. Yay.
All right, Brett.
Tom Cruise.
This team.
Risk
Really?
manager
That's what we're
Brett.
doing for this?
Well done.
Way to go.
Yes,
And
indeed.
Brett.
Good job.
Man.
More to come. Congratulations, Brett. You'll see him on Shoulder Tap from time to time. Anyway, let's go to one of the questions that Brett probably got right yesterday.
Let's see this
All
one.
customers must be given the commodities risk disclosure statement to be signed, A, within 10 days of the first trade, B, within 10 days of the account being opened, C, prior to the first trade, or D, prior to the offset of the first trade.
I'm not. I didn't get to that point in the book yet. I'm like halfway through.
I don't know. Yeah, this one's
I'm gonna say C.
yeah, that's what I'm
But
going with
it's
C as
your
well.
guess.
That's what I'm thinking.
Your guess.
I'm going C too. Got the poll up there.
Reading the book, I don't remember the 10 days thing.
I got C, but
Could be
the chat likes C
red
too.
herring.
Could
All
be.
right.
I just don't remember 10 days.
Let's go ahead and we can kill that poll before Hindsight Capital does their business. But
B.
looks like you guys were right. Answer is indeed
Yes,
C. Before
Hey.
that first
Okay.
trade, need to sign it. Get that signed.
Yes. Okay, good.
Congrats to
'Cause I've never
Brett.
heard-
That's what you. That's what you've got to do before you even start trading with Topstep, isn't it? You got to sign a bunch of contracts to agree to, to stuff,
Yes.
and it's the CME forms. So it just made sense.
Well, just think about it. I've never had to wait 10 days. Once it's funded and everything's signed, you go.
Yeah.
You're on.
Right.
Exchange
Yeah,
wants
I
to
feel
trade
a lot of
ASAP.
them- like,
Yeah,
there's
absolutely.
there's
ASAP.
random ones that are
Yeah.
like 30 days, 60 days. Like there's other things. Nothing stood out with like 10 days from my reading or that I remembered specifically. So
All right. Well, we got 2 check marks from long for 55.49 half right now. As market's trading 15 points above that. We're just grinding higher. We might need another pullback here to get long. We're moving higher here. 55.49s would be nice.
So here's an alternative third
favorite.
hypo.
Okay.
Now go. Nick was saying something.
I was gonna say this is like my least favorite price action to trade when we just kind of go up and to the right with no pullbacks on NQ, even of like 10, 15 points. And it's just, it's just the close your eyes and buy type movement. That's frustrating when you've had some better rotational type days. This is just not that yet. Looking very much trend day higher.
Yes, it is.
But
Right
at the
after a
same
trend day
time,
lower.
yes, and that's not unusual, guys. I mean, we've seen this
Right.
before, right? Massive jump off a cliff day, then a recovery. But those recoveries, they're not necessarily all the way through the whole range. So we might have a chance of stopping around average daily range highs that are coming up. Like I said, I've got an area from 55.70 all the way up to 55.82, 83. That is comprised of a whole bunch of average ranges. So average daily high, average session range high, and also point of control from yesterday too. So that could be a stopping point, and we could look for an auction fade as an alternative to all of that. And we would be going with a larger time frame change of sentiment, presumably, right? Because we were looking to reoffer, right? We were looking to sell. Maybe that will be it. So better trade location for shorts. Extended move on the day, all the way, exhausting those average ranges. Then we look for a slowdown in price action, equilibrium some sort to resolve to the downside. It can be on any time frame. It can be a book map. We can do a whole bunch of stuff for that. And then maybe run the auction fade that will then have enough of a profit margin all the way down to initial balance high. So that would be my third hypo here.
All right, is this the pullback? Is this pullbacks to get longs? Do we do have, or is this going to be a sell off? Last trade 55.57. This would be the pullback. Yeah, I would.
Right. We do have orientation points now. Since the auction is not that strong, like it's grinding, like me and Hoag said, we still have 55.50 for longs, and then that area from 55, whatever I said before, 70, all the way up to 55.83 for shorts. So those are your orientation points. So now we wait until we're like in the middle. You're just chasing. There's no trade here because you can't limit risk. You know, maybe we can use like single prints, but those single prints are just being chewed up. So that's no good.
Wow. Look at crude here. Crude. We got 93% long in crude oil right now. 93% long crude oil. Last trade, $70.22. 93% long in crude. That is very, very heavy.
That's the biggie here.
Did we ever find out whether that was like the actual OPEC news or whether that was just a delegate talking nonsense?
I've been looking, Deanna, and I tell you, when it said delegate and it said maybe, I mean, that's sort of, you know, it seemed everybody read that or caught that at the same time, jumped on the bus, and I mean, we topped it off. We came back down almost as quick as we did up, but we're moving back up again. So, have not
jumped on the bus. We jumped off the bus. So we're in London on red.
You jump in front of the bus. When it's
jump in, jump out. I don't know whether you guys know, but in London,
yeah, hop on, hop off.
Yeah, let's hope not. That's happened too.
So we have London, 3 check marks for longs, right?
From 49 half. Yeah, from 49 half. We're not going to get 49 halves.
We might.
We might.
Have faith, Andre.
Okay, have faith. Well, if we get
auction, yeah.
Okay. All right.
We have a plan. We have a level. Everybody agrees. You know, Nick, the community, myself, Hoag. Okay. We're all on the same page about 55.49 half. So let's just wait and see. So, you know, this is where, you know, we don't click buttons. We have to like wait and see.
You're right.
The levels that everybody's agreed upon. I think this is probably one of the first times that we didn't have a million levels. Everybody was talking about 40s. Everybody was talking about 44s. And then talking about now the 50s, right? And Marie was talking about 60s. Not many people were looking at that, but obviously very valid. So, you know, we need to have like consensus around the same types of levels rather than having, oh, this person said that person said that. And then we have millions of levels. It's like 40s, 90s, 60s, 30s, like, I think this is much better. You know, there's consensus about the actual price and that everybody's looking at the same thing whilst we are weaving a story about what is actually happening with the trade, why we're doing things, what we're waiting for, what we want to see.
Excellent.
Orders
That's the way I
in.
look at it. Nice.
49 half.
49 half. Where would the risk be on this trade now? Let's talk about that. I see VWAP at 55. 10?
I like 10 handles on these kind of things because we don't want to see it too deep into the initial balance, but at the same time, you need to give it room to breathe. And, you know, it's not a small range, and I think 10 handles would be fair, but that's me. Okay. I like bigger.
Below the C low.
39 half risk. Okay, cool.
So we're looking for a 49.5 bid. When it hits that, we're going to
Longs.
jump on a buy,
Yeah.
correct?
We got 3 check
Yes.
marks.
Orders in.
Right.
My question is, why don't we, if we're sure on that level, why don't we sell until we get there and reverse it with a buy?
Because that's not a high probability area. So the high probability trade is longs from IB high. Whatever happens in the middle, it's a 50-50 coin flip. But IB high bounce on a day where we've already extended the initial balance, that carries about a 70% chance of success. So to me, those are better probabilities. I think that's something that actually a lot of traders get stuck into. They're like, oh, I've got a level there, and then they chop themselves up on the way. Well, it's got to get there. Well, it doesn't have to get there, right? It doesn't. But if it's there, then the probabilities of that trade kick in. That's at least the way I've always looked at levels. So anything you do up to the level is low odds. It can go up, it can go down, it can go sideways, nobody knows, right? But once we have some data where we've seen the bounces from IB high after the extensions, that's data, right? We can use that. Anything else is just chasing and clicking buttons, at least for me.
Nice. We have a nice flow, we got a nice workflow, we got a nice process in place right now. Good. Working 55, 49 half. We got 3 check marks on that. We got the chat, we got Nick, we got D, we got the risk determined, but for now 10. We got 10 points lower. That takes us to 39 half. Oh, someone's good to go in the chat. So really quick, wow, oh yeah, dropping the kids off at school. He is back.
See everybody
in the cock. Oh, don't go too far. We need you.
I won't be far.
All right, good.
Damn,
Excellent.
Hoag.
Excellent. Hoag's been crushing it today. There he wait. Oh, I saw him. Look at that.
He's there. It's him.
Look at those pearly whites. Look at those pearly whites.
Invisaligns, Dre.
Yeah, teeth are looking. All right, here we go. MP, you are. How are we gonna do this? MP's
I don't know.
MP work the order then, because we're coming. We're coming into price.
49s, right? 49.
49 hook. 49 hook. We got 3 check marks here incoming right now. All right.
49 even.
All right. 49 half.
49 evens.
No, 49 half.
49.
Because we were looking at
Orders
50s
canceled.
and we're just going in slightly.
My order's canceled.
Slightly below
Get it
it.
on Michael's.
Thanks, Johnny.
Okay.
Johnny, you bailed.
You
I
got
showed to
it.
the party, and you instantly put down your drink and go, I'm out of here.
Yeah. Here we go.
Nothing personal,
49
Michael.
half.
Nothing personal.
I know. I love you. We've loved each other for years.
49 half. 3 check marks. 49 half. Chat. Nick for a ticket. D. Take a look at Topstep daily levels. MP risk would be 39 half for the moment.
Got it. Thank you.
Looking at Topstep daily levels just to coincide. Nothing really at the Topstep daily levels at the 49 halves. Check marks here. Michael, it's been a choppy price action. Nick, how would you describe today's price action?
A bit of a mess turning into potentially a trend day higher, perhaps a range day if we fail right here. But yeah, not the easiest trade since we saw us melt to the low of the day after the newsprint.
Oh yeah,
after making a new high.
Put another check mark
There's
there
one
for Coach
question
Paul.
there. Question MP,
Paul?
where's that stop? Because we need like a 10 handle room.
39,
because
39 and a
otherwise it's
half.
gonna
I'll
be-
probably put it at like 38 to give you guys a little more cushion. But
Yeah,
yeah,
we
I got
actually
a 5
wanted
lot.
34. 34 something. Yeah.
Got him.
Okay.
No, sorry.
I just got 5. I got a 5. That was 550s.
Yeah.
I got a 5. I got 49 halves, 49s.
We got the
Okay.
9 halves. We got the 9 halves.
Yeah.
We-
Looks like
No,
it.
no, we got 50 halves. It hasn't traded down to 49 halves.
Okay.
I've been working it. I'm working. You guys can see my screen.
Yeah.
Let me hold on.
That's why I asked about the stop, because we don't want tight stops. This could be a failed auction as well. We need time
Yeah.
to decide to bail if that does happen. So
It's
you know,
right in the
10
chair. We are
10
trading.
handle. Yeah.
Issa
Go,
at
go,
home
go,
likes
go,
what he's
when
watching.
MP is
Issa,
good.
Issa, if you like what you're seeing, Issa, please click like, please click subscribe.
Yes.
In there.
Yeah. Well, how do you say Issa?
Yeah, I saw Issa in the chat. Metzger, I saw in the chat. Everyone's watching at home. Appreciate that. 55,
French?
52 last
Andre?
trade. What's that?
What is that, French?
Could
It's a
be.
joke.
Yeah,
I know. I know.
it's
I
a
know.
joke. It's a joke. It's a joke.
He told me.
All right, we got the 50 halves. We're working 49
Mm-hmm.
halves. MP, we've seen some super heavy tilts, by the way. We've seen tilt in the 80% in NQ, seen 80% tilt in ES. We just saw 93% tilt in crude. We're seeing some heavy tilts as well. We got those 50 halves, working 49 half. And Nick, for a tick, if you see anything, please holler. D as well.
Yeah, just watching.
Yeah, if
Nothing
anything
changed
changes, roll back the check boxes. But so far, there's
We
two.
did.
We have 10 on now from 49.75.
Okay. Plus 10, 49.75. I like
I
this.
got a 48 quarters.
We need to see a bounce from IB high. We don't want it going inside the initial balance, sub 49.50, and then spending time there. And really, I would be looking at, maybe 46 to be sort of a cutoff point. If it can't bounce within that sort of 4 or 5 point range, it's going to be opening up the doors to the failed auction trade. So we really want to see this catch some bids around this area.
Okay, so update
Now,
the
how do you
position MP long 10.
Long 10 from 49.75.
49.75. Yep.
D Anna, how do you see this when I just started trading yesterday? How do I see bids come? How do I see bids come? I see a bunch of bids in here.
I'll be right
Yeah,
back.
so we have a grinding
I pay for
auction
my
to
level
the
2.
outside.
My command station's all set up. I'm excited. How do I know?
Excited? Okay, so yeah,
Mhm.
exactly. Newbie trader, let's go. So we have a
Yes.
value acceptance in progress, which means that we've extended the initial balance into the distribution curve from yesterday. So where majority of the business was yesterday, we're accepting that area. And the auction is not super strong, so we were looking for a pullback to that in first hour of trading range. That's why we put the bids at 55.50, 55.49 half. And now we're looking for that extension, slow extension, because that's the kind of a day, grinding, not really shooting up. A lot of indecision today, very difficult price action, but we're looking at the upside auction right now. So that's what we have. We're looking for the price to rotate maybe back up to the high of days and or to the average daily range highs, which are all the way up at 55.70s, 55.80s, depends on what measure you're looking at. But effectively, we're just looking at value acceptance longs from the break of the initial balance high range. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it does. I mean, I started yesterday, so
Made
I'm
perfect sense to me.
So you
Perfect
don't
sense
know?
to me.
Yes. Yeah,
Always
yeah.
I started
I'm asking the
yesterday.
chat, Abby. I'm not necessarily asking you because I know
Somebody
that you
here-
know what we're talking about.
Right.
Somebody here
Right.
started yesterday.
Yeah,
Somebody here
right now,
started
chat.
yesterday.
Did anybody here start yesterday?
Yes.
Did anybody?
Yeah, anyone here
there's gotta be
started-
somebody.
There's
Who
gotta be.
started trading
Incredible.
yesterday?
It's so funny you say that because I actually had a bunch of
There you
people
go.
who got in touch with me. They're from Texas. They're like,
There you go.
like truck drivers from Texas. And they were like, oh, yeah, we all started trading, our buddies. But then we started watching TopstepTV. And the more we watch Hoag and you and everybody, we kind of realized that maybe we shouldn't be trading live just yet.
Yeah.
I mean, Mikey
All right,
says it
MP.
feels like I did. Feels like he started trading yesterday. Got a lot of people in here that are brand. Even Rips just started trading yesterday. He's in there. He jumped in. Okay,
Hey,
now we're down
MP.
at the 48 evens. The bids showed up, but now they're not there. What are you thinking right now? You have a 40.
I see a demand area at 46.50. So if we start to dip below that, we'll be accepting the initial balance range. As long as we can hold sort of the, 44.50s, which was our original orientation point. So as long as we can hold 44s, I think these longs are still on. So let's see. Let's give it a bit of time.
Hoagland has a yesterday's value area low, 44.5. No, 5545.
That's the same one as I do. Yeah, that's
Same one as
that's
you
the
do.
area that
Got
we accepted earlier. That's the reason why we're taking this trade, because we accepted the value, went above the value low, so we had like a gap fill, value acceptance, and now we're basically trying to grind higher. It's a value acceptance trade for now.
Okay.
I'm just giving us another check mark here. I see a higher low here. If not, it's cheap.
We got that's 4. We got 3 check marks. We got what's our update position, Michael? Long 10,
It's
correct?
long 10. I am looking to put 10 more on right around this area here.
Trent's giving us a check mark also.
And we're getting
I
check
got 3
marks
here
left and
from the
right on
room.
this one. Man. Money. Money.
There's
Another
15,
5 or 10.
49 evens. 5. 15 on.
All right. What's the average price? 49 even?
49 even. 55, 49 even.
49 even. Long 15. Stop. 39.
So here's a time-based
20 on.
reference. If in about 6 minutes we are inside the initial balance, so we close this 30-minute period inside the initial balance, trade is off. We don't have to wait for it to hit our stop or anything like that. That would be the invalidation point, because at that point we would be failing the auction, and we don't want to be in it. So we really need to have a bounce in the next 6 minutes. Otherwise, it's off.
Okay.
If there's no bounce in the next 6 minutes and we're trading 46s, 45s, what are you thinking?
Cut it.
Got it.
Yeah.
6 minutes. Bottom of the hour. Okay. We'll keep an eye on that. In the meantime, we do have some
Hey,
XFA. What's up,
Andre?
MP? What's
Yeah,
up?
get Hoagland. Go get some more of those NVIDIA shares that you're buying yesterday. And that I'm
I
gonna
got
trade.
more bids below.
I'm looking at it too, but I think every time they pull back, I mean, what are they weighted? How much percent are they weighted on the whole market cap of the S&P or Nasdaq? What are they? Both?
It's yes. What's the last trade in NVIDIA? MP, how do you pronounce that company name again?
NVIDIA, as Jack would say.
$108.72 last trade in NVIDIA. All right, well, we got Robert here waiting to do some top 5 XFA P&Ls. Robert, if you're ready, we got some live P&Ls. Robert, if you're ready, and payout too. That's my favorite stats. Robert, ready? Let's do it.
Yeah, Andre, thank you very much. And good morning, MP, jumping in there. We're going to do the top 5 live up on the screen. Yesterday, we had Rips on air. Rips coming in at number 5. Looks like it's pushing up there. Thank you very much, Gabe. $4,556. We saw Rips take off. Congratulations again. Nathan coming in at number 4, 5,000. Lewis B, 5,258. These are all new names. We know Rips' name there. Nathan, Lewis, David are all new. David, number 2, $6,000. Again, these are all live P&Ls. And Rafa is still holding a top spot up there. $10,899. Imagine that, almost $11,000 in one day for Rafa. Congratulations to everybody. If we can switch right over, let's just jump right smack into the top 5 payouts from yesterday. That would be wonderful. And we'll come back at the XFAs right after that. Number 5, again, this one name on the list here. Shifton is up there. We've seen before. But number 5, Wendy D, $15,500. Sophie and K, 18 grand, just over that. Amjad A, $19,460. Shifton, we've seen that name before. He's doing wonderful, $22,500. Ken takes the top spot, $24,000 on the payout. Now we want to do the total
Deanna,
payouts.
hold up with a second. It's trading 47 evens. It's 5 minutes. It's 3 minutes. 5 minutes into that.
3 minutes.
What are your thoughts?
And it's on the London
Nick?
close too.
Nick?
3 minutes. So in 3 minutes, if we fail the auction, we cut the trade.
Yeah, it's a little slippery here for us failing if we can't hold this. Inside of 47, that gets me a little nervous, but we're doing okay. We're still kind of holding right around the top of that, initial balance and 30-minute opening range. So still on for me, but yeah, it's slightly concerning that we can't get back above 50.
Got it.
Yeah.
I added 5 more at 48. Our average price is 48.75. Long 25. Go ahead.
48.75. Okay. Risking 39 MP. All right, go ahead, Robert.
Yeah, there we go right there. We're going to do an over-under on the total payouts from yesterday. What do we hear?
7.
Yahoo.
All right.
712.
lighter.
720.
Yesterday.
Yesterday's total
looked.
payouts.
You looked, Michael.
No, I haven't looked, but I know everything builds up because of the holiday, so it has to be a lot larger
Right.
than any of them.
Oh. Yeah,
All right,
750.
we'll do one more. Deanna, take a stab at it. What do you think? And then we'll jump into the numbers.
720.
Oh, we closest without going over. Pretty close. Total payout $714,900. So Deanna, pretty
average.
close. You're 5,000 over.
Yeah.
339 payouts, and the average payout was $2,100. That's the average. Congratulations to all the payouts. If we can pull the XFA top 5, that would be wonderful. Yesterday's P&Ls for the XFA. These are all new names. We have number 5, Shiwi T, 18,000. Shaiwai, 19,000. Jamal, actually I have seen that name before, $25,500. Kenyetta, 25,521, just a few dollars above Jamal. And then Lawrence B takes the top spot at $30,000. One thing that I noticed is that the XFA profits here are generally 2 to 3 times higher than the live. I think we're just managing our risk better in the live. So there we have it. We will be back later on.
Hey, speaking of
Robert.
payouts here, MP, you mentioned the Payout Club on Twitter recently. So while we were talking about payouts, we have a picture of Robert here with one of our traders, one of our funded traders. He has a 5K club hat there on him. And so I wanted Robert just to mention that while he was out. I think Topstep bought dinner for you guys, right?
Wow.
That is correct.
Oh, yeah. Nice.
What'd you guys order, Robert? I know what you were. Yeah, what was on the menu, Robert?
We had ribeyes.
Go figure.
Yeah, you
Always.
did.
Always.
Yeah,
And we had a cigar.
Yeah. I
The
slacked.
cigar is not on the expense report, though. The cigar I kept off the expense report. That's on me.
Guys, so we're failing
guys,
the
we're-
auction here, so
Yeah.
get ready to cut if we are still sub 46 here.
Mm-hmm.
55.
'Cause this is now weakness back into initial balance and failed auction. So trades off.
I have
Kill
a
it.
41 right here. Line 41, sell side.
I don't have anything now because we failed the auction. So it's also Euro close, so higher chances
it
of
is
a
Euro
reversal
close.
as well.
Right now would be
and
a
we're
cut
below
bait.
that 44. We're below
Got it.
40.
Okay, cool. We'll take a relook. Okay,
Yeah,
so we
will.
got to look, and then the bids didn't stay strong, and then the bids
No.
or the sellers came in a little bit more.
Sellers did come in. The sellers
There.
continuing to
Trade
come in.
39 is good out. Good out. Here's your London close. Here's your a little bit more volatility, a little bit more action. You have a VWAP down here at the 36s. You have
What up, Isaac?
we held up on that 45s for a bit.
Yeah, that was value low, somewhere around there.
It looks like our iceberg order person at 55.40 even has left the building.
Uh-oh.
We're going all the way through the initial balance.
Yeah, we are. Where'd you
Take
go?
out. Yeah.
Okay.
We still have those poor lows. We still have poor lows. So, technically this could now, if we can manage to go below VWAP, this could go all the way down to 55.20s.
55.36 VWAP. Last trade 55.37. The S&Ps. NASDAQ lagging a bit behind the S&Ps. Last trade the NASDAQ 18,993. Sellers did come in. High of the day in the ES 55.65. We're about 25 points off of that. Take a look at the tilts. Nothing to show. We've got just 93% long in the crude, and we saw the sell-off. All right, let's regroup here. So that trade, that's like MP was saying, sellers did come in. We couldn't get the push to the upside. We cut bait, so nice risk management there.
Mm-hmm.
You can't get the follow through today, guys. The volume isn't there. It's just one of those days. Might be see profit, take profit. We got to obviously adapt. But,
Yeah, tricky. At least we didn't take full stop losses. So this is
Correct.
the day where you have to cut bait early and just go, oh well. You can't fight the lack of trend. You know, we tried shorts around 45 earlier, didn't have the follow through, so we bailed. We waited for a nice pullback to initial balance high, didn't get the follow through, failed auction. And it's like, okay, great. So now it's going to be a range bound day. And that's pretty much it.
I mean, that was a good call. It was a good read in general. We had you came in with your do you call them a hypo? You call them hypos?
Yeah, hypos.
I heard that earlier on my drive in. I go hypos, huh? I like that. And you came in with that, and then you also said time. You were flexible. You were thinking about it. The London close coming up, talking about the countdown. You guys saw all that happen. Now fading it or going with it or watching on. You saw the things start to pick up around that time when she said if it stayed below the 46s, which it did, and then the time ticked. All that happened. Trading 37s. So great fluidity from your and props. Rain or shine, guys, doesn't not matter in trading as long as you keep learning from every trade. She was talking about the 34s. We were talking about 10 handle stop below or more. We have that down there. But then in between all that, there was conversations on, well, it's all around risk management. Well, London close, below the 46s, blah, blah, blah. You guys heard it all. That's how traders talk when they do it. And you're like, well, you didn't make money. Well, yeah, we're not always going to make money. And there's going to be days we make money and there's days we lose money. Welcome to the world of trading. But if you're not like learning from each trade, then you're not taking your losses. Your losses actually cost a lot more if you don't learn from each trade. So those are always the silver lining of losses is learning from them.
Just to say, I would take that trade at 10 out of 10 times.
Yeah,
there you go.
Same.
We still are roughly at where we got stopped, where we stopped ourselves out. Yeah. Right here, 42.
Yeah, VWAP bouncing, but we have the failed auction short now in progress. So this would have been maybe a scalp if you're a scalper. I'm not, so I look for larger opportunities. And for me, this huge reversal is too much risk now. So I tried a little short to see if we can get that follow through. Took it off a scratch. It's just doing the same thing that it's been doing all day, just chopping around. And not real momentum that lasts. It's just like we go up, then we go down, then we go up, then we go down. So to me, this is it's not an easy day because it's all just chopping around in barcoding in a very wide range. How does Dolby call it? Violently range bound.
Violently range bound, indeed.
Yeah.
Well, we got about
short. Anybody in here catch that short? Anybody fade the house? Hopefully, if you did fade the house, you covered and made some money.
With that out of the way, dog perfume.
Yes, Pete, talk to us. How is the dog perfume? Where is it?
I didn't try it yet. I didn't try it. Hold on. Let me get my little model if I can wake her up wherever she is.
Yes. Oh,
we're gonna spray that right in their face, huh? Wow. I'll wake them up.
Where is the Dolce & Gabbana dog fragrance? Dolce. And Pete, you see Nick for a tick shaved his entire face? Go on, sorry.
I mean, he looks much younger. Nick
is not intentional.
She does look much younger. Yeah.
Go ahead.
I'm not happy about it.
D&D perfume.
I like the stash.
Wow.
I like the stash.
Fancy
Massive
packaging. I love it.
There's 2 boxes. I actually haven't looked at this yet. There's 2 boxes. I don't know why.
Unboxing. Okay.
Is this the LV?
What's that? And one for the back.
What's the richest family in the world?
They're them. These ones.
That's them.
Designer
yeah,
one.
they're just slapping bigger price tags and selling weirder stuff now. Let's see it.
Dog collar, guys. Dog collar. Let's see.
Oh, that's cool. Buy you a dog collar too, huh?
Yeah. No, that was gonna come. So Astrid will be
start putting
happy.
the budget.
Well, she might be a bit chunky for this. We'll see.
Oh, it's the worst buying a gift and then getting the wrong size.
Michael. Either way, you're in trouble.
Either way, you're in trouble.
Oh, wow.
Very screwed.
Yeah, that's
cool.
What's it say on there? Do
What's
me?
it say?
It says do me.
It just says D&G here and then D&G with a paw print. So it's not
very fancy.
It's very, very bright. Hold on. I don't know how to do this. I'm not a beauty influencer.
Yeah, we'll have you take a picture of it too, or if we have a shot of it so people can see what it looks like.
Dog perfume.
Incredible. How does it smell? We know how it smells. Oh, here we go, Michael.
Yeah, I've been asking about
I'm
that.
gonna describe the notes. Yeah, wet dog smell. I think my Astrid probably prefers the ooh the fox excrement.
Geez, here it is. Very demure. That's the new word, Michael. Demure has been the word floating around the internet lately.
What is it?
Yep, demure.
Yeah,
Demure, yeah.
Missed me on that one. I missed you on that one and Hawk too. Both of them are gone.
Whoa.
That's pretty
15
fancy.
minutes. 15 minutes out.
Yep.
Look at that.
Wow, look at that. With the dog print and everything.
Wow, I actually like that.
Very nice. Yeah.
All
Looks
right,
like
here's the big
any
test.
like regular perfume. Like if I saw this in somebody's like, bathroom, I wouldn't think it's a dog perfume.
Does it smell
Although the
foxy?
name would probably give it away.
At least it doesn't smell like wet dog or something.
So
That
it's
would-
got no, it doesn't.
dog.
Yeah, it's actually quite nice. Like it's not like it's like sandalwood with a bit of musk and citrus. Like it's bizarre. I wouldn't. It's very very kind of unisex. I wouldn't say it's
Okay.
like a dog male versus female dog perfume. It's very kind of nondescript.
Mhm.
Yeah, let's see what Astrid is going to say. Mimi?
It smells
Where are
like
you?
Up Dog. I haven't heard that in a long time.
I gotcha.
Hey, check this out. It kind of smells like Up Dog. What's Up Dog? I don't know, dude. What's up with
dog?
you?
Not much. What about you? So dumb. All right. Here we go.
All
Oh.
right.
All right, we're
Here
trading
we
out.
go.
We can't hold a bid, Deanna. Cannot hold a bid. Yeah, how's it?
I know. Failed auction. Failed auction short.
Failed
Yeah.
auction.
What do you think?
Let's see if it gives up VWAP here.
Yeah, see if the Fido. Well, here we go.
I'm seeing if the dog gives up on Deanna and runs away.
Okay,
look at
she's
this.
not running away. Is that a good sign?
That's a good sign.
I think it likes
Yeah,
it.
so she
I
doesn't
think the
mind
dog. I
it.
think Puppy likes it.
Doesn't mind it. Yeah, I think
Michael,
she just
That's
wants
her favorite.
food. So I was like, yeah, I don't care about your perfume. Give me more, Becky.
Oh, look at that. Oh, well, we
Well, Deanna,
tried.
your whole crew.
I would
Your whole crew
I would
has
wear
it. Your whole
this
crew has it.
actually myself
Really?
if I'm going to be perfectly honest.
That would be
Yeah,
incredible.
it's
What
quite
are you
nice.
wearing?
Be careful. Be careful you don't walk by that perfume guy that's on the internet that smells everybody and can name exactly what they're like. Oh, you're wearing Up Dog, aren't you?
Do you know, I knew someone like that. It's the freakiest thing ever, man. Like I walked by
Yeah, they
him
can
and he
name
goes, it was a friend of mine as well, a male as well. It's like a man. Like, why do you know all the perfumes? What's wrong with you? It's like,
Yeah.
Really quickly,
'cause
let's
I
get back
wear
to the market.
Prada Amber.
What's that dog? What's that dog's name? Boy or girl, and all that kind of stuff.
Boy, girl, what? This one.
Your dog right here.
This is
What's the
Astrid
name?
Mimi. She's female. So Astrid Mimi. She's got two names.
Astrid Mimi.
Because we named
Beautiful.
her Astrid, and then my mom wanted to be for her to be named by my mom. My mom's name is Marianne Mimi, is her nickname. So we named her Astrid Mimi.
Shout out Perez watching at home. Click like, click subscribe, Perez. All right, we did just come back to ES in the. We came back to VWAP last trade 55.37. Love Mimi. Mimi's smelling fresh. Look at that. Would recommend.
Yes.
D says would recommend.
Would recommend.
Yes,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Although for $100,
All right,
I'm not sure.
that was $100.
I think so. Yeah, it wasn't cheap.
Okay.
Yeah.
They're going ham on the TV card.
All right, cool. All right, let's go right to Robert. Robert, we got some more stats from Robert. Thank you, Gabe. Robert, come on in.
Hey, hold on. Let's
Eddie
do a quick.
coming up
Let's Andre, quick market update though. Hoag and guys, what are we seeing down here? It can't catch a bid, and we were holding that bid up in the 49s, 50s. Remember, it was trying to hold, and then the floor fell out. London closed. Now we're down here at 36s. If we're still holding on for dear life, we'd be long from 49s, which is what 79, 12 handles.
36 is VWAP. So if we give up VWAP, then it looks like we'll take out that weak low from earlier today in the S&Ps.
Okay.
All right, yeah, quick market recap. Yeah, like MP said, ES pulling back to VWAP 55.36. NASDAQ lagging behind a bit. YM not much. Crude, everything kind of just a bit of a holding pattern. We are past the London close. I'm going to throw it to my man, Robert. Robert, go ahead. Hit us with some stats, and we'll go to Eddie for some announcements. Go ahead, Robert.
Absolutely, I am here. Call my name 3 times. I happen to show up. We'll get that graphic up there. We got the top 10 funded traders. We're going to start off with a quick one here for Johannes L, number 10. We can see the previous rank over there of 0, and that's because Johannes, it's the second day in the XFA. Trading just 2 days, 150K, copy trading across 5. That brings you up with a nice P&L of $82,000. Richard went from 11 to make it to the top 10 to number 9. Michael T, $89,000. That's a jump up from 26. That's the biggest mover for today. Nick for a tick. I'm not really sure who that is, but I hear he's a pretty cool dude. And he shows up on TopstepTV now and then. And then Shifton. We saw Shifton on the top 2. He was number 2 on the payouts we just saw on the last screen. In the top 5, are we ready for the top 5?
Ooh, Michael, are you ready?
Important announcement. Some hunters have been seen in the woods near Piney Ridge Trail, and the Fish and Game Commission has raised the legal kill limit on campers to 3. So if you're hiking today, please wear something bright and keep low. Good luck.
That Aykroyd?
Sounded like it.
And there we have it. There's our top 5 right there. Brian P at number 5, $120,000 in the account. These are payouts included. That is live, by the way. Semi H, $152,000, went from number 5 to number 4. Marco C holding on to the 3rd spot at $161,000. And then we have the battle of the top 2. First and second place, those 2 go back and forth. Chung and Rafa. Congratulations to both of you. Amazing. Both live funded traders over the $300,000 mark. They just keep switching back and forth. So congratulations to you two.
That's Bill Murray. Okay, cool. Thanks, guys.
Not Aykroyd. Not Aykroyd. Get it right. Right, man. Chat never not miss.
Solely on a serious note, how long does it take Topstep support to answer a question on missing accounts? Same day. Like, it might even be faster than same day now. So, unless, I don't know if you have an open, I don't know what your story is, but we have caught up. We have like 0 things in the inbox now.
Awesome.
We have thousands of tickets a day. Thousands.
Shout out to support.
So has the new support backend, you've rolled it out already, yeah?
No, that's the cool part about this, Deanna. We have not rolled out the new backend, which is going to shave 50% of people's issues easily. That means we're going to go to like instant handoff from Wendy, our second best support rep. Wendy, it's a humanoid, not a he or she or it's an it. Humanoid. It is Wendy. And Wendy knows just about everything. But when Wendy can't figure it out for you, you will get handed off almost near instant come October to live number 1 support rep at Topstep, which is a human being that knows and everything about the program and is passionate about trading. Usually a lot of folks in our support are trading or have traded. Yeah, so that's really exciting. And then the phones open up even better than they ever have. And then we won the race to support. Cheers.
Yep.
2020.
Thank you, Michael. Thank you. Kind of faded off there, Michael. All good. All good. I didn't know if you were done. All right, let's go roll right back and right into my man, Eddie. Eddie's got some announcements here on these fast markets. We've got 9 minutes left in this. We still got some things to cross off the list. Eddie, go ahead with some announcements.
Hello, folks. All right, what we've got here now, if you weren't here yesterday or if you happen to miss it, we had Linda Raschke on, 40-year market maker, and she was with us. She interviewed with Hoag. She sat down yesterday. If you missed it, I'm going to share with you a link just for you. And hey, if you want to watch it again, by all means, there's a link in the chat. We've sort of condensed it just to that interview. Also, Thursday, tomorrow, we're hosting a special edition of Shoulder Tap. And I think you might have heard it before. We call it Roast My Trades. All right, so we've got that coming up here. If you want Risk Manager Ben to roast your trade, feel free to submit your request, and I'm going to post that link also in chat. And I think that is all I've got, Andre. I'm going to pass it back to you and say thank you very much.
Thank you, Eddie. Well, taking a look at the ES, get a bit of a bounce here, Nick. Nick, do you take any trades today? You take any trades today, Nick?
Yeah, I took a few, a couple in combines and a couple in my live that didn't work out so well.
Yeah. This market, man. All right, see some buyer stuff. Yeah, it's
buyer stepping in. Even this, I was trying to take a break of this VWAP in a combine, and we just can't get anywhere on seller. So it's just we're going to be probably range bound today. It looks like.
Range. Did someone say range? Dolby's ears perked up. We heard that.
Dolby's ready to swing some ranges with the YM here.
Yes, absolutely. Well, we got about 9 minutes left here. We got some hashtag fast market submissions, appreciations. You know what it is. Big action-packed day today. Missed the Linda Raschke thing. Make sure, like Eddie said, go tune in. Michael, tomorrow's our 1 year birthday, 1 year anniversary. What do you think about that, MP?
I'm shocked we made it this far, to tell you the truth.
No way.
This has been building a bird in the plane, in the air, or whatever you want to call it, since day one, and damn were we good at it. And I say that with all mad respect for everybody. Nick, for Deanna, you guys joined us later on in the race, but Deanna from the very beginning of the race, from the start.
Yeah, I think it was second week or something.
Yep, crushed it, and then loved. I mean, we just love. All of us are passionate about trading, so we all like getting on here. And then our viewers grew bananas, and then the chat room got pruned about a month ago. It's kick ass. 99.9% of people in here are awesome. It's shocker. And then the numbers that we're putting up for the day, and Topstep. The fact that we could just say, hey. Let's start a media arm of Topstep, and we have a media arm of Topstep in a year that's competing with. I'm not naming the other companies out there. Well, actually, I will. Trader.tv is one out there that we're beating their number, right, Dre? We're beating their number. Their stocks. Yeah, if we could beat a company that has stocks, live streaming all day long in a studio, very, very high end, and it's all about stocks. Futures is the smallest asset class that people trade, and we have a larger crowd than them. So that being said, we haven't even started marketing or advertising the whole media side of Topstep Enterprises, if you want to call it that. This is Topstep TV network right now. Mimi is asking for another shot of the perfume.
Another spritz.
I think so.
Another
yes,
spritz.
I've just put on. I've just put on the collar on her. But she's very hairy, so I'm not sure.
I think it's proper. I think it's proper to do a shot of the perfume every time you take her out for a walk, because like anybody, when you go out on the town, you got to be looking and feeling and feeling dapper.
Yeah. No, look away, Mimi. Hold on. There you go.
But I'm excited. 1 year anniversary.
1 year tomorrow. Stay tuned. We got some fun stuff in store. Yep, fun stuff in store. Be sure to tune into that. But before that, we got some. I asked you guys about 2 hours ago to hit us up at Twitter at X. Hit us up with the hashtag Fast Markets submissions. And I think we got those ready, Gabe or James. We got those ready, Gabe. Come on in. Let's do them, because we got appreciations right around the corner. Gabe, if you're there, what's up, man?
I need about another minute here, man. And I'll be right with you.
So
I got you, brother.
I'll take the prop firm forum idea, hosted by TopstepTV, moderated by Austin. I reached out to a couple CEOs. One of them is interested, but I need to get a good handful going, and the invite's going to be out there for a nice round table.
What's going on there? What's going on there, Michael?
Yeah, started on Twitter, and so it's kind of it could be really exciting. We don't care who we get on. If you're in the futures funding space, come on, join us. Well, you're promoting somebody else. No, who cares? It's transparent. You should be able to see who's behind the curtain. That'd be nice. We try to do that over here. I know some other fucks do it fairly well too.
Hey, what's up with all the Twitter beef in the futures trading space right now?
There's zero beef.
Oh, there's
zero
no beef. Oh, I thought there's some beef going down.
There's one individual that goes off the chains, but every now and then you catch something
Sometimes
nice
this
mood.
community is nuts.
Well, yeah, Nick,
Okay.
dude.
Someone's trying to drag me
just
into
the
that.
trading community.
No, D.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I
Yeah,
gotta
and
get into
MP
that
actually
too
stood up for
somehow.
me. MP stood
Oh,
up for
yeah.
me. So yeah, so
I
thank
mean,
you.
it's no different than the trading pits. It literally is no different than there were psychopaths in the
Yeah.
trading pits. There were people that were all over the place mentally, and there were people that were very smart. There were people that didn't talk to people. There were people that talked too much. There was assholes. There was very kind people. It was the melting pot, and you get it in Twitter. And if we can harness it, I'll be like, hey, you're all futures traders. I don't want FX people in there. Futures only, the whole thing. And then you just you're going to have these characters. They're going to start to pop up. You're like, dude, that guy's kind of like, or this guy or this girl, and then you start to understand these are just people in the space. And everybody should be passionate about trading. I think some people have different agendas. We're more passionate about the almighty dollar, which is a byproduct of being passionate about trading and all that kind of stuff. But to each his own.
More like soy.
Cool.
All right. Well, hey, stay
Go ahead.
tuned. It's never a dull moment in this space, 7 days a week. But in the meantime, I think we got the hashtag fast market submissions incoming. Gabe, what do we got, my man?
Yeah, we do. We have a few. We have Ronald H coming in, frequent contributor. Appreciate you, Ronald. Really close to passing his combine. He's about just shy of about $150, $125 away. Making it up there. On the payout club, I don't believe I showed this yesterday. This is Trent. Got my payout club hat from Topstep.
Cool.
You won't find a better firm out there. Game changer. Pulled over 20K the last few months. Great work. Love to see people getting their payout club hats. We got Trader 27. One for the road. Today was clean using Topstep X. There's a little analysis there. Trades in the green. Love to see it. Hope you're able to close out some profits. And then we have Earth going crazy, practicing. It's like tons of people just learning how to use Topstep X. All the many benefits and features that we continue to roll out.
All right. Hello?
That's
Gabe?
it.
Oh,
Hello.
all right,
You
Gabe. I
guys.
don't know if you're done.
All right.
Let me know if you're
Cut
next
out
time,
there
let me know if you're
briefly. My apologies.
All good. All good. All right. This is maybe my favorite time. I'm going to hit the chat up first. This is where we do appreciations here on Fast Markets. What you're appreciative for, what we're all appreciative for. We got the 1 year coming up tomorrow. It'll be very, very cool. So in the chat first, chat, tell us what you're appreciative for on this Wednesday. This is some parts of the world that is Thursday, but on this Wednesday, what
Dre,
are you appreciative
I
for?
want to then go real quick because it's a part of the chat. Is that okay?
Of course, yeah. Well, let's let the chat fire off real quick, and I'll throw it to MP. MP, go ahead. Yeah, what do you appreciate for, MP?
Okay, so two things. Chat, share your appreciations, and then I appreciate everybody who's been here since, everybody that tunes in, but most importantly, again, the people that started September, October, November, December, the 2023 viewers that are still here. If you were here in 2023, just go, that's me, or something like that. I appreciate all you. You got to always have a core group when you first start any company. You get a product into market. You got to have the core user or the core community, like really get behind it to make it work. You guys got behind it big time, and you guys made it work. There you go. Yep, me. Guys, I appreciate every one of you. And if we could slow-mo, I'd name every one of your names right now because that is so important to us. We have a big team, big investment, all that kind of stuff happening in the background with TopstepTV. And if it wasn't for you guys sticking with us in 2023, when we launched in September, we would have floundered. And so you guys are the ones that got us to where we're at, and team play. So that's who I appreciate.
Well said. All right, throw it to my main man, Nick, freshly shaven, clean cut. Nick for a tick. What are you appreciative for? Look at that face. My goodness. Go on. Wow.
Oh, yeah. Stunner, baby.
I'm appreciative of my trading buddies. We don't always get a ton of time to kind of learn from each other when we're sitting on fast markets, just because a lot is happening. There's a lot going on, and we're trying to also, trade our own things. So getting to kind of hang out with Dakota last night was really cool, and, kind of a good opportunity to actually see him in his element and trade and watch him do certain things. So I'm very appreciative of this community and, my trading buddies in this space, the positive ones, positive vibes only.
Absolutely.
Always.
And I think I see Eddie. Eddie, We should have been asking you what you're appreciative for. Is that we're coming up on 1 year, Eddie. Eddie, what are you appreciative for, my man?
You know what? I tell you, my wife. I had got myself a new chair here, a little more comfortable chair. It was in the box. I was I was in our secret bunker working on Coach T. Came in a couple hours later. The chair was put together. Everything was cleaned off. It was real nice. She did a great job. Didn't tell me, surprised me. I love my wife. I appreciate her.
That was awesome. There you go. Hope she's watching. All right, D. You got little Mimi in your lab, smelling fresh, smelling clean.
Yes.
D, what are you appreciative for on this Wednesday?
I'm appreciative for Topstep giving me the opportunity to share my knowledge and experience. I'm also appreciative for Mimi being pretty agreeable today, obviously with the help of a ton of biscuits, but still, she was a pretty good model. I'm appreciative that I have the colleagues to bounce ideas off of. One of the things that I really missed going remotely was that camaraderie, banter, bouncing ideas, and trading can be quite lonely at times. So having all of you guys to be here with me and to ask me questions or talk things through, joke around, that's made a massive difference in my life. So thank you for bringing that back.
Awesome. Well said. Well said. And I'm appreciative for it, man. We made it to 1 year. That's crazy. Look how far we've come in just 1 year. What does year 2 have in store? Stay tuned, but we're just going to go get bigger and better. More programming, more sweet content, better trades coming your way. But even more importantly, I am super, super appreciative for our next guest on Power Player's name is Sean Sawyer. You've seen him before, psychotherapist from Western New York, looking to bounce back from hitting max loss limit in his trading combine. But stay tuned. At the end of this, Power Players coming up next with Sean Sawyer in the house. Let's go.
And we're back. Man in the middle right there. This is Power Players. We have Sean Sawyer right in the middle. He is a Topstep trader and a psychotherapist. You know, the gentleman on the other end. I always get the direction wrong, but there he is. Mr. John Hoag, and I always appreciate being on air with you, sir. We're welcoming back Sean to the Power Players. He was on before. Sean, welcome back to the show. We really appreciated what you spoke about last time, and we're going to get more into that psychotherapy stuff if you are interested.
I would love to. Thanks for having me back. I really appreciate it.
Well, we like having you here. You know, you mentioned something. Let's just jump right into this. You mentioned something just before coming on about a good red day. We're looking at your combine. It looks like you're kind of doing some trading on it and have a rule violation on there. So we want to talk about a good red day. So I would like to turn it over to you, and let's just jump right into it, Sean.
Sure. Just the power of a good red day on your sense of mastery, your sense of your expectations, and how in the long run, you know, it really does serve you well. So a good red day, obviously most people have some kind of limit they want to set or need to keep, but you know, you can follow your rules and be red, right? You can, for me, a big part of my risk management and what I teach people is, you know, using what's important to them in their life, their values, as a part of their risk management. So not only are you considering technicals, you're considering, would taking profit right now serve my family best? That's going to be a factor in my decision making. Is cutting this loser going to be best for my kids and their college fund? Yeah. So that factors into decision making. So when you keep a red day small, or have a red day within your rules, and you learn that is just the cost of doing business, which I know is a little cliche, but it's really true. It's just part of what this is. You're paying. There's a you know, it's risk reward, and how coming out of those kinds of days, the first time you come out of a red day feeling like I served my purpose, I respected my goals, which is respecting myself, which is respecting my family, which is respecting my future me. When you have that experience and actually legitimately feel okay to good after a red day, it can be a real game changer in changing your expectations, increasing your level of patience, and I think really importantly, adjusting expectations. Because I think a lot of traders have kind of ridiculous expectations, myself included, early on, for sure. So would you say that I mean, in respecting your process, even on a losing day, and you know, maintaining that losing day, maybe even that daily loss limit, or stopping yourself because you're recognizing that the market is not aligning with what you're thinking or your strategies. What you're really saying is you always want to keep your best interest in mind.
Definitely.
Your best interest, what's best for your family, what's best for your business.
Exactly. And I think with those, I call those the higher psychological timeframes, because we need to be paying attention to them. They need to dictate our behavior. Even today, after this huge red day, you know, there's depending on the time frame you're looking at, you know, it was just wasn't even a 2% pullback, I don't think. So just having enough perspective to not lose your mind and get all reactive versus responsive.
As big down days do have a tendency to cause people to be very reactive, right?
Yeah. People regret. They think they should have made a lot of money. They have all these expectations that, you know, people are out there flaunting whatever kinds of gains, which half of them are probably BS. There's a lot of issues. I think days like yesterday are what can really screw up traders and tilt traders, because tilt can be a creeping thing. It doesn't have to happen in a day or with a trade. It can creep in slowly. And this is one of those things that can set that process off, in my opinion, is a day like yesterday, comparing yourself to others, making it mean something that you didn't crush it for 100 points or whatever, because some furu claims they did and is posting pictures because they have 18, whatever. Just, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
you gotta be careful with days like yesterday.
So on these red days, Sean, with the good red day, we're afraid of those. So we let fear as a big emotion drive some of this. Like we're maybe afraid to take the trade or afraid to get out of it, or hold it a little bit longer because it's going to keep going against us. Then we get mad at ourselves about these things. So I think that's right in your wheelhouse about the fear and the anger and how we can use that to our advantage. I'd love to hear your thoughts on that and jump over the Hoag afterwards.
Sure. So fear gets a bad rap. I personally trade best when I'm a little pissed off. It focuses me. Not when I'm very angry. I wouldn't trade, like, if you think of a scale of 1 to 10 or something. A 3-4 is my best. I'm at 7, 8, 9. I'm not going to trade. But anger, if you think about the purpose of anger, it's to set limits. It's to maintain boundaries. That's why it's there. Just to remove the context, if someone comes up and walking down the street and grabs your butt, you're going to be like, what the hell? What are you doing? And that anger is really purposeful, right? It's setting the limit. It's being like, bro, what? And that ripples through any context. When you're angry about your trading, or you're angry about your behavior, you're doing something you don't want to do. It's called ego dystonic, and which is we all do ego dystonic stuff. You want to quit smoking, but you smoke a cigarette, whatever it is. A lot of us do things we don't want to do, but when we're doing that in trading, we build that aversive relationship with trading, and that's a problem. You do not want an aversive relationship with trading because that makes you outcome orientated versus process orientated, and that's really dangerous habit to build. So you can use anger as a it's like an instrument. Your nervous system is the most wonderful instrument in the world. It's incredibly sensitive. It works flawlessly. It works for about 80 years. And when anger creeps in, the one thing you can assume is that it's saying something is not okay with me. And that is something to listen to. If your body's saying to you, this isn't okay with me, listen to it. The butt grabbing example, the reason I chose that is because it's not okay to have that happen. But we tend to ignore it if it's our own behavior, or we try to counter it if it's someone else's behavior, or counter it. And we have to just listen and say, all right, I'm angry for a reason. I'm doing something I don't want to do, or my expectations aren't being met. And I know, and that right there is a sign that you may be fighting reality. Like yesterday, if you kept trying to buy calls or go long throughout the day, you there's nothing wrong. There are some spots certainly to try to go long, but not accepting it, you get angrier. You don't listen to your body. You don't stop. You don't respect that your body's saying, hey, stop, this isn't okay with me. You're losing money, or you're going to blow your account, or whatever it is. And that's the beauty of anger, is it's a wonderful warning system. We have to have a good relationship with anger. Punching people or flipping a table over is not anger. That's behavior. People confuse the behavior of anger and the emotion of anger. Anger is not a behavior. It's an emotion. That's it. What happens afterwards is your relationship with anger manifesting itself. Robert, you said you were kind of waving. So it seemed like you had something to add to that. Do you want to go ahead and do that?
No, I was just that's a really good thing, and it's one of my biggest things is anger. I have a short fuse, and man, Sean, you just hit something really hard in the head right there, saying no, anger is the emotion. That's totally fine. You use your advantage. It's what you do with that, which is the action, the flipping of the table, and not really very. You hit me like right there as far as making a distinction between what is the emotion and what is the result of you doing something about that emotion. So I just that's why I was like, oh wow, I'm going to take a timestamp on this one. Yeah, thank you very much. I mean, that hit me like personally. So thank you.
My pleasure. And it's always good when that happens. And one of the tools, because what you just described, in order for that to happen, things have to slow down a little bit. And if anyone has ever met me or heard me talk, they know I talk a lot about mindfulness. And that's one of the tools to get that process to slow down. There's a common misconception that mindfulness is about feeling better or relaxing, and it's absolutely not. It's just about feeling more. So if you feel bad, it's going to make you feel worse, but that's good because the truth is good. You want to feel what you're really feeling. So the point is, it helps the relationship with anger. It'll slow things down. Literally, there's proof. Because the amygdala will short circuit our thoughts, and mindfulness can give you an extra few milliseconds to see. Oh wait, look, I'm angry. I've got a choice point here, and I can go left or I can go right, and just that little moment of slowing down can give you that choice between flipping the table or saying, "Wow, I'm really angry. It's time for me to take a time out. It's time for me to go." That's take some breaths. One of the things that I've been telling people for a long time is when you're starting to feel tilted, actually, before you do anything in trading, I suggest that they ask themselves if what they're about to do is in their best interest, and flipping over the table or punching your computer is not going to be on that list. You mentioned cumulative tilt, where tilt can accumulate over a period of time. Do you feel the same way about anger? And I find that if I, carry anger too long, it becomes acidic. It burns me inside. How do you suggest that people accept that information, feel that feeling, and then let it go so it doesn't affect them in the future? You have to make more room for it. You cannot suppress it. It makes it stronger. Stop suppressing emotions. Stop with this misguided stoic stuff out there. Stoicism's not about not feeling. Sorry, I just wrote something about that, so it's on my mind. But you make more room. So if I have trouble with anger and anger builds up inside of me, I need anger to not take up 90% of the space inside me. And sometimes the reality is I can't shrink the anger. I can't make the anger smaller, because the anger, it's legit. It's the butt grab. It's legit, right? That's okay to be angry about that. And so the solution isn't necessarily squashing it. It's making more room. It's learning how to look at anger as a phenomenon. You are the vessel the phenomenon is passing through. You're just the meat sack with the nervous system feeling it, and it's going to pass. No emotions ever lasted forever in the history of the world. So if you start to build in these perspectives and building these habits, practice mindfulness regularly, you can make more room for what's happening inside you, and you build what they call distress tolerance. And when you have higher distress tolerance, you're going to tilt less. And that's a fundamental from my days as a trauma therapist and a traditional therapist is building those distress tolerance levels. And it's so important in trading because we're constantly threatened in trading. Risk exists because of threat. And if we don't learn how to deal with threat, we get angry, or we get down on ourselves, or we have some appraisal, some judgment of ourselves that I can't handle it, or I'm a wuss or something. And we have to make more room so that we can look more objectively and say, okay, I'm angry because of this, but also have a bigger perspective. The best way to do it, if I can give you a quick example, is if my hand represents anger, and my hand is right here, what am I seeing? You ain't seeing nothing. Right. So if I make more room, I take some deep breaths, I practice mindfulness, I consider my psychological higher time frames throughout the day. I highly recommend randomly reminding yourself to do that, because intermittent reinforcement's the strongest reinforcer. So set a random timer of some kind. And as I do this, and the anger's still there, my hand isn't any smaller, but guess what I can see now? I can see a bunch of stuff, and it's still there. It's just not everything. And that's the trick. You're never, we're going to get depressed. We're going to get anxious. Anxiety keeps you alive. Don't worry about it. It's cool. Depression slows you down so you can catch your breath, psychologically recover. Don't get me wrong. There's clinical levels of all this stuff that are problematic, but they're also just being a human being. It's the human condition. And it's crazy that people get all stressed of depression, anxiety is so bad. No, it's being human. Chill out, embrace it, accept what it's for, understand its function,
and you can go about your day much easier, much more accepting the same way. And if you have that accepting attitude and that psychological flexibility, it's going to transfer into your trading, because you can know that one bad day doesn't mean squat. You know, you guys mentioned the account I blew with you guys, like whatever. It is what it is. It happens. You have to see it as the cost of doing business, accept it as part of the process. It's like paying the light bill in your brick and mortar. Like, don't sweat it. Don't make it mean you're, I'm a blankety blank, I'm no good or whatever. Or if you do that, treat it the same way you do with your anger, and notice that's what you're telling yourself. And you can have the thought, I'm a terrible trader, but throw it in the back of the bus. Don't let it drive. You drive. Your values drive. The things that are important to you, let them drive, not the BS.
So what I'm hearing is forgive, but don't forget. And if I can't make a bigger vessel any bigger, I want to be able to fit in these pants.
Yeah. Forgive and forget's like the dumbest thing in the world. It's so stupid. I hate that cliche. And you're right. It's wrong. Like you forgive, never forget. Why would you discount data? You're a trader. You don't eliminate data. You use the data. Which, by the way, this whole process I've been talking about of paying attention and your nervous system and yada yada, that's all data. So if you're, for these traders who are like, blah, whatever, have whatever kind of judgments of trading psychology, it's just data, bro. Like, deal with it. Your body's putting out data constantly. Yeah, accept it and work with it instead of letting it destroy your career or destroy your your stomach because you're so stressed all the time.
Or your day.
Or your
relationship. We're going to take a quick look at what's going on in the markets right now. So if you'll put my screen up, we'll just take a quick look at what's going on. We've got the S&Ps, basically centrally located inside the range for today right now. Really kind of the similar situation here in the NASDAQ, which has been holding above VWAP, which I currently have the session VWAP at 18,955. We've got crude oil, which had a kind of a pop before the close, just kind of coming off and settling. Just a lot of information coming out about crude. Traders likely looking at the information that came out, kind of digesting that. We all know that there was some information came out, pushed prices higher. It's kind of come back off of that, back inside yesterday's range, trading basically very close to settlement. This would be the NASDAQ. Sorry about that. We're looking at crude oil right now. So yeah, that information came out, and we had that big pop, and it's really just kind of settled into a digestive state here. In the gold last night tested down to that previous weekly kickoff low, tested and traded around this week's weekly kickoff low, and is currently just kind of holding a little bit off the highs here, seeing some very short time frame trend to the upside, higher lows, higher highs. We'll see if it continues. So again, just a brief look. I don't see anything that I'm interested in trading in the house account here. If somebody does, let me know. Let's go back to Sean.
Yeah, Sean, I would love to hear how you take those emotions that we're just talking about, that anger and fears. Don't be afraid of fear, right? We need to take it and embrace it. And I would like to hear how we grab those. We can say what we do, like don't be afraid of anger, don't be afraid of fear, but now how do we translate that and grasp it, use it to our advantage to assist in our trading? What are your thoughts on that?
So if you have my whole the big thing I teach, I'm speaking generally to people because remember my background is very clinical. So if it was just you and I speaking, you asked me that, I'd ask you about your mother or whatever. I'd ask you about your whole life. But generally speaking, there's a process you can engage in to work with those things. And for me, it starts with looking at my psychological macros first every morning. What's going on in my life? Is there stress? Is there transition? I just found out that someone I went to high school with passed away, who I was kind of close to back in the day. So I'm going to take that stuff into consideration. and every morning I kind of look through and you know, how are my relationships? Am I stressed about that? Am I stressed about whatever? I start there, and then I work right down to how am I feeling. I have some herniated discs in my back, so like how am I feeling physically? How did I sleep last night? Start there, and then I literally have an emotion wheel. I can, if anyone wants it, I'll DM them this stuff. Where
Please do.
you know I'll look at the emotions and like you know what am I feeling, because sometimes they're hard to verbalize. We're not really taught to do that, so I identify them, and then I rate them on a scale. I have a scale of negative to positive, -5 to +5, because feeling too good is problem trading as well. Don't forget that's a very hard one to I think that messes with people the most. So that's sort of the very basics. Oh, and also I literally write down what are my prioritized values for the day, what's on my mind today for what I'm doing, and that helps with perspective. So to answer the question, what all those things do is they help to bring perspective, which helps to change the relationship with the emotion, so that when it's in perspective, it doesn't dominate. It doesn't. You can be more objective because you're considering the whole picture, and that's how you change. I'm forgetting if that's what you asked. That's how you change the relationship with your emotion.
Yes.
Does that answer your question?
It did, and before we go into John, let's throw something right from me. This is what I do, and chop it up. I try to forget the trades, not forget them, but I don't look at trades as, hey, I lost 3 in a row. I don't look at them as I have a losing streak, because I put one trade and it lost it. And the next trade, it's always a factor of 1 for me. Now, I told you that to tell you this. My emotions, and please say what you will, I get really sharp really fast. I have a very short fuse, and I'll just blow up and then I'll let it go. And I'll get really mad, but then I'll come right back. We're talking 30 seconds or so. Is that a good approach, or should we just try to even keel that out and analyze it? Go for it.
You know, it depends. It depends on a couple of things. So it depends on where your anger comes from. What are you angry about? And I'm not asking you to answer that necessarily, but you know, if you look back at your life, like where are things I might be, what created reasons for me to be angry? What am I disappointed in? What or who let me down? Whatever. Or you know, it doesn't have to be so psychological. It can just be, you know, whatever. You're mad at the world. There's probably something with the anger. Or in the case of trading, it's often an appraisal of yourself. Like, I should have done this, or I'm an idiot. Why did I do that? So you got to look at those things. But I think the best general answer that applies to most people for what you're asking is there is something going on. There's something creeping in long before you have the 30-second snap, and that's what you got to pay attention to. And that's why I talked about, like, from the drop from the morning, I'm, you know, looking at what is going on, assessing what's happening in my life, so that I can pick up on patterns, and knowing that's something I call the feel score. You know, am I in the negative range? Am I in the positive range? And I have a rule: I don't trade outside of negative or +3. That because I'm higher probability to tilt if I'm not tilted already. So I just don't trade, and then I do certain things to bring myself back in that range. And why that would, so what that does is, if you're doing that constantly, if you're doing that regularly enough, that can change the relationship you have with anger, because you'll probably start to pick up on things that are irritating you, or you're judging, which is usually yourself, that might short circuit it. That said, the upside of anger, it's not okay with you to lose trades. You're not all right. You're not all right with it. Like, you want to do well, and that's fine as long as it doesn't tilt you. If it drives you to trade more disciplined, if it drives you to learn something new, if it drives you to take trading psychology more seriously, or do more work in that realm, then beautiful. So it's also what impact does it have on you? Because anything related to your mental well-being is about quality of life, or quality, in this case context, it's quality of trading. And quality of trading does not mean green or red. It means following your rules, trading the setups that are best for you, trading your favorite plays, and not trading bad plays. And that, when you're respecting yourself and respecting your family and respecting all the things that you're working on in your future to trade, that will probably lower it. And if it doesn't, maybe the anger is functional. Maybe it's useful for you to blow your top for 30 seconds. Maybe that regulates you. You have to be honest with yourself about that, and ask the people around you, who knows you best, who loves you. They're going to have the best information for you, probably.
And it's also the other way. I want to go to John next. It's also the other way too, not just the anger of or discipline, reaction of losing something, but winning also. It's the same way. If I have a really good high celebration, like, wow, hey, I did really good, but then I forget about that in 30 seconds also. I try to keep it even. It just goes through both ways, Yeah,
that's
John.
very wise.
Thank you. What do you have, John? You're just an even keel player all the time. What do you think?
It does take a lot to piss me off. It's been a long time since I really felt any kind of rage or anger that I felt I could not control, like punching a wall or throwing a computer or throwing a table or something like that. I think I've kind of grown to a point where, I know that none of that is in my best interest. So I'm going to be, just as even keeled as I can, as certainly from the outside, but from the inside, there's always things that are going to upset you, expectations that aren't met, all of those things. And, after 30 some odd years of trading, I think I've pretty much seen it all. So I know that, like Sean said, it's just one day. It's just one trade. It's just one thing. And there's a lot of time to continue to learn and to grow and to get better at what we're doing here. And so, there was one day on the trading floor, I was working with Topstep. There was a trader that was just all over me about how wrong we were and how everything was wrong and everything's terrible and this and that, the other thing. And, this he could have barely traded, and he's telling me about everything that he knows and refusing to listen, and he's getting upset. So I just kind of listened, and at one point I was like, okay, I'm done with this. And I just picked up, I had a headset on, and I picked it up and I threw it on the desk, and Michael was like looking like from the rafters. He's like, wow, I never seen Hoag get upset like that. So he came down. He's like, don't worry about it. It's fine. And I've, I've never been a person who's been able to hold a grudge. I've always lived by the idea that, yes, forgive, but don't forget. If something happens that pisses you off, well, you want to try and not let that happen again, so you can let go of some of the sting, but don't forget. So that's where I think my vessel, Sean, as you put it, my vessel that, you have to keep expanding to hold on to those memories so that you can not put yourself in that situation again, is full of memories of them. But I try not to carry the anger. So it's, that's where I think the forgiveness comes in, and forgiveness is for everything else, not us. It's not for everything else. It is for us. So you do something, so you get mad about something, accept it, feel it, and don't forget it, because you're going to be able to use that at some point in the future. Just really, 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 I'm really in alignment with that. I think I've always kind of said it a little bit differently than that, but that's, you gotta remember the things that happen, good and bad, and so you can create good things happening again, and you can remember what happened the last time. And we were talking a little while ago about what we call the hierarchy of decision making, which is, in process, winning trade. What are the most beneficial trades and the most detrimental trades? Did you want to get into that a little bit, Sean?
the most beneficial trades and the most detrimental trades.
Mm-hmm.
But sure, the most beneficial being following your rules.
Yes.
The most
Here it is.
detrimental being right. Is
It's
this
not pretty, but here it is. I've got it on the screen now. So a number 1 trade in process, winning trade. A number 2 in process, losing trade. These are both positives.
Absolutely.
No, number 3 is an out of process trade that loses. That's the least damaging of the damaging trades. The most damaging is out of process, and it's a winning trade.
The worst.
The worst.
The
Why?
worst. Because it reinforces ineffective behavior. You're reinforcing the low probability trade. You don't want to reinforce the low probability trade. You want to reinforce the high probability trade, which is number 1 on that beautiful graphic there. We were joking about that before, but
pretty.
It's but extraordinarily important, and that's all that matters, right? And that's the problem, is reinforcing ineffective behavior. Getting lucky because you think you're going to get lucky again, and that's not how trading works.
Well, it worked last time.
Exactly.
Okay, Sean, I want to switch gears just real quick. First of all, we get the ES pushing up. It's clearing 55.50 right now, and the NQ is up over at 19,080. We're pushing up, and it looks like the high of the day, I'm going to eyeball this, is right around 19,115. So we're getting up there, and if we know the NQ are only 25 or so points away, it's not going to take very much longer to get up there. But the high of the ES is around 55.65. That's going to take a little bit of push, but they are making new highs and continuing to drive upwards as we look at it. So with the trading, Sean, I would like to ask you here, 7 years of trading, but you got into futures on what you had called that during a bear market run. And I'm going to make an assumption, correct me if I'm wrong. Was that during COVID time when just everything fell out of bed, around March of 2020 there or so? Yeah, fill me in.
No, the bear market. I maybe I worded that poor. The bear market after COVID, 2020. What was it? Q2 of 2021 or 2, when we had the one. Yeah, that was when I got into futures. I traded commons and options, and then was with the. I'd never traded a bear market before, and decided I was gonna try something new because I was having trouble with the volatility. I also traded, my options trading was a little shorter dated then, which I think is a terrible way to trade options. Personally, more power to you if you can trade them, but I think less time is not good. So I decided to adjust then, and I really am glad I did. It's been learned a lot about trading from going and learning market structure theory and TPO charts and footprints and all that kind of stuff that now helps me see the market in a very different way. So that's
what was the biggest change between those? Yeah, what was the biggest change going from your your longer term options trading to futures in those high volatile times with the big bear market push?
The biggest change was I realized how much better I am at playing the short side, and how much. So, like, if you analyze my terrible Topstep evaluation, you'll probably, I bet you 90% of the trades were longs. That's not how if I scalp, it's short. If it's an uptrend day, I trade the pullbacks. That's just I think I've decided, I don't know if this is accurate, but I've decided it's because I've been trained to look for problems my whole career, and I can see problems in the chart easier than I can see good things in the charts. Short run. So, if I'm looking at a footprint chart right now, or my 10 tick range bar chart, because I like to get rid of time as much as possible in the
my man right there
in futures. Yeah, time's overrated. Although that said, I do look at TPOs. But that's more for levels. So anyways, I think because I am trained to look for problems, I just discovered I was better at downside. I have some weird satisfaction in making money when things are going down. I don't know why. I think it might be sort of a stick it to the man thing or something. You know, screw you, Apple. I'm going to make money off you losing money or something like that. I'm not sure. But there's so much opportunity to trade downside in futures, even on a uptrending day. So that's been a good thing. I always feel comfortable with that. And the reason I brought up so I try to do the opposite, or I kind of do some things to get stuff out of my system. Sometimes on those avails, but I've been attempting to just try longs all the time because I'm so geared towards trading short, which obviously in this market is not that useful, and is why I've been more of a swing. I've been swinging more this year than anything else.
Was it a frequency bias from when you started?
Both futures and options. I'm sorry.
Is that some sort of maybe a little frequency bias from when you started trading?
You know, that's a good question. I don't know. That could be.
I mean, you know, Sean, it takes, you know, people learn to trade in big uptrends, right? I saw the NASDAQ pit at the Merc, you know, during the tech bubble. I mean, all you had to do was stand in that pit, wait for a pullback and buy it. You were making money. It didn't matter.
Yeah.
But when things blew up and price started going the other direction, they didn't know any other way. They just knew to buy pullbacks. When those pullbacks kept pulling back, they lost a lot of that money that they were able to make on the upside. And I think that strips a lot of people's gears in any time frame, is when there's a major market state change, like you know, a big uptrend to a big downtrend. It takes people to adjust to that. And you know, it strips a lot of gears. It's difficult to change what's been working, especially when it's been working for a year.
Yes, and if you were asking if the switch to futures, the frequency bias, I would say yes, because I also liked instant settlement, but after that first quarter, I remember very clearly, because I had a pretty nice Tesla short for a few weeks of Q1 of 21 that I was real happy with, and I was like, you know what? I was really euphoric. I had huge trades like that before and given it back. Even at that point, that would be 4 years into trading or something, 3 years, and I was like, I do not want to give this money back. I got to figure out something else to do, because this market is screwing with me. The VIX is, you know, making it more difficult. I wasn't at that time thinking about longer term options as much, except for, you know, in like the SEP IRA or whatever. So that was definitely a factor. Yeah.
That's really good. We just had the market sell off just a little bit. NQ dropped down to 20. Yeah, rejected off of 19,080 right there. And I pulled up the ES chart as well. Just when I like, literally, it was just so funny. Remember, we just said right at that moment in time, hey, we're just pushing up higher and higher. Markets are going up. And then as soon as we flipped off, oh man, that red eye, isn't that something? Isn't that always something? But we can kind of see it coming. We see some consolidation on the ES between 48 and 50. It just consolidated. These are range bars. I should be range bars. These are tick charts for anybody that's looking. So we only had about 1134 to 1140, roughly 6-7 minutes of consolidation on the ES, and then in 3 minutes later, we ended up losing 15 points, almost 20 points out of it. So there you go, Sean. I don't know if you took that or not, or saw that coming, but I know you're in the middle of an explanation. That's not a problem.
Yeah, no.
Thanks for sharing that update.
I am a big fan of VWAP projections, trading standard deviations of VWAP. That's kind of what I try to do, trading futures, and then take levels from the TPO, and also obviously the higher time frames. But that would have been a trade I'd look for. Plus, it looks like I'm looking at an hourly chart right now. I've kind of got stuff off to the side. I'm trying to stay focused on you guys. But yeah, I like VWAP projections, VWAP plays, I should say.
Nice. And with deviations. Go ahead, John.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was going to say Anne Marie likes those deviations as well.
They're great.
So how does somebody get in contact with you? How does somebody work with you? I really like our conversations. I really feel like we hit it off really well with you, Sean. And
definitely,
how would I get in touch with you?
Well, you can respond to the email I sent you 4 or 5 days ago. You gave me your email address, and then when we were on the air last time, and I didn't get it written down, and I asked the guy that you correspond with about the chats. But in all seriousness, soundperformancepsychology.com. And I work with traders in different formats. I work with people one-on-one. I work with people I do classes every month that run for 6 weeks. They're pretty in depth. And I just finished testing a 9-month beta test of like an online community kind of thing where I do group coaching twice a week and all that. And I literally just opened that up to the public. So those are all different ways, just kind of what suits you. And those ways also offer a big variety in terms of affordability, because I like working with retail traders. I like, as we talked about last time, the new accessibility to trading and what that means for trading psychology and the new issues that brings in. I want to be able to work with anybody, not just people who can afford, one-on-one. So those are the ways.
That's great.
Soundperformancepsychology.com.
So it's solid performance psychology.
Sound performance psychology. Yep.
And we just put that in the chat for you. There's a pin at the top of the chat for your social. It's your x.com Sean Sound Psych. We can just click on it. And then the social that you just had there, soundperformancepsychology.com, is also in the chat. I'm going to link that up for you as well.
Yeah, I'm terrible at social media. You follow me.
Yeah, me too. I don't do it.
Yeah, I do it, but I'm not very good at it.
Well, Sean, I apologize. Sometimes things kind of get lost in email. I get so much spam stuff. I just kind of click it, and I will find it. And
I had the opportunity to bust your chops, and I took it. I had to.
Hey,
you got to put it right out there. Had to swing
it. Well, he said it earlier that he likes taking pleasure on things like that, right? It's like you're gonna stick it to Apple. I guess you're not an iPhone guy. I'm not. I'm an Android. I have a Google Pixel, so I'm an Android. Same boat. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, again, my apologies. No anger, just a little embarrassment.
I'm sorry. Maybe I shouldn't have done that.
Not at all. Not at all. I would have done the same thing.
Yeah, we're all friends here. So, Sean, what is it? We just got a couple minutes left. Talk me through one of your setups, one of your trades. You talked about VWAP deviation bands and playing those. So, what is it that you look for? Are there a specific time frame? I know not time, which I'm on there with you, but time frame. Like you only trade US, you trade the VWAP from the Asia Open. Let's walk me through one of those trades. We got about 5 or so minutes left, so
sure.
Go for it. Chat, love to know.
Yeah, let me move you guys to a different screen so I can look at my screen and get a proper time frame up. So my VWAP is anchored to the 6 p.m. open. So the full session. I have 3 standard deviations, and I use the regular volume profile and then an hourly volume profile on the other side. And I think I prefer mean reversion. I think that
typical profile guy.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's easier
going against the trend.
I would say it's easier to rely on the market reverting to the mean, and it's very natural for me to think because humans revert to their mean too. Our human tendency is we revert to what we know. We repeat childhood stuff. We recreate childhood situations in our partners or whatever, and that's just a way that I look at the world. So it makes sense to me to look at charts that way. So there's nothing better to me than a confluence is like, it's at the 3rd standard deviation of VWAP, and you know, it's towards the edge of value area, or it's you know, coming up on, not only is it coming up on, you know, maybe this even, you know, a second standard deviation of VWAP, even a first, and it's coming up on single prints. You know, what's the price action going to be there? And I'm probably going to counter it. I'm going to assume the singles are going to cause some reactive buying or selling. So those sorts of trades are probably my favorite. That said, I do like to eliminate time. I do like to trade level to level in swing and futures as well, because it causes me less stress. And I think that the main thing to consider in your trading psychology is what stresses me out, and be honest about that. And of course, have enough you got to build. Sometimes you got to build enough emotional intelligence to know. But I just know those are the trades that stress me out the least, is going level to level. And those levels would be decided from TPO charts, from just good old, you know, support and resistance, and a couple of little tricks to the trade I've learned recently. One beautiful thing about doing this is, especially doing it for a few years now, I work with some people. I work with a very wide range of people, and I've worked with some people that have taught me things about trading that blows my mind, because they've been on Wall Street, they've been for fun, you know, they work for for firms, whatever. So there's a few other tricks, but anyways, sorry, I'm going down a little bit of a rabbit hole there. It's mostly the extension and reverting to the mean is what I'm looking for. I do like the 30-second opening range trades. You know, if it's over that, I'll be more looking for longs, and then until it's extended. But I'm still not as comfortable taking something that is, say, it just hops over the 30-second opening range. I'm not that comfortable taking that. But if it's rejecting the bottom of it, I definitely like the downside way more. I'm just much more confident in seeing a problem on a chart, and that's why, you know, with the evals and stuff, I like to practice the opposite, because I want to expand my repertoire. I don't just want to do that. I want to trade more well-rounded. When it comes to scalping, for swings, that's a different story. Does that make sense?
We should all know what. Yeah, it does. So we should all know what 2 standard deviations from the mean means, and we mean it, right? Is that how that works? John, you got about a minute. You want to run anything else past our guest here, Sean? Then we're going to move on to the next segment.
The one thing that you were just talking about, you're doing the opposite of what you would normally do in the trading combines. So you're trying to expand your repertoire, and if your repertoire has, you know, been making you money, why kind of change that in the trading combine? It's just another account you can build.
Well, that's a really good point. It is actually.
He got you back with the email comment.
No, it is a really good point, and I think once my client was on here that originally kind of got me on here. Hey Dan, what's up? It got me thinking, because I had played with props a long time ago, but it got me thinking I need to understand what these guys are going through more, because prop trading is different. There's, you know, it's a different dynamic, and you know, I liked having skin in the game, but you know, when it comes to futures trading and just trading downside, if I'm doing all right, but it would be, if I could trade both, I think it would be a lot better. I think it would also help me be a better performance coach, and that's got a lot to do with it. I want to know what experience more what these guys are doing that I don't do, because I find that it helps me with my work with them.
Awesome.
But
awesome.
it's always good. But which honestly, Hoag, that question makes me rethink a little bit what I'm doing. Maybe I'll just trade downside and try to get some payouts from you guys.
Hey, may as well.
That's the way to go. Sean, we're going to wrap up the segment, my friends. Great answer. We appreciate all of your comments, all of your expertise. We get your links in the chat. Please go and check out his sites and his coaching. I have seen some of it and saw him on here before. Love to have you on. This is a special, John. It's always good to be on air with you. We're going to wrap up real quick. We have coming up next, Shoulder Cap with Jack and Ben. And right after that, Dobie is doing group coaching with David Green. You don't want to miss that one. We'll see you next.
Thanks, everybody.
Hello, traders. Welcome to Shoulder Tap. I am Jack, joined by mustachioed risk manager, Series 3 passer, Mr. Ben. How you doing today, Ben?
I'm doing well, Jack. Having a good day. What about you?
I'm having an excellent day back here, as a matter of fact. Couldn't be going smoother. So we'll see how
That's
that
always
goes.
good to hear. Unfortunately, things have been rough on the live boards today. We always start off with some shout outs, updates on our live funded traders. Reluctant to use the word bloodbath, but there's a ton of red on the boards. And a lot of it is gains that were turned red ultimately. People that were up in the morning and ended up giving that back. Tough, I think, in the equities, kind of some tough price action to read and people getting on the wrong side, just continuing to trade and not seeing it that well. But we'll go through some updates. Down about 10,000 on the house account. Rips his DLL. Deanna down right at 500, almost just a little bit less. Nick for a tick at DLL. Chung was up big this morning, ended up taking a U-turn and hit the DLL. Missed that one. Our anonymous trader up $63,000 has kind of been flirting around right at that 60,000 mark. Continuing to put on trades. So we're monitoring that in communication with this individual to make sure that they lock in, more than half of that profit on the day. But right now, sitting up $63,000, which is quite a whopper of a trading day. Kai Chun C up almost $17,000 in live. Pin Sin was up this morning, hit the DLL, and then Rafa was up almost $14,000 at one point. Is now down $150. So pretty brutal day outside of very small pockets of sunshine on the live boards. It's been a tough one to say the least.
I can definitely see how, despite short life access, 7 in a row, good trading, how people could get chopped up today, especially because I was watching it live, is that whipsaw in the stocks off the 9 o'clock number was something to behold. Whether you're trading a range or a trend, there were opportunities to get blown out both ways today. So congrats to those who made money, especially the anonymous 60K Baron, but also good if you limited your risk. So hopefully you're all green out there.
Yeah, and before we jump into trading cards, if I could say a quick piece about that, it's something that I've been in this position for long enough now, and I've seen really sharp trend moves followed by a reversal the following day. I think that reversal, while big trend days, kind of easier trend days to follow, like yesterday, result in a lot of people making money. Yesterday, a lot of our live traders were profitable. When it the next day kind of turns around and goes the opposite direction, especially if there's some chop in there along the way. That's really, really difficult and typically leads to, significantly more red accounts than green accounts on that following day. So for whatever that's worth, 1,000-foot view, that's a trend I'm noticing. People having difficulty when there's a really, really sharp move one direction in one day, followed by a U-turn the next day. If you don't see that continuation or whatever the case is, it might be good to pump the brakes and exercise some caution, and certainly take profits while you have them, because we saw some traders up that have now either paired those gains or given it all back and then some. So it's unfortunate, but we'll talk about some of our live traders. We've got 3 live trading cards on deck today, so we can pull up Philippe first.
And as we get to Philippe, I just wanted to reiterate for everyone out there that they never make it easy to do these trades, right? Because there's a good chance when we look back at this daily candle today, when all's said and done, it'll be like, oh, you got your rebound, just buy the next day. But if you bought this off the open, you took a lot of heat. I'm talking about the futures market open last night. Things are never easy. But Philippe, let's talk about you.
Yeah, Philippe, we've got 3 NASDAQ traders up. Philippe is the first of them, trading with us from Switzerland. And in a 150K live account, this one, Jack, I went back, I was doing my research, and the last time we had featured Philippe on a trading card was back in April. when he was originally getting transferred into a live account. Philippe has been in this account for 104 trading days completed, and we have positive expected value in this account with an average daily P&L that is positive $55. Okay, so over time, he's making money in this account. There's some variability there, but that's the bottom line over 104 days. Averaging $55 positive per day is a winning formula. Where I'm disappointed is that there has not been a payout request at one point in this account. Across the entire time, Philippe has traded profitably and qualified for a payout very early on. There are 57 winning trading days in this account, not a payout request. That is really just makes me kind of sick because the whole point of this is to pay yourself, right? Of course, there's the challenge and the game of it, and there's something to be said for that. But you can, if you're just looking for a challenge or a game to play, on a computer, video games are just a fine substitute for that. And it's not something that's going to toy with your emotions, most likely in the same way that trading can and often does take a lot out of you over time. So I'm not really sure why there hasn't been a payout request here, but this is sort of my public call to action for Philippe to request a payout. That's the number one takeaway here. And then there's, profitability. We liked what we saw in the XFA, called him up, featured him, back in April at that time, and was, singing his praises. Here we are again, profitable trading over time. Not the prettiest card, certainly, but hey, 57 profitable days in a live account is great. And we are, a higher P&L today, or higher account balance today than we were at the beginning of the account. So all of those things are commendable, but ultimately it doesn't mean a single thing unless you pay yourself. Something else that I noticed that I've been really zeroing in on in evaluating these reports is that relationship between the P&L high and where you close on the day. We've talked about that over and over again over the last couple of weeks together, Jack. And there are several instances of pretty significant profits, that end up turning around on the trader. Now, it's not always, for example, up $1,900 and then turning around and going all the way to the daily loss limit. It's not always that far, but very often, $1,000 to $2,000 of profit somewhere in there. This trader's allowing that to go back down to break even basically for the P&L on the day, taking a $150 loss or, an $80 gain, kind of a scratch day when you were up, a couple $1,000. And that amount, is really kind of right in the pocket for them with an average winning day of $1,880. So getting to that market and letting it slip away from you, there's a handful of days that happened. I think if we were able to capture or walk away with those profits on those days, Philippe would be able to take a payout of roughly double the size that he's, qualified for at this moment in time. So something to keep in mind, just ratcheting up those gains as you go higher up the ladder. That's a conversation that we had with Anonymous earlier about being up 63,000. You can't, it is completely unjustifiable to walk away on the day with $30,000 of profit when you were up 63,000. So whatever that scale is for you, or whatever that high point that you're comfortable with, as you get closer and closer to that, call it personal daily profit target, which is something mechanical you can actually set for yourself if you'd like. But as you get closer to that mark, you really don't want to give up 30, 40, 50% of those gains. That's a recipe for bumming yourself out and also not taking home the profits that you earned on good trading. So something to keep in mind and a recipe going forward. I think Philippe can clearly maintain the live account, having been in it for, pushing 6 months now, but got to find a way to maximize those profits, but pay yourself first and foremost, and then we can worry about that and work on that going forward. Jack, this was a kind of a gem of a trading card to go over. What stands out to you?
This is an adventure. All right. So, Ben, I'm totally with you on the please take a payout. And also, the reason being is that this is a very circuitous route towards $55 a day, right? Lots of swings, lots of losing 3,000. Like I will give credit where credit's due. It's 104 days. If you have 104 days trading, I think you kind of know where your strategy is getting you, especially if you're making multiple trades each day. I would take a payout first and foremost because this is my big piece of advice. You Philippe, after 104 days of making $55, you don't need to trade with as big extremes as you are to get that $55. In fact, it seems to me it's kind of, and pardon my French here, but it's like your I won't say that. Your nether regions are this far from the bandsaw, so to speak, because yeah, you have a positive balance and $55 a day. But if you go on a streak now of losing as much as you seem willing to lose on these days, it will evaporate very, very quickly. I am literally impressed by this card in that the 104 days and being positive, but I think that you can have the same results or better with a lower personal daily loss limit, and a lot less stress, lower blood pressure, all good things for your health. So please take a payout, cut your personal daily loss to like $1,000 until you can average over some time more than $55 a day. This is a lot of work to be done to be where you are. So take a payout, size down. Who do we got next?
Yep, let's move on to Kai Chun, who you may recognize the name from our live trader update at the start of this segment, where Kai Chun is up at last check about 16,000, 16,500 on the day. Massive winning day. Absolutely have to lock in the majority of those profits to remain in contention. Jack, this is one of the more extreme examples that I've ever seen of a club DLL. It really kind of grabs you the second you pull up the trade report. 7% winning days is
special,
kind of impressive almost impressive in a bad way. For number one, being able to not walk away with profits that frequently, but also to maintain an account over that period of time. While not taking profits on the day over and over again. I will spare you because we have 46 trading days completed, I'll spare you going all the way through each of those. If Kai Chun were to close any open positions, lock it up, walk away with profits on the day, right? Exactly where he's at currently. He'd have roughly $43,000 in total profits in this account, which would be across 4 of the 46, I guess, including today, 47 trading days. It'd be 43,000 in profits. The losses in this account total somewhere in the neighborhood of $44,000. So very kind of crude math, down about $1,000 in the account after 46 trading days, and after having 2 trading days now of right around $17,000 worth of profit. So I can't dream up a more stark example of how residing in Club DLL is going to lead to misery, or at least really, really stint your profitability over time. There's not a ton else to say here other than the amount of daily loss limits is just unacceptable. The good news, the silver lining, the positive thing about this is we're only one $200 winning day away from taking what could be a very big payout. So I'm really hopeful that Kai Chun's listening to this. Has maybe someone in their trading group or community that says, hey, let's take the $15,000 payout plus whatever it could be, and live to see another day, right? Because if you take that payout now, you can really live and trade a little bit more freely, breathe a little more freely, and probably get back on the right track. There's obviously room for improvement here, and I think just the sheer lack of profitability over time tells us something. We really need to kind of dig into what the strategy is. Jack, I can tell you're chomping at the
I know
bit.
what the strategy is. I can see it.
Well, one other thing that was really puzzling is the hold times for what is very consistent losing days. The hold times on these trades are hours long. On the winning trades, it's 5 hours. Losing trades, it's 3.5 almost. So there really needs to be some additional. I'm not sure what the formula is, what's missing. It could just be the technical analysis needs to be a little sharper. As far as price levels or whatever the case may be. But putting a trade on, sitting in it for a few hours, a day trade that you're in for a few hours, and losing that regularly, something's going wrong. Either the strategy isn't being followed, or the strategy needs to change realistically. So that's all I'll say. I'm not going to beat up on Kai-chan too much. I'm sure he's feeling really good today and should for being up this much. But now it's time to really work on building the account balance. Now that we're pretty much at scratch on the account balance after 46 trading days. So what do you have on this, Jack? I'm curious.
I can already. Okay, it's rare that we can see exactly what someone's doing here. From the Big Lebowski, say what you want about the tenets of Kai Chung. At least he has an ethos. He is doing the same. I can see exactly what he's doing. All right, what Kai Chung is doing. He is in a 50K live funded account. Okay, he is doing 2 contracts at a time, and he is increasing whenever he gets into the positive P&L. And that's why when you talk about a pure DLL card, it's like out of 44 these days, he's up. He had a $2,300 day. He had an $8,000 day. And I thought I saw like a $17,000 day.
And a $17,000 day plus today is roughly $16,000. But he's maintained active trading up until even the beginning of this segment. I'm not sure where he stands currently, but
well, hopefully, one thing. He's really stretching the limits of. And then everything else is down $1,000 at least. At least it's a consistent strategy. What he's doing is he's putting on 2 lots of NQ. And he's at least doing what I tell people. I've seen more reckless cards for people that are into Club DLL. But then if he gets the room from going a little further, he keeps on putting more NQ on, with presumably the goal of having a big day one direction. Now, today, I would guess that he probably started either overnight or early this morning and was long. But whatever you're doing, I think you need to, even if you're going to play this game, if you're looking at what the results are, take the 16K today as a gift. You need to dial back and start with a 1 lot, even if you're going to play this game, because you seem to be getting stopped out way too much in that 2 lot of NQs, which only gives you what? What's $1,000 divided by 40? 25 points in the NQ.
That's a 30-second bar.
Hey, I'm not going to tell a wild stallion how to act. I don't even know if I should really say this on Shoulder Tap, but my advice, hey, if you're going to keep on doing this, start with 1 lot. That's it. Will it work? Maybe you'll get lucky, but
Jack, we're on the same page. I had a thought, and I actually decided to holster that one. I think this could be more reasonably successful if it were being done with micros, even. Because like you're saying, if you're going to add to the winners, that can work. But the problem is you're not having, with such a volatile product, you're not giving yourself room on the downside to let it breathe as it works for you. So.
You say he's up,
could even be an option.
You say he's up $20,000 today or something?
At one point, it was up 23,000. Is at last check about 16,500.
Being up $23,000 when you start the day with a 1K limit is a lottery day. You have gotten lucky. You made some good trades. Take that money now. Take some payouts, and we'll go to the third card here. I don't want to dwell on this anymore.
Sounds good. Let's move on. Yeah, we'll end things on a positive note here. So, Landon M has been trading quite well in this live account. Nothing really spectacular other than I have noticed over time as I'm monitoring these, live traders throughout the day, that his name is consistently showing up, in profit, and the account balance is growing. I'm noticing that it's larger than it was, a week ago or 2 weeks prior to that. So that in and of itself is commendable when you kind of stand out amongst the crowd as just a row on the screen, so to speak. Land has been trading well. Trading the NASDAQ, $188 of profit, average daily P&L. And we've got some good winning percentages. The reward to risk ratio is about 0.5 to 1, so risking 1 to make half. That is, in this case, has led to some profit. You got to take it with a bit of a grain of salt with 18 trading days complete. You probably see those numbers equalize, all things remaining the same over time. But the 5 trades per day, taking profits when he sees it, that's what I've got written down here. Just comfortable walking away with profits. The losing days look like they run away from him a little bit. He's hit the daily loss limit a couple of times. That's really, kind of killed him. But overall high win rates. If we can find ways to minimize the daily loss limits, cut them in half even, there'd be significant additions to the profit, what is already profitable trading in this account after 2 traders who have yet to take a payout and a number of trading days completed in the live account. Landon's paid himself $10,500 in this live account and is eligible for another payout currently. So, Landon, you're doing well. As we always say over and over again, there's room for improvement. Do your own analysis. Look at your statistics. Talk to our coaches. Talk to our community. There's so many ways to, improve upon, edge that you're showing and profitability that you're showing. But you're doing well, man, and continue to take payouts. Take another one into this weekend and keep it going. You're doing really well.
Yeah, this is a good card, Landon. As usual, like maybe trying to sometimes get in trouble digging yourself out of a hole a little bit, but who doesn't? Not all of us can be Linda Raskey or Paul Tudor Jones, but overall, it's good. This is like my eye bleach after seeing that last card. So, great stuff. Well, we should end about now, Ben, because we got David Green joining us for group coaching with Dolby, which should be a good old time. David Green's the man. So, with that, Ben, have a great rest of your day.
Likewise, Jack.
All right, stick around. We got group coaching with David Green and Dolby coming up right after this.
and welcome to group coaching with the one and only David Green from Wall Street Global Trading Academy. David, how are we doing today? Looking sharp in your TopstepTV hat.
Yeah, we're doing great. A little last hour or so, it's been kind of just calm after yesterday's, I don't want to say debacle, but yesterday's pullback, we'll say. And today, I think everybody's a little tired, especially now, lunchtime. Everybody's just kind of hanging out and doing
you think
absolutely.
So? Got this ES though, kind of hanging out by 55.32 evens. You know, I think we're gonna break down or a bit higher there from 55.30s.
Let's see. You want to twist my arm? It looks like we go lower from here, but I'm not betting on it. We're kind of consolidating it. Consolidating at these lower levels.
Yep. Well, cool. We got some questions. Chat. Got to be honest, we only have one question in, so we're just going straight to chat for most of these questions. So this is audience participation all day today, baby. So for this one question that we got, it was from Ray, and the question is, what is a base hit? It's something that we talk about a lot on TopstepTV. What do you consider a base hit for your trading? Probably kind of varies from trader to trader.
Yeah, it does. It depends on, what people's goals are. For me, I'm a very conservative trader. I'll do 2 contracts if I'm doing the ES or the NQs. And, think about it this way. To get our accounts qualified, we need $3,000. So especially as a beginner, if I make $300 a day, I'm making 10% of where I need to go to get qualified in the account. That's a good day. That's a good day for me. So when we talk about base hits, it's getting into a trade and trading that trade. It's not getting into a trade expecting to make 50 or 100 points out of it. It's a base hit, singles and doubles. That's what I've done my whole life. That's what I've done my whole career, even when I was on a Florida exchange. You'll see people that post things where they're making a lot of money, but you can bet they're having days where they're losing a lot of money also. So to me, I don't look for the big home runs. I mean, occasionally, if we can get into a trend trade in the futures, which doesn't happen very often, those are the ones I'll let run a little bit more than I normally would. But I'm a scalper for the most part and just looking to make singles and doubles are little bits of money that add up to bigger amounts at the end of the day, the week, the month, and the year. That's what singles and doubles are.
Singles and doubles add up to runs, right? It's Moneyball. There's a whole 100%. Movie about getting on base. Brad Pitt was in it.
Yeah, and what I would say also is don't get out over your skis. If you have a good day or two trading 1 or 2 contracts, you can easily give that back in 10 minutes when you size up a little bit and go to 5 or 10 contracts. So it's a progression. It's all just a natural progression. You start out, with 1 or 2 contracts, whether it's in the MES, the ES, or the NQs. Journal all your trades, as we talk about every single time that I'm here. Find out what your hit rate is. Find out which trades you're better at. And that's when you start increasing your size.
Yeah. So speaking of increasing size, WCCI 1224 in chat, what makes David add size and when does he know when to reduce size? A nice little segue
That's a great question. Really good question. I am doing, when I'm looking at my technicals, okay, so I'm going to do the same size trade on every single trade that I do based on what kind of technical setup it is. So whether I'm looking for, one of my regular moving average trades or a trend trades, I'm going to use the same size that I do on every single trade that I do. Okay. Mm-hmm. When I will adjust is like this morning for the first half hour, 45 minutes, the ATR and the NQ, which is the average true range, was about 45 to 50 points. Okay. So when I see the average true range that gets spreads out by 45 or 50 points, it's going to make me a more conservative trader. I will look for different levels rather than the ones I might have close to where it's trading. And I won't be as aggressive when I see that. Because when you're talking about a 5-minute bar that has a 45 or 50 point range, you can get yourself in a lot of trouble, even doing a small amount of contracts. So that's one of the big things I look at is the ATR, whether it's ES or whether it's the NQs. And when I see it spread out greatly, it's just going to make me a more conservative trader and back off a little bit. If we're nice and calm and things are approaching one of my levels, then I'm going to do the same size that I do on every single trade that I do. So, watch the ATR, see how volatile we are, and adjust accordingly to that. And there are even times, guys, when we see things that are moving greatly, we don't know why. I mean, we have so much geopolitical stuff going on right now. that, a couple of times during the day, you'll see a 50 or 100 point move just come out of the blue. If I start to see something like that happening, it's okay just not even trade. I'd rather not trade than be wrong in a trade and hope that something happens. Yeah. So it depends on the volatility. The bottom line, it depends on the volatility.
Yeah, thank you so much for that answer, David. A couple follow-up questions here in chat. Referring to the ATR, you use the standard ATR 14 period, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. No adjustments, just the way it is, just the way it comes right out of the factory.
Correct.
Cool. Another question here from Sohail in chat. What time frame do you use to draw the volume profile? The VH, VL, and value prices differ based on 5-minute, 15, and 1 hour charts. Do you even use the volume profile?
I'm aware of it. I don't really use it, but I can tell you that I'm always starting on a 5-minute chart when I'm looking for some of my trades. We have the NQs here. So this is a 5-minute chart of the NQs. If I have my technicals on a 5-minute chart that fits one of my trading techniques, I don't have to go any further. If I don't have any support or resistance, I will just quickly go. I'll go to my 15-minute chart, see if my moving averages change. So here, let's go back to the 5-minute. I'm not a big volume profile guy. The only time I will really look at volume is when I'm looking for a momentum trade or a breakout trade, because I have to have volume in order for that trade to work. So that's the only time I'm really looking at volume. But just switching a couple of time frames here, right? So right now I'm sitting on a 5-minute chart. You can see I have no resistance up to my double top up here, which I have a little order I laid out. But if I go right to my 15-minute chart, okay, you can see I have my 200 EMA at 19,160. So all I had to do was go from my 5-minute to my 15-minute, and I have a little resistance up here at 19,160. If it gets up to that level, I will use that level to make a trade. And when we're really moving around a lot, okay, then I'll go to my 30-minute, my 60-minute, my 1 hour, my daily, my weekly, when we're looking for levels, which sometimes comes into play. As a matter of fact, today, when we got to the lows down here, about 18, whatever this was, 18,830, not sure it's going to show on here, but we had a level at around 18,840. It might have been daily, might have been weekly. Let me just see if it shows on here. Trying to see. Yeah, it was right here. We had a little level here, right around 1848. And we got a little bit below it on a 5-minute chart. Okay, let's go back to that. Down here. Okay, we got like 10 points below that, Nick. And that's a big level when I go to a weekly chart, right?
Yeah.
We got like 10 points below that, and we went straight up 100 points from there. So that was a nice level if we went to our weekly chart. And sometimes you have to, even during the day. And you can see it's right here. Boom. I mean, we basically bounced off that almost to the penny on a weekly chart. So when we're moving a lot, that's when I'll go to, my different time frames. Yep. And very often we're going to find spots on there that we won't find, on a shorter time frame. So I use that a lot.
Perfect. Thank you so much for that answer. And also, great question. I forgot to write down the names, but I do have the questions here. Okay, so if you're trading MNQ, when is a good time to scale up, and when should you go to minis? At one point, eventually the commissions can eat up your profits due to MNQ having higher commissions. So what's your suggestion to a trader looking to make that switch from MNQ to NQ?
Yeah, I'm assuming we're talking about a beginning trader if you're trading the MNQs, right? So the only time, and again, let's go back to journaling, guys and girls. It's fine. I actually recommend doing the MNQs or the MESs or whatever you're comfortable with at the beginning, okay? The time to scale up is when you have a proven track record, right? I've kept my journal for a month or 2 months, whatever it is, and I know what my hit rate is. I'm making money on 75, 80%, even 60% of my trades. And I'm following my rules once I get into that trade, i.e. stop orders, getting the most out of the winning trades, okay? And that's when you move to the next. You move to the ES. Look, NQs, that's not something that people even have to get involved in. I mean, I love it because I love the volatility, but you got to be extremely patient and extremely disciplined. You can certainly make a living trading the ESs, no question, a living. You can certainly do enough damage trading the ESs to get your accounts to where they need to be. So, the answer to that is practice on those, journal all your trades, get a proven track record, and that's when you start increasing your size. Because what will happen is if you're kind of floundering with them and then you just go to the ES or the NQs, that's going to be a recipe for disaster. It's just going to be. So for practice purposes, finding a system that works for you, I highly recommend starting out with the MNQs or the MESs. But like you said, the commissions are going to end up eating you up, which doesn't matter at the beginning. It really doesn't. It doesn't matter. But you increase when you're showing yourself that you're successful and you're following your trading rules. That's when you increase.
Perfect. That's an excellent answer. I hope you all are listening out there, because that is some knowledge and wisdom. This question is from Joe. Who's this question from? This is not from Joe Black. But anyways, I will find the name eventually. But David, I love moving averages that you use, but tend to use a MACD over the RSI, as it helped me before using those moving averages. Is there anything I'm missing in this strategy? It sounds like, what's the difference between RSI and MACD when it comes to those moving averages that you're using?
Not much. Okay. MACD, RSI, Bollinger Bands, they're all basically showing the same thing when a stock may be overbought and when a stock may be oversold. I always tell this to everybody: use the one that's working for you. David Green doesn't have the holy grail of technical analysis, right? Nobody does.
And what are you doing here?
That, David Green has no ego when it comes to trading, okay? Over the years, weeks, months, if someone comes to me and they show me again that something is working for them on a consistent basis, i.e., I'll go back to journaling again. Hey, Dave, I've been using the 30 EMA, and what I've noticed is a lot of times that works. It works a lot more often than not. Someone told me that about a year ago. I put it into my technical analysis. So whatever is working best for you, and again, there's really no difference between MACD, RSI, and Bollinger Bands. They're just so when something's overbought and oversold. I'll give you an example. If we look at my charts, okay? If we look all the way up here when we made the highs today in the NQs, right? My RSI got to about 73, 74. I usually look between 70 and 80 to get a reversal in the NQs. This is also what we call almost a far from moving average trade, where it got really stretched out. And more often than not, when you see these RSIs stretch this much, look what happens. Look here early in the day. We were stretched right at this point. We pulled back. We were stretched right at this point. We pulled back. And we were stretched right at this point, and we pulled back. That's one of my favorite trading patterns to look for when things either get overbought or oversold. And the way I get into this trade is so we don't have to average in and try to pick the spot, because that could be a recipe for disaster when you're waiting for this to what you think makes its high. The way I will get into this trade is just wait for a little confirmation bar. So if we go here, when we were at 19,061, we started to get a little red bar, and we pulled back 45 points. So wait for that little confirmation bar. And then I have a very tight stop. If it makes a new high above that, I just get out of the trade and look for it again. Same thing here. Wait for your red bar confirmation, okay? You got your red bar confirmation at 19,100, and we had a 50-point pullback. So that's how I use the relative strength. That's what works for me. If you're finding that works for you with MACDs or Bollinger Bands, more power to you. Use what works for you.
Yeah, that's the best advice. Just use what works for you. I think Hoag also said, dance with the one you brought. So if you do one thing in the trading combine, try to do the same thing when you get to the funded level. Don't all of a sudden switch it up. Another question here. Oh, that was from Mike Y, by the way. That was from Mike Y in chat. This one is from Jenish. In your opinion, is there any benefit of looking at a chart that is based on price versus one that's based on time? I think it's time charts versus maybe tick charts or range bars. I think that's kind of where Jenish is.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think so. Okay. Again, I use what I use. But if you find, I hate to keep going back to this, Nick, but it's really the same answer. If you're finding something that's working for you on a consistent basis, I don't care if you have, no moving averages on your chart and you're using volume profile or you're using, candlesticks, looking for a Hiroshima or a reversal candle or, there's 9,000 different candlestick formations. If that's what you're using and it's working for you, then that's what you use. Shooting stars and dojis and all that stuff. Some people don't use moving averages at all. They use candlestick techniques. And that's fine too if it's working for you.
Yeah, I mean that's definitely the right answer. Just got to find out what is working for you. Here's got some questions from the forum here. What is the significance of above below bid transactions on the dome?
That's a great question. You better have the answer, Nick, because I have no idea.
Autumn, that is a great question. I'm hoping H, who asked that question, is in chat so they can specify. But I can rephrase this, and we can play make believe a little bit. So let's rephrase it to say, what's the significance of large liquidity above or below the current market?
Yeah, I mean, that could be a couple of things, okay? I'll give you a perfect example. When I was working on the floor, and just for a minute, I was working on the floor of the New York Stock Exchange. I was a market maker in stocks, okay? So I made the actual market in the stocks. That means I decided what to put up there for a bid and an offer, okay? Totally up to me. And if I had a position, a big position, let's say I was short a lot of stock, I could technically put an offer out at the last sale for 100,000 shares or 50,000 shares. And a lot of time when people see that, they shoot against that order and they'll get short against it because they see a huge order there, right? And they don't think it's ever going to get above that. So they start shorting the stock or they start putting in orders to sell. And basically you can manipulate the market that way. Not illegal, because if someone came in and bought that, I'm responsible for it. Right. So if someone actually came in and said, okay, Dave, you're offering 50,000, I'll take them. And I have another 100,000 to buy, then you're in trouble. So it's hard to know when these big liquidity orders are real and when they're not real. I don't put a lot of stock in them personally. All right. Because like I just said, you can shoot against these big liquidity orders and then they disappear. And now where you at? So it's not something I pay a lot of attention to. In stocks, it makes a big difference. Futures, it doesn't really make a big difference.
Got it.
I don't
Got
know.
it. And then one last question here. Oh, maybe two questions. See how fast we can go. This one is for Black Balak. Hello, are you checking the daily base bias or just trade the momentum? If yes, how do you do it and which indicators do you use? Thank you.
Yeah, I'm always looking at daily, weekly, and monthly charts, especially if we're really moving all over the place. But only important when we get out of range of where we are. I'm always starting on my 5-minute chart. Okay. So anything that gets out of range on my 5-minute chart where I don't have a support and resistance level, that's where I'm going back and looking at longer term time frames. So it's not real important to me unless we have a big giant move like we did yesterday, right? And we get to, a daily or a weekly level, then it's important to me and I'm going to trade off those levels. If we look at yesterday, and actually this morning, I think it was, we got exactly to that weekly level. I'm jumping in almost every single time I see that. All right. And that's, under unusual circumstances when we're really moving out of range, that's when I'll go to my daily and weekly charts. But as far as when I wake up in the morning, yes, I'm going to look at daily charts. I'm going to look at weekly charts. I'm going to look at monthly charts just in case they happen to hit those levels. But I'm concentrating all day long on my 5-minute chart. If I have enough there, I'm good. If not, I go look for something else.
Nice.
I'll tell you one thing, Nick. One more thing I'll add to that.
Sure.
Okay? Be aware of the economic news that is coming out every single day. All right? That is mega, 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 mega important. Because that's when we can see some of these giant outside moves that can maybe hit daily, weekly, and monthly levels. Friday we got the unemployment report coming out at 8:30. All right? Am I going to have a position at 8:25 trying to guess which way it's going to go off the unemployment number? 100% not. Right? So I'm always reactive to those things, not proactive. Find the news. I use tradingeconomics.com. There's tons of them out there. That is the first thing I look at in the morning. I want to know what's coming out economically. So I'm not sitting there at 8:30 and seeing a 150-point move in the futures and scratching my head and say, why is this happening? Right? So, and again, you could be more conservative during those times too. So that's mega, mega important. Always look and see what's coming out during the day, especially in these times, right?
Right. I mean, yeah, I'm like, I'll yes and that. In addition to, it's also important to know when those events are, because let's say they're on a Wednesday. Let's say everything is piled into a Wednesday. Monday and Tuesday might be a little bit slower, a little bit more range bound. So if you have like a breakout strategy, but you didn't do your homework on Sunday, you might go into Monday and Tuesday thinking, oh, it's breakout time, baby. But if there's news on Wednesday, it might keep everything bottled up until that news ends up actually coming out. So something to be aware of. David, we have a little bit of time left. Can you tell us about Wall Street Global Trading Academy, and can I share your email with Chad again?
Yeah, a couple of things we'll do. Wall Street Global Trading Academy is the academy that me and Peter started. We teach people how to trade. We have a 15-hour course with 200 hours of archives, and it always includes lifetime mentorship. We get together every Thursday night, and we talk about any problems that people are having. We go over trades. That is forever. It is included. We are about 90, I'm going to say 80, 90% futures now, as opposed to us trading stocks for a long, long time. So we're all about futures. We have a 90-slide presentation in our course, of course, featuring Topstep, 100%. So that's our academy. What I will do, though, Nick, also, if you want to post my email, if anybody wants, I'll give everybody here a 5-day free trial. Come into the room, hang out with us for 5 days, look at our techniques, see if you see anything you like. If not, you'll learn a whole bunch of stuff anyway. So shoot me an email, and I'll send you guys out a link, and you can come hang out in the room for 5 days.
Oh, that's wonderful. David, so generous with your time and willing to help all traders here. It's so nice.
100%.
So nice. Yes, David does have a Yahoo OG email. David is, in fact, an OG, but both of those links are in there. There's one for Wall Street Global Trading Academy, and then there's one for his email. You can email him for a free 5-day trial. And then if you want more David, you don't even have to go anywhere. Just hang out for like another hour, and he's going to be right back here for Power Hour. So looking forward to having David back so he can chop it up with the boys, take some trades, and see if y'all can make some money. But coming up for our next segment is Patience with KV. It will be Hoag, KV, and myself, and we'll see if we can find some trades today in the house account for this 1 p.m. session. David, thank you so much. We will have you back in just an hour.
Always appreciate the opportunity.
Hey,
see you guys in a little bit.
We'll see ya.
You know what happens every Wednesday, 1 p.m. Central Time. Man in the middle, KV, a segment called Patience with KV. KV, what's happening, my man?
What is not happening? That's the real question. Everything's happening on this market
You tell
right
me,
now.
you tell me, KV, what is not happening right now in the markets?
It is volatile. A lot of ups and downs. A lot of places where you could get caught up very quickly. So let's see how this session goes. But it's been a very volatile week.
It has Dolby Time. Just saw him on group coaching with David Green. Excellent job as always. Dolby Time's got the keys to the house account open.
Vroom, vroom.
Vroom, vroom. Last trade in the NQ, 19,000 even. In the ES, 55.30, now 55.29 half. Keep an eye on that. See if some levels come into play. Get the check marks there. And perhaps take a trade or two. Depending on the price action. Let's take a look around the board here. Last trade in crude. Back beneath $70. Last trade, $69.42. Gold, a little quiet today, I'd say. Last trade, $25.24. High of the day, $25.31. So about $7 off the highs there. But we are seeing some lower lows. Here we go. Some selling coming in the ES right now. Last trade, $55.28. Real quick, Beige Book just came out. So the highlights of Beige Book. Prices and wages increased modestly during the reporting period. Contacts generally expected price and cost pressures to stabilize or ease further in the coming months. On balance, prices increased modestly in the most recent reporting period. Seems contradicting, but okay. Well, there's some highlights there, of course. Beige Book, not really a market mover. Well, you're seeing some selling here. Take a look at tilt. We got 70% short in the NQ. 71% short in the NQ. Average price, you see at the bottom of Topstep X here, 1908. So we are in the money as we continue to sell off here in NQ and ES.
We are at a strong demand zone on the NQ. We bounced a few times during lunch hours here on the NQ. Okay. So I think the shorts might be a little bit early. Obviously, they're trying to get better prices up here, which makes sense. But there's still a little bit more to go on this demand zone. 77, so 977 is the last level for the demand. If we can take that, I think we see a quick sell-off here, but there's still demand. There's still demand on NASDAQ.
In the NQ, KV?
Yep, on the NASDAQ. Mm-hmm.
Okay, where'd you see that demand zone?
Right here, from 11:30 Eastern all the way from 12 at 13. About an hour there. About an hour of demand.
Yeah, look at the prices around 82s, 80s, 18,980-ish. Is that what you're seeing, KV?
80, yep, 80-ish or 82s. Mm-hmm. Okay. Key level, and look at the buyers coming back up right now as well. If we see some strong demand, I'd be looking for some longs here, especially with the tilt being 70% short. Plus, we are at daily view up, trying to come back higher. So there is a lot of confluence.
Okay. All right, Dolby, we got a check mark for perhaps, well, we got to see how it comes into these prices, but around 18,980.
Okay.
Yeah, check right there. We do have VWAP, though, at 18,965 is what I'm looking at. Some demand like he was talking about.
Yep, no, we held it. We held that view up pretty well.
Yep, they jumped in around.
Looking for longs, right? And can we do the same thing in ES? They look almost identical. These markets are basically.
There's the demand came in there.
Different.
Gotta be fast. Want those good prices. Those TVs at Best Buy, they don't stay on sale forever.
I like that.
I think we kind of missed the sale price by a candle there, but let's see how it goes. It's been crazy with the 1 minute candles for the past hour or so. So that's the only concern. But the zone is there. The buyers are there.
Maybe some people will return their TVs and we'll get a second chance at getting long here.
Yes, that would be very nice. Up here.
So KV, let's say we did get long 81s in NQ. Where would your stop be to invalidate the trade?
75.
75.
As long as
Oh,
it
that's pretty
holds,
tight
yeah,
stop.
75. If we put 74, just so it's not one of those round numbers like 75s, 80s, and so on,
Got
like
it.
74.
Yeah.
Because if it doesn't hold 74, the way I look at this, I mean, there's not much to hold this, especially looking at the previous price action. So
74 stop. Okay.
doesn't make sense to hold below 74.
So just
That's a
to
5-pointer.
let's put up a poll here in the chat. House account. NQ long 18,980. House account. NQ long 18,980.
Let me know, Dre. I got an
Will do.
itchy trigger finger, man. Itchy trigger finger. I've been waiting to put on a 50 lot for like 2 weeks.
And the buyers took it back up and above 19,000. Yep. Into last trade 19,011. Came in around, look at the 5-minute. It dipped into 984. 984 demand zone, like KV was mentioning.
Not really making higher highs yet. It's like kind of trying.
It's trying.
Yeah.
The wicks are there.
Yeah.
Longs, I don't feel like longs are risky because the stop is tight. I would say shorts are a little bit risky because this could pull back so much more in terms of shorts. Like for shorts, we have the trend line from day high. Like honestly, if you take a short here, you should be willing to hold until 060 up there, which is a much more steeper pullback. So in terms of like risk, it's a little bit more wide on the shorts.
It could be some people, some in the chat. This is the pop to short, saying dark cloud cover trader. Okay.
And now look at the longs there. Yeah, that was a good one. That was a good bounce there.
Would you like shorts then at like 40s? And actually, either you could do shorties in ES or NQ.
Mm-hmm. The shorts from the short side here.
These days, the price action looks so crappy until it doesn't. And you're like, oh my God, what did I just miss? Right? It just stays on those consolidations for so long. And when it seems clean enough, the move is already over.
Just, you don't know till you bet.
Yep. Wise man once said, "Don't be time." All right. Well,
wasn't me.
We'll see how this plays out here. And everything's pretty much in the rearview mirror. Beige book gone. Durable goods, all that stuff gone. Let's see, seller step in here. Should lower.
We might get a second chance here.
Yeah.
Does that make you?
Yes. Does that make me what?
So we're just
make you reconsider. Yeah. So make you reconsider. Yes.
Previous day close, the 020 level that we just rejected. It's the previous day close on the NASDAQ. Couldn't push through above that. It's they're weeks as well. Like from this kind of bounce that we just saw here, guys. I mean, simple conclusion is buyers are not as strong either. So we're kind of fighting both buyers and sellers here.
They have a range.
It's
no,
don't. Yeah, 5 minute. 5 minute ES is locked up. Yeah. Let's see how big of a range we can find though. Let's go to ES. Definitely on the 5 minute. 15 minute, I would say yes in 3 minutes. 30 minute, maybe.
Okay.
1 hour, no. 4 hour. In the middle of a range. Ooh, that's not good. Is that true? Yeah, we're trading pretty close to the middle of the range. If you go from September 4th, so today low up to high, the middle range would be 55.36. We are making higher lows on the 4 hour candle. Interesting. Cool.
On the 4 hour, you're saying we're in the middle?
Yeah, so if you go to the 4 hour chart on the ES, and you just take like a fib. I customize mine so it goes 0, 50, 100. So I really just want the midpoint. That's all I care about. So the midpoint of kind of this 4-hour range that starts yesterday at 1 p.m. Central goes the middle 55.36. So low to high of that range. So we're kind of in the middle, but we are making these higher lows on the 4 hours. So if we got below 55.21, that would be a new low for a 4-hour candle. So I would anticipate this. Yeah, 21 is kind of a far pullback.
Cool. All right, buyers, I'm going to give it
Buyers
another
stepping
shot
back
here.
in.
Yep, to the
Yeah,
upside here
they're trying
last.
again, aren't they?
55.32 last trade in the ES. NQ last trade 19,017. And that demand zone KB was talking about there at the 984. 984. Nice little 30-point winner if you take it right here.
Mm-hmm.
It was strong influence because if you look at what we had, obviously I had this key level here, the white line, 83.5. We had the low view up as well as New York session view up, all like stacked there, which is why we bounced again during lunch hours at 11:30, 12 p.m. there. So it looks like, I mean, buyers keep on holding this. I wouldn't say we are in the same type of volume and strength like that time, but they are holding it. And again, in terms of risk, still the longs do make more sense for risk.
74 price for the risk. If we do get long from the 84, I'm sorry, yeah, 74 would be the stop.
Yeah.
That's tight. I mean, that's a cheap trade, 1.5.
Yeah, I mean, right now, the way I look at this, around a 15-point stop is more than enough. Different from the morning. The morning was highly volatile, but with the price action that we've got right now, around 15 points is more than you want. Right there would be around 10, but even 15, it's more than enough.
Yeah, 15 points is a big stop. I think it'd be kind of tricky to get up to 50 contracts, for sure.
Like your headset told me.
Doesn't mean we can't do it.
No. Just talking out trades.
All we're doing, a little casual.
Yep. All right.
Casual trade talk, no big deal.
New.
It does seem like, though, Andre, watching and doing a little bit of house account stuff, it really does seem like these orders need to be in like way ahead of time. Way ahead.
Yeah. Placing the limit orders before the price gets there.
Yeah. I just don't think there's enough time. The market does not give good price enough time to be thought about. Like you have to get in right there because everyone else wants to jump in and get a good deal too, right? It's like TVs at Best Buy. Everyone's lining up to get the best price. And if you wait, all the sale TVs are gone, then you're stuck with regular price TVs. And who wants a regular price TV?
Yeah.
Nobody does.
Now we get them on discount. All right, look at the NQ tilt. No, almost 69% long here. Average price in NQ long from 19,015 in the money.
If it flipped though, I mean, when we started this session, right, it was 70% short, and
what happened?
That was closer to the bottom of the range there. That's why I said the shorts might have been a little bit earlier just because of the zone. So they were early. Conclusion.
Yes, approaching VWAP. I got VWAP at 55.36 in ES. Last trade 55.34.
Yeah.
You still might get tests of 20s and stuff all the way back down there again. This is definitely, I think it's like for right now, it's like for sure a see profit, take profit sort of situation, unless we ended up getting like insanely good price and we're able to hold a trade for a while.
The price action doesn't let you have. The price action doesn't let you hold a trade for a while. That's
no,
the thing.
No, this is very choppy.
It is choppy.
It's kind of a scalpy market. Wow, 5.9, almost 1,000 contracts sitting at 530 in ES.
Really?
Yeah. Evens and quarters at 530.
Yeah, are those real? Or is that just the algo? I know.
Another 5 sitting at 28s too.
Yep. Let's see what happens here. We did see a 1,500 lot come in on 55.40 on the bid, 1,500 times. That was filled earlier this morning. didn't even hide it. It was iceberg. They were iceberging it for a while. They got all their fills. They said, you know what? We're just coming with the whole order, and it was 1,500 coming in.
Yep.
The fill?
Yeah, they're filled again, filled and filled.
Yeah, maybe 20s, 55.20. You can see a stop run. We have that really long. What is this candlestick on the 5-minute? This was the 9 a.m. I mean, that 9 a.m. candle was massive. But 45 down to 20, almost a 20.5-minute candle in the ES. Do wonder, are there any stops sitting below there, right below 55.21?
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, day low basically, right?
Yep.
Day low in your session.
Yeah. Because I'd have to think if you were a long-term trader and you were wanting to hold this thing for a while and liked your momentum earlier today, you probably have stops sitting below your entry. Let's say you got in around like 55.25 or even 55.30. You know, setting a stop below 55.20 seems like a no-brainer. So I wonder if those are going to be the cheapest longs to get out of their trade to offer liquidity to get back to the upside.
Talking ES Dole because NQ's.
We're doing the same, Dre.
Yeah,
it's the same.
NQ's getting back into our zone here of 890. I'm sorry, 980.
Yep.
Tilt is not there this time, so.
No, and I gotta agree with what NPT said there in the chat. The more it touches, the weaker it gets, right? So basic rule, right? The more a demand zone is tested, the weaker it gets because there's more orders that get filled on that area, right? So we had a lot of touches in the lunchtime. We had this touch a few moments ago as well with a lot of volume on the push. So it's definitely weaker this time. We need more buyers to actually bounce on this try right here.
Need the volume.
The
volume just doesn't seem
which is
like
not
buyers
have
any motivation to come in yet because they're still not getting great price. If you're a long-term trader, wouldn't you want something like 55 15s or 20s? It just kind of seems like we're sitting in no man's land. So if you're like a really big discount buyer of indices, I don't know if you're pulling the trigger here. You're probably waiting for better prices.
Yes, I think so. Anne Marie in Discord seeing 55.21 to 55.15 if we lose the gamma line at 55.30. Just like that.
Okay. Well, if we can get some check marks on something, let me know.
We're trying to peek below. We're trying to peek below the demand zone once again. Let's see what it does this time. If it breaks, I feel like we're gonna have a aggressive sell-off if we actually do break.
They do. Gotta find
look at the buyers again. Look at the buyers, same area.
Yeah, man,
they're not letting this go. And they're not even showing. I mean, on the push there, right? We had so many candles with wicks. It wasn't even that, that powerful. So,
that 5-minute range is hanging on for dear life in the ES. just still making those higher lows on the 5-minute. Buyers keep on just stepping in barely. They just can't make higher highs though, at all. So maybe buyers just accumulate here at 28s, 29s. Maybe they bail when they don't make highs. I mean, who knows, right?
Buyers are trying to defend in the ES. Crude selling off, new lows in crude. Over the day, 69.14. Last trade, $69.21. Nothing on tilt right now.
Buyer? Is Anne Marie a buyer of ES at 55.15 to 55.20?
Question. I believe she was saying it's a target if we break the 30s in the ES, but we'll definitely confirm. Hoag, if you don't mind.
It's just because, like, on these breaks, right? Like, kind of as KB said, like, if it breaks, you're not going to have time either way. You're probably not going to have time to get long, and you're not going to have time to get short. It was going to be
Anne Marie is targeting 21s to 15s if we break the 30s. Might be seeing...
But not a position, just an estimation
Target.
on price action.
Yes. So how do we play that?
I mean, I know how I would play it, but I want to know how chat would play it.
Or maybe you just don't play them, right?
Or just don't play. Yes, that's always an option. No trade is always an
That is
option.
No trade is an option.
Sell stop.
As long as the demand zone is still holding, again, I still favor the buyers, but it's not that strong either on the buyer
Looking
side.
weaker, yes.
Yeah, it's not. You just worry about one of those like teleport flushes, like a low liquidity teleport flush where it just like wipes everyone out in like 30 seconds and then goes back to VWAP.
Mm-hmm.
Shoot down, run some stops, get back up to, new highs or something stupid. Yeah, buyers back in again.
Again, talking about the risk, the longs are the best in terms of downside, because it's tight, right?
You almost touched your level here.
Those
Actually, we did
80s?
touch it. 981s. Yeah, we touched it for a second. We should have just put it in. That's a check mark, right? Should we just put it a 5 lot on that one?
Fiver?
It would have been quick.
A fiver? I know I should have just had it in. Well, this is the thing, right? Like when you're trying to like play ranges and you're calling out levels, like when it pulls back to that level, you don't have that trade in. It's not going to sit there. So you either got to
Right. No, yeah, either you're in or it's gone.
Yeah. And then when you look at it, it's like, oh, this looks like crap because we're like, an inch away from melting down, but then it bounces and it's like, oh, actually, it was a great trade.
The chat saying this is ridiculous. The price action has been crazy. So
yeah, I mean, hey.
I mean, if you're green on a day like on a price action like this, I'd be happy. I'd pat yourself on the back.
Ready, Topstep will have a 100K winning trade this year. I believe it. I definitely
gotta speak it into existence.
100%. Manifest it. We'll be going to manifest that.
Gotta manifest.
Yes. All right, tilt's at 50-50 right now, so nothing's showing there.
No one can make up their mind. That's the thing. The market can't make up their mind either.
If you're into 20-point scalps, NQ is providing a lot of opportunity.
To that point, Dolby, I see what you see on the NQ. It looks like it's somewhat trending down, but this demand zone that KV is talking about, I do see it at the 75 to 80 level. Go take it to 19,000. With the short,
higher lows. Other thing too is that it's higher lows like in a vacuum. It's not higher lows into a really big scary level. Right? When we were making higher lows into 55.65, I think that was like one of our house account trades. We were trying to get long 55.60.
Yep.
Like one of the things that was a little bit nerve-wracking about getting long so high up is that 55.65, if you go to a 4-hour chart, on August 28th, there was a candlestick that kind of shot down, and that's where we ended up resisting, was at 55.60. So it was stair-stepping higher into a major time frame on the 4-hour. But when you're stair-stepping higher, doing higher lows, and you're kind of in the middle of nowhere, to me, that seems a little bit safer for a trend trade, because there's not like a big level overhead that's going to like smash your face in, or like, or it's like do or die. It's like either we break 55.65 or we're retracing, 40 points. And there's like no in between. If you get to like a big level like that, like you have big players coming in and they're gonna move price and start doing things.
S&P's coming up to VWAP right now. Yep. 536 VWAP. Last trade 55.34. Tilt 50-50 across the board. KV says, hey, the name of the segment goes Patience with KV. KV, take any trades this week?
This week, yes. Today on the future side, no. The morning was very, very out of line. I didn't see a trend, and my first checklist, my personal checklist, right? I got to see a trend, and it wasn't happening this morning, so I just walked away.
What is on KV's checklist? Tell us what's on KV's checklist.
As soon as I walked away, boom, we saw the trend happening, the uptrend in the morning. But yeah, I need a checklist. First one is just find the trend. Second thing is just have that retest, right? I think I read in the chat as well, someone had something similar where they wait for that first retest and then they take that play. I'm usually similar, where the first retest is usually my entry point. If it works, good. If it doesn't, the risk is very tight compared to just getting in the trade when it's already breaking out. And I feel like that's what happened this morning as well. As soon as we broke out of that consolidation range, right, it just started going up. The only real pullback probably would have been around 1048 here. That was the first retest for that second move higher. But yeah, up to this point, I mean, 10:30, the first 1 hour, there was no trend, nothing. A lot of it got mixed up with the 10 a.m. candle as well, that we got the drop numbers this morning. So I just was like, this is not the day to be in. I just walked away. But yeah, VWAP, I do love VWAP. I mean, I talk about the VWAPs every session. So, and they do work. I mean, just look at it today as well. It's a very nice zone that's still working since the morning. So day low VWAP as well as New York session VWAP right there. Look at a nice zone. Look at it holding right now as well. So,
do you like shorts? I mean, we're back up to.
I don't know about shorts. Again, the only problem I have about shorts at this point is the pullback, right? What happens if it doesn't work? Like, where's the stop loss? The stop loss, it's like
somewhere higher. Yeah, right.
It's so high. It's so high. Okay, we could open, less contracts, right, just to control the risk, but you can't open a big position because there's so much drawdown there.
Yeah. Keep an eye on crude. Last trade, $69.13. Then we get into the $68 handle today.
Wonder how long it's going to take for those gas prices to go down, Trey. I'm sure they're going to take their sweet ass time like they do every time.
Sure do. Funny how that works.
Gas station.
This range is, we definitely got a range going here. Looking at the 5 minute.
Yeah, it's funny because, like, we were trading up at 19,020 and it's like, oh, it might break out. And then, 10, 15 point pullback just like that. Why you can't mess with you can't mix your momentum and your ranges. Those two things,
they don't
make the most, they're opposite sides of the coin. Two different trading systems. Momentum is like never going to feel good if you're range trading and you're shorting the top. It's always going to look the scariest when it's up at that price, and it's always going to look the scariest down at the bottom when you're trying to buy, but that's when the best deal is. That's when the TV's on sale.
Question, David Carty, when you guys say handle, is that the same as when I say handle, I'm talking about the $68. Like, currently looking at crude, last trade $69.14. So the handle would be 69. So if I just say crude's trading 15s or 14s, it's understood that $69 is quote unquote handle. But yes.
Good question. Great answer.
Coming up to VWAP right here in the ES. We got 70% long here in NQ right now, 71% long in NQ. 19,025 last trade.
The shorts are getting interesting.
Yes, they are. Top of the range here. Can we get a check mark? Can we get
Yeah, I mean, I got for ES 30-minute range high, 55.3750. So getting pretty close. But if we can get some checks, let us know.
They're in the money. They're in the money. The average price for the long is the NQ 19,014.
Strong candlestick too. I mean, definitely the vibe feels different now. Nice resistance became support. Switch sides, up and off to the races.
75% long NQ. That's a check. I think it's a check. Hey, throw a poll up real quick.
That's a check for a short, right?
Yeah, 20. Man, yeah.
Okay. So we called
NQ or yes?
NQ. I'm just watching. I'm going off of tilt right now. Just looking at the 72% long, around the 20 level.
Okay. Do we start stacking some offers then?
Good. Yeah, KV.
Yeah, as long as we're able to hold 41 or higher, right? So 41 would be the stop loss area. I'm good.
41s. All right, if we can get up there again.
Nothing lower. It's just
pull up in the chat. Short 19,000, 20. Yep.
All right, already down a cool 15 points from the poll question.
And then and then tilt
Gotta be clicking the buttons.
Oh, you gotta be so fast. You got
this tilt is evaporates.
Yeah, like we would want to have limit orders just stacked above 26. Probably like 26 to 40 with like a tight stop at like 42, and just see how much offer we can gobble up on the way up.
Yeah,
but these ranges,
they
do not give you a chance. Do not give you a chance. Got to be quick.
All right, 61% said yes. We can kill the poll. Thank you.
Yeah, we're now down almost 20 points. 25. All right, do we like longs now?
No, definitely.
You know
not,
what?
It was an interesting area for sure, but move too quick.
Yeah, like when it's low liquidity, you really just kind of have to have faith that the range is going to hold, because the momentum is just going to lie to you. Momentum is a lie. If you're range trading, I think that's like when I was like starting to range trade and trading combines many years ago, I would try to mix in like momentum into range trading, and it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Once you get to the extremes of a range, momentum it's like the Bermuda Triangle. You cannot get a clear read. There's so many people trying to change up their position or get in or get out.
Oh, you're doing great. Pull the chat. Can
Hoag,
be faster with the rolls. Here we go. Let's keep an eye on the tilt here. If you've maybe instant check mark for tilt.
Is Hoag like longs? What's Hoag like?
What's Hoag like?
What's Hoop like? Oh shit, we're starting to roll hard here. What's going on?
Look at it. Oh, yeah.
I said one side, going to the other.
Here we go. It's coming to VWAP here. 18,970. 77s. Showing a tilt.
So I have the 30-minute range high drawn. Yeah, good job. So remember, we're waiting for that 30-minute to draw. Well, it did draw, and we drew a 30-minute range high at 55.37, and then a 30-minute range low at 55.27. We basically just went up to the high, reversed, and went straight back down again. So 30-minute range high to 30-minute range low, 10-point move in the ES in 3 minutes.
We got a 500 lot sitting here beneath the market in the ES, sitting on the bid 55.25 and 3/4. We know how ES likes to go seek liquidity. Again, 500 on the bid, 55.25 and 3/4.
Oh, someone said megaphone. You got to be kidding! What time frame and product?
Like it. No, it's looking like it on the 1 minute.
Grab those 25s.
On the 1 minute. NQ on the 1 minute.
Got a check mark.
Buyers just up right back in.
Of course they are. They do.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, I see the megaphone now. Oh, the worst of the ranges.
Danger. Yep.
The old megaphone. I got my Dorito glasses on though for the occasion.
I saw those Dolby time.
These are the Dorito shades. Perfect.
Very nice.
Low liquidity markets that like to be range bound and provide Dorito and or megaphone formations.
Let's trade the ES 55.25 quarter. Keep an eye on the 55.25 and 3/4 bids. 500 lots sitting there. Will the market go grab it in the ES?
Yeah, a lot of liquidity down there.
Yeah.
I wonder if that size is still sitting between 21 and.
No one's been sitting there.
No, it's up to 25s now.
And
23, so about a 2-point range.
And filled. There's another 500 lots sitting on 55.25. Just saw 25 and 3/4 get filled 500 times. Now we got another 500 sitting on the bid. 55.25 evens. Market go seek that now.
Do we? Okay. Yep. I mean, if there's anything to learn from the session so far, is that the market will never give you time to get a great price. You really have to be forward thinking with your entries if you really want to get the best price, because if you wait for momentum, it's too late unless you are a momentum trader and that's your game.
Mm-hmm.
we gonna fill this 500 at 25 evens?
Yep.
Got
getting almost there.
5,100 currently traded there. Let's see if we go up to 5,600.
Saw 500 lot on 25 and 3/4. I got a 500 lot sitting on the bid, 55.25 and filled.
Filled.
Yeah, it's looking aggressive on this other side.
It really is.
Again,
I think they went to 20s.
It took the demand zone, so 20 is even lower. I mean, next level.
Now, all the liquidity is stacked. 20s.
Previous
20s are hot. KV.
Even
he's incoming.
For people still looking for shorts, I mean, it's tricky to take a short, guys, because it's just straight going down right now. A pullback is a little bit better for a safer entry, I would say. If we can pull back, just a short pullback, I'm not saying anything crazy, but just a short pullback, maybe at the 90 zone again, it's a safer entry for shorts. Right now, because it's so steep that we dropped from that 20 zone that, like, where are you going to put your stop loss if you enter a short now?
I mean, a short now is basically a momentum play.
Yeah,
you had to go to a 1 minute and be like, great, we'll short 974 on a pullback with a stop at 81 evens, and if it gets back above range, we're done. But you would just want like a retest, quick rejection, and then a move down to
that would be like
wherever
A+.
lower.
Yeah, I would close my eyes and click the short button. That's A+.
Limit order 50, 976, stop 5
selling
points, let run till end of day. We're gonna go get those stops in the ES though. I really want to see what happens at 55.20 in the ES if we get down there. I think things would really start to accelerate. So many orders. There's so many orders sitting down there. 3, 6,
Yeah.
8.
I wonder how the market will react because we're so close to the New York session low on ES and we're so far on the NASDAQ. Like, we're so far on the NASDAQ.
It's true.
So I wonder if we take
buyers
the day low on ES, how the NASDAQ reacts.
Hey, shout out to Mohammed in the chat. To win this move, either you have a big stop loss or you need to exit and re-enter multiple times to win the move. Or you need to be super lucky.
You have a check mark?
Who is that?
I won't cry, Mohammed. I won't cry.
Don't come crying to Mohammed. Basically, what he's trying to say there. NASDAQ stuck on VWAP right now. Last trade, 18,970.
Yeah. Big volume, too. On that down move.
Basically, we've just been watching tilt. This light volume. Tilt has kind of been the trigger. What could have been the trigger? I think, Dolby, we should discuss this. Instant check on if tilt gets above a certain threshold. No way.
I'm always looking for action, Dre. You gotta ask me twice.
We want those good setups, and they've been working. Obviously, these gonna be singles and doubles, like you were talking about in group coaching with David Green. Singles and doubles. That's what these trades would be.
There's kind of a retest if you wanted the short, momentum short. All right, it got right up to, 978? So if you're playing support becomes resistance, then that's kind of your short area. Looking for continuation down to, I don't know, I think 18,920 looks kind of interesting for a downside level.
Okay.
In the NQ.
Gotcha.
Check. Oh, some are saying going back to highs. RJ.
Really? This is a long, they're saying. Yeah, look, the tilt is slightly short. Yeah, tilt is slightly short, 61% in both NQ and ES.
We can get checks on longs. I mean, that's a pretty interesting trade. That would be the megaphone. If we really did truly believe in megaphone right now, then long is the play. Because we have now officially extended. We got almost 6 or 7 contact points on a 5-minute on the lower megaphone, and we got 2 on the upper.
What does that tell you? Something's got to give.
It means it confirms the megaphone formation. At least in my eyes, it confirms the megaphone. And if we are going to peg this as a megaphone, then we should expect this to retest 36s. So that would be a 10-point move, about say 5 to 6 points of risk.
On the tilt here, still 60% short. We have seen as high as like 70, 75%. It's a long. Or no, right when we came in, KV, it was 72% short, I believe.
Yep,
We came in
around 72.
higher. The megaphone. What is Dolby is looking for something there. Hold on. Dolby is searching for something there as he has his screen shared.
Should be there.
Yes.
I'm trying to find the megaphone. There should be a megaphone emoji.
It should be there.
Yes.
Has to be here. Hold on. Don't let me down. There's the laser. There's the tornado. The rainbow. Sports. Chat.
Timing. Buyers.
There is the megaphone.
Short 63. Yep. Shorts are still kind of slightly growing here in the ES, up to 63%, 65%, 67% short in the NQ now.
Okay.
Up to 70% short in the NQ. Racing against VWAP. What are we thinking here, fellas?
They're stacking up 70% short now. On
Average
NASDAQ.
price 979 in the money.
Can't find it, Trey. Can't find the megaphone emoji.
Can't find the check marks either.
Can't find check marks or megaphones?
73% short now in the NQ. We still like it. Well, I guess this would be, well, this will be our stop 960s last trade.
Here, I found this fencer. Maybe the fencer will poke this market a little bit. Get some action.
75% short.
I mean, if chat likes megaphone, this is it. It's just none of these trades are ever going to feel good, right? If you're trying to range trade, and they never feel good up until it moves in your favor.
77% short in the NQ. That's got to be a check mark. EV, you like it? Of course, no trade is always an option. We'll pull in there, Hoag, real quick. Do you like a long? Do you like long NQ from 18,950? $77 short. Average price.
That's a lot.
Yes, it is. Average price 972.
I mean, that is a check mark right there. On the shorts for NASDAQ. They're pretty high. Wow.
75% short right now.
The only problem right now, you're in no man's land on the NASDAQ. Like you're kind of in between two strong zones. The 911 and then the 990s up here.
Okay, there we go. We found the megaphone.
Finally got that. All right.
Yes. Yeah, so if you want long megaphone, 23s, 24s, yeah. That's it. It's a tough formation to trade though.
50s that have been the long price. Paper trading this just to see how it goes.
No check marks on bottom megaphone? Surprised. I thought chat liked the megaphone.
Ooh, no. Everyone wants to see how this plays out. I know. Dino says, go long here, Dolby. It's the house account.
House account.
Yep. No man's land indeed, Renee says.
Still looking to see if it's
Selling here.
21s.
Still selling. 21s and you look at 21s in the ES, right?
Yeah, I think that's where all the juicy stops are. If I had to guess. But if we megaphone, we might not even get down there.
We go. Ooh.
Nvidia is dropping.
Mohammed, NQ long from 945. 945. You got that? You got 4 5s?
Wow. That's nice.
I don't see 4 5s trading. 4 9s trading.
Rockstar flush value gap.
Oh, demand zone. Gotcha.
Where is the value gap?
Got you. Thank you, Mohammed. Not yet. Not yet.
No.
Watching the tilt. Man. Patience. Right, KV? It's all right. We're not going to go chasing.
No, again, especially at the price right now. I was looking for that pullback, kind of front run the zone I was looking at. So it got rejected at 980. I was looking more for 990s to take that short. It was a nice quick scalp, just front run the zone I was looking at. So got to stay on the hands. Plus 5 minute is you're not missing much, guys, honestly. If you look at the 5 minute, you are not missing much. It's not like you missed the move of the century and you're like,
nice little bounce here.
Yep.
Nice little bouncy.
Not the move of the century. Dolby says, yes. A little bouncy, yes.
The chat asks, who controls these algos? Oh man, that's a nice question right there. Who controls the algo?
Yeah, where do you start?
Interns.
Should we start from the top or from the bottom?
Hoag.
Jimmy C. Jimmy C nailed it in the chat. Jimmy C nailed it.
Yeah.
Kenny G, the world-renowned jazz saxophonist.
Yeah, the tilt got a little overextended there, but it'll be a quick one. In and out. We got about 8 minutes left here in patience with KV. Any demand zones you'd be looking for in power hour, perhaps, KV? In the NQ or ES?
NQ, so it's previous day low, 911. 911, that's what I'm looking at. If 911 doesn't hold, there's not much to New York session low down there. That's my 2 areas. So that's why I don't like this area here, just because we're stuck kind of in between these 2 levels I have there. Never like to trade between levels. So 911, I mean, until 911, either you're holding those shorts as long as this 990 zone is holding, or you're not even in position. Doesn't make sense for you to open something at this point. Like there's really no key zone that we have bounced from this area. Could bounce, it just, I mean, doesn't. You don't have like a check mark.
Yep. Dakota likes 920 demand zone.
Yeah, 920, 911, like that's a nice area down there. But anything earlier, I think it's just a little bit early right now.
Yeah.
If you're not already in from the highs.
Right. And now with only about 9 minutes left, maybe even less, probably like 5 minutes left. I mean, we're probably not going to take a trade at this point. Unfortunately. Tried though.
Hey,
I thought there was some good price action.
Hey, here we go. 72% short in the NQ again.
Again and again.
Again and again. Take it. Can we take it?
It's been flipping around quite a few times.
Yeah, in the money. Shorts are in the money. I feel like it's getting weak here.
Pullback rejection short would have worked at 127s if you like that move. That would have been a stair step short.
I like the 45s.
Give us some action, ES.
Volume.
All this size. Between 21 and 17. Thousands of contracts just sitting there.
In the ES downside? Oh, yeah.
They're coming to get them. There's 500, 500 at 16. Yeah. Hey, like it at 24s. You're going to love it at 20 evens.
NVIDIA's getting her hit pretty good right now. Thanks, Hoag.
Yeah, that's what they were saying in chat. Megaphone hanging on for dear life right now. I mean, we get all the way down to 55.16, then I'm
a
lot of questions.
What's that previous day low? Yeah.
Well, everything. Look, yeah. Previous day low would be 55.16. Yeah.
17 actually. Yeah.
Okay.
All right, keep an eye on the ES now.
You go big time frame, right? So 4-hour tested 55.60-ish, rejected that. So that's a 4-hour support becomes resistance rejection. So we should be thinking long time frame. So 20s could be interesting, 16s, and 08s. All the interesting levels for buyers to come in and support. They had to. Get below all that stuff. It could get pretty ugly for power hour, Dre. You ready for that?
Hey, ugly. I mean, as long as we got movement, yeah, we'll be definitely have the house account open in the power hour. We got a couple minutes left here in patience with KV. We were extremely patient, KV.
Oh my god! I mean, again, finger was itching. There were a few decent setups, but all flat, all flat.
71%
I think
short.
Clearly that pullback short was the overall big move that we maybe could have gotten a piece of. But just, when price is trading up there, momentum looks kind of bullish. Pulling the trigger on shorts and getting check marks on shorts is way harder. Way harder.
Well, again, everything is easy after it happens.
Yeah.
So
100%.
Yep.
Have you applied to Hindsight Capital yet? That was pretty good. That was pretty good.
Pretty much everybody.
Fit right in. Things really do get easier if you already know what happened.
yeah, that's the secret. That's the secret of the algos.
You just got to know. 968 would be a 3-bar reversal. I still feel kind of bad that I don't know if I could point out a 3-bar reversal yet. Dre, can you put on a 3-bar reversal?
I don't get to trade.
On a Series 3 test?
Oh, well, they don't. No, they don't talk about that in the Series 3, do they?
I don't know.
I haven't seen it.
Oh, so you've been studying them?
I have been studying, actually. I haven't seen that talked about once yet. Am I missing something? We're reading from different. Actually, got a beef with the book. We'll talk about it later. But
yeah, a lot of people.
They're still talking about like floor. They're still talking about like floor volume and stuff. And like, there's no. I got to crack this question wrong because we're talking about floor volume. And I said it was false, and the answer said the key said it was true. Because the book was written in the 80s or 90s, whenever. But yes, I have a beef with some of the questions.
Remember when the last time that book was updated?
Exactly.
They have like one person in charge of making sure that thing is kept up to date.
It's not up to date at all.
Yeah, it's not getting up to date. Yeah.
So we do got power hour
version 1.
Is it nice?
21 was nice. Nice little bounce. 5-minute range, super strong in the ES.
It was 45s. Mohammed liked those 45s. Tight stop. Hopefully he took that trade. Can look a bit scary or hairy when the market looks like it's going to catch the momentum to the downside. But right now the volume just isn't supporting these moves.
No, yeah. It's stuck again, right? It's just up and down.
So, all right. Well, it's going to do it for patience with KV. As always, hey, Dolby, we're locked. We had to couldn't pull the trigger. It's okay. But that being said, thank you so much for your time, KV. And as always, leave us with some words of wisdom before we hop on over to Power Hour. KV, take it away.
I mean, the big thing is, at least for me, is always define the risk. As long as you're defining the risk and positioning yourself according to that risk, there's really nothing to worry about.
Well said. All right, we'll keep an eye, see if these sellers keep going. Dolby time. As always, it was a pleasure. We got Power Hour coming up next. David Green in the house. You guys saw him on group coaching. Don't forget, we got Hoag jumping in as well. And last but definitely not least, Coach Dakota coming up on Power Hour next. Evie, thank you so much. Power Hour, let's go. man, I know you love it when you see these three. I guess these four, if you include myself. We got David Green in the house. We got Coach Dakota and Hoag. You know you love them, everybody. Click like, click subscribe if you love these three. Traded up on this power hour. In the break, we saw crude break beneath the $69 level. Low of the day, $68.95. My goodness, when's it going to hit the gas pump? Remains to be seen. But in the meantime, we got some sellers coming in here in the NQ. Breaking to targeting that level of 18,911. These guys were talking about in the break. Still selling off here. So we got the house account open. Hoag's got the keys to that. But anyways, I'll throw it to David Green. David Green, what are we looking at? What are your thoughts so far?
Yeah, I mean, that 911 is a big spot now. Not sure if I want to jump in now. It's late in the day. I mean, we're approaching almost at yesterday's lows again. If we break below these levels here, they can really punish them to the downside. So I'm kind of going to be on the sidelines here for a little bit.
David,
see what happens.
Porsche 911.
Yeah. RSI is coming in a little bit. We're about 29 now. So let's see if we can get down to the 20 range and look for something. I haven't broken these.
I concur. Yeah, I concur with everything. If we're going to get into a trade, let's just say this is just hypothetical. If we're looking for a long, I want to be getting in as we're going up, not as it's dropping. So
like that.
Waiting for that confirmation where we're gonna give up some price, right? We're not gonna, of course, try and catch the bottom. We're giving up some price to get more of a probable trade, and so
like that.
Yeah, we're continuing to sell off, making session lows in the NAS or the ES. The overnight low in the ES, as you guys could see, is right around 7.25, or 6 3/4, right? So I'm looking at ES. David, you're looking at the NASDAQ. I'm also looking at the NASDAQ as well.
Yeah, we're right on. We're exactly on the lows in the ES right now, almost to the penny. 55.06 was the low this morning. So let's see.
6.
Yep.
I still don't think we traded at 11 yet, but I'm not jumping in.
Just did there.
Yeah, we just
barely. Little kiss, yeah. Saw 09's trade. So okay, yeah. So we got 55.16. Last trade in the ES. These guys are watching those 11s. When I say 11, 18,911 they're looking for in the NQ. Ticks above that. Last trade is 12.
Like Dakota said,
oil.
I'd rather be buying on strength than weakness here.
I'm looking more short right now.
All right.
Want to see us up against the overnight low in the S&Ps, see if we accept below that. That would keep me in a short. But we're not in
What's the overnight low?
So.
What's that price, Hoag? Overnight lows?
Overnight low.
Please.
Well, that was at 0675.
Oh, 0675 in the ES. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, we are. This is a key level of support. Not very key, but it could be a level of support right here at these 16s, 15s, 16s. Let's see. Being patient, waiting. Stressing that trading is optional.
Looking at the nuances from yesterday with a late spike, we spent most of the day in the late spike. We looked above it. We couldn't re-accept inside value. We just took out the low of the day. We did trade above the initial balance so that kind of keeps things somewhat range bound. So you got to be cautious trying to be short here. If I were going to be short, I'd want it to stay below 2075.
If you're talking short, I got Coach Paul here, short in the ES 55.19, looking to cover at 55.07.
Yeah, on the range extension. And the Music Man called out the weak low that we had in the S&Ps very early this morning. Hey, Music Man, we just took it out.
Took it out for a coffee.
Yep.
I mean, the 11s worked for like 15 quick points. That was about it.
Hey, that's all you can ask for sometimes.
Yeah, no, you're right.
Zerk's looking bearish here. London Asian lows on NQ.
Bearish. Yep. Mohammed as well. Says, if I want to lose, I would like to lose in a short. All right, we got some more liquidity here in the ES. 55.14 3/4. Got a 500 lot sitting on the bid. Do we like to do? Got check mark
I'm
for
long
something
in the
right here,
Nasdaq.
right? Long Nasdaq. Okay.
I'm just gonna get in like micros. This is not a big position. For me, it's just looking bullish. We made a higher low on this 100-tick chart, and now we're looking to make maybe a higher high. Seeing if I'd like to see a push back towards 960s, 950s, but nothing very great for confirmation. We haven't had a 3-bar reversal on the 5-minute. Still patience. I'm getting in a little early.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm being
if I jumped in here, my stop would be at the low we just made.
Yeah, yep, that's about where I'm looking to close out. I do like a long above 29. 29 would be that long I would put my check mark on. For the house
29s?
account. Yeah.
Okay, check mark. Long 29s. Push up. Hoag got check mark for long 18,929.
That would kind of begin to create a 3-bar reversal if we did that, right?
Yeah. But until then, it's just waiting. We could just sell off and fall through, like we're talking about. This is at an area it's of interest. It's not a major one that's very attractive, but good enough for me to put one micro on.
We got room to 47 and 63 if we can get going to the upside.
I like that upside. 47. Okay, now we've got a plan. And risk would be 47.
The low of that pivot is like 06.
06. All right, got a trade idea in here. 29s, 30s. 30s.
Well, if you're looking at
31s.
S&Ps, the 5507s, Anne Marie and Coach Paul like that level. Coach Paul gave me an X here for that NASDAQ move. No check mark here yet for your NASDAQ
Not
trade.
a fan of that yet, but we'll see.
Right.
He had a nice call this morning. Very good call.
When we get up to 29, 30. Yeah, we get the little 30s there.
I'm with
you. Touch 30s.
This is where we should go if we're going to go.
I did add to it.
Yeah, this is where we should go a little bit if we're going to go right here. 44, 59, and then 80.
Got the check mark in there. Throw up on the poll. Christy, I don't see that orders in there anymore. 29s, we get them.
Yeah, it's just the algos now. Look at Dakota go.
Hey.
What I'm hearing.
I'll be short if we get up to the 80s. It'll be a nice
80s.
Yeah, I'm going to look to take profit in those upper 40s. Or if we
44 and then 59, couple of levels.
Yeah. Yep. It's one where if we don't go, it's like we want to go now. If not, then it's not worth holding because this is counter trend technically over the past little while.
Yeah. I mean, the 11s worked for 25 points.
They did.
Yeah, they did.
Oh, that is, doesn't matter.
My stop loss is now
44
22.
See if they can get, find some momentum. Volume's been very, very light last hour and a half or so. Make it tricky.
What's ES doing? Is ES
21s now.
Yep.
Still
ES is
hanging below the IB low. Just testing it now.
Yeah, and the reason why I'm trading micros, just so everyone knows, is I'm not going to give back any profits I've made. I'm up, about 17,000 this morning or throughout today, and I'm not going to give any of that back.
You don't want to go like total Vegas and risk it all?
Who says that?
Dakota?
Where they're like, when you're winning, add to it.
Big.
Yeah. Pull up in the chat. House account long. Thank you. 18,929. Quick last trade.
Dakota, it's not the money, Dakota. It doesn't matter what you're trading, it's a process.
Yeah, yep, exactly.
Yeah.
Yep, I agree. And I did just get stopped out right there for minus $12. $12.
There you go.
$1.
Cheap.
still like
The
12.
trade. You still like shorts? All right, we can kill the poll.
And we couldn't get near that 43. First resistance.
Million says we just rejected that his 941 level in the NASDAQ.
Short up there. All right.
Yeah, 43 was the 9 EMA. We just missed that.
I want to see the S&Ps fill the gap all the way down to 54.8775. That's what I want to see. I don't get to choose, but that's what I want to see.
So we'd like a short in the would we like a short in the ES then?
Mohammed's in the chat
Right.
here. Entry short for me now, 18,923. Target 18,880. And then looking at an 820 and a stop at 845 NASDAQ. Thanks, Mohammed.
You. Oh, real quick, I forgot, haven't gotten to this yet. We've been looking at taking trades. Upper left-hand corner of the screen. You guys know the drill by now. Those that are new, you see the hashtag Power Hour. Hit us up at Twitter. Hit us up at X. Hashtag Power Hour.
I'm
Share
seeing a
some
setup
cool
again
stuff.
when you have a chance, Andre.
We got a chance. We got a chance. Go ahead.
A break above 28, maybe a break above 29 on the NASDAQ to see this be a higher low. I'm looking for a higher low right now. We sold off down to these 22s to 26s, consolidating, and a break above 28, 29 would be the trade.
And what's the risk on that?
Yeah.
The risk could be like 18 or even down to 907.
12 points of risk on that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Any check marks? I know Dakota's got a check mark. David?
Check mark.
On a long
Cover
above
for
29.
long above 29. Risk of 06.
12 points.
12 points. 17s. We like that. We like long 29s. 18,929. What do you like that?
Yeah. Like, for example, I'm setting up a buy stop actually at 929 3/4.
Just waiting for check marks.
Got one.
You're in, Dakota.
Yep. I just got filled. So we'll see if this becomes a higher low and see if we can go and make a higher high above 41s.
What's that beeping? It sounds like my heart monitor.
Oh, hold on a second. Hold on a second. Let me do something here. What the hell is this? I got it. Give me a minute.
Dakota, what are you in for?
5 micros at 930. I'm going to close one out here at 38s. See if we could push and make a higher break above these 40s. I'd like to see us break above these 40s. That would be confirmation because that was a higher low so far. Right now, we're going to look to see if we can make a higher high above these 40, 41 area. I'm not really liking it too much, but there it is. There's
I think it's good.
Buyers coming in S&Ps.
Room to 56 now.
They might give us one shot here.
All right, we got rid of the beat.
Going here.
Yeah, look at the tilt 50-50. Nothing showing there.
Andre, this trading stuff is hard.
It's tricky, isn't it? It was easy. Everyone would do it.
Shut up. I don't want
They
to
told me. 40s income. We've got VWAP 18,965.
There we go. There's the break above the 40s. Let's see if we could. I'm going to close out a couple of them, and I'm going to leave a runner on, and then I'll trail this. See if we did get those 50s, those 49s. Next area I'm seeing is going to be these 70s.
Got a little resistance at 56 and then 79.
Mm-hmm.
Nice trade.
79, I will short. I will short a little if we spike up to 79.
Short 79s.
Yes. I actually had it out at 56, but we backed off from that. We got to like 54.
Okay. G.
Okay, so now we have low in the S&Ps, looking a lot friendlier for longs. What do you guys see for bids or opportunities for longs in the S&Ps here? Maybe low is
22's last trade.
2075.
Maybe a test of 21 or 21 and a half. And we are testing 22 right now. But yeah, possibly a test of the lower 20s, like 20 to 21 could be an opportunity for a pullback, maybe. Yeah, it's
21. Nothing showing on the tilt right now.
Here I go, looking shorter
Which falls
time
short of the
frame,
19s there, 1975s.
Yeah, you said that. He said that before, right? Is that still valid?
Well, he shorted it and he was going to cover 5507s. Didn't get quite there.
Long two. Okay.
I didn't see anything where he is flat.
Got it.
Got to update us on your position.
Yeah, I closed some out for profit. And I'm still in 1 micro from 930, and I just moved the trailing stop to 933 3/4. We'll see if we could get this continuation back above into these 500s. That was the pullback. And essentially what just happened was we made a higher low, we broke out, made a new high, we came back, we tested these 30s as this was resistance. Resistance became support. Now here we go. Now let's see if we go and make another higher high. We just made another higher low. And if we could break above, 54, that would be a higher high. And maybe we could see this continuation up into the 70s.
Okay. David Green, if we do get those 979s, would perhaps look to take a short in the NQ, correct?
Yeah, 7/8.
7/8.
7/7, 7/8. We need to get above this little 57 to start shooting up there a little bit.
All right.
We did see a fair amount of absorption on these lows here in the S&Ps. We've got negative 7,000 in Delta right now.
Ooh.
Paul says, I believe that he's saying he was still short there, but he was risking 12 points.
Right. I was
17s or 19s. I think he was saying he was short. 19s.
The ESs?
Yeah.
Yeah, trading the ES.
Yeah, Mancini tweet 5519 support. 5535 must recover to resume up. Next heavy leg down starts under 5519.
Yeah, I'm out.
Nice trade. Do we still like 29s again?
Yeah, let me look at ES. ES is probably a better opportunity, to be honest.
Okay.
Matt Rad talking about a big dump in NVIDIA.
NVIDIA's at minus 2 3/10, but
$1 million short here. $1 million tickets short.
we do only
Coach
have
Paul, 55.1975 short,
left.
risking 55.31.
Yeah, so Paul's still short 1975s, risking 31 quarters. Do we like that?
1975s.
I kind of do.
Long in the
20.
long the ES.
23.
I like
23
long
could be a little-
ES.
You like long ES?
Yeah, we got to pull back to test 21 1/4.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, ES is looking a lot better than NASDAQ.
Yeah, it is. I'm just watching the two. I'm trying to watch the two. Yeah. Huh. Tricky.
There's an argument just to jump in now. There's an argument to jump in now to play for a break above 55.26.
Go.
Okay, do I have how many check marks?
Question.
Yeah, my little resistance.
My check marks a lot.
28, 31, 34 resistance in the ES.
It is a lot, though. It is a lot, Dakota. You get 2 check marks.
Just throw it in there. Just look and see if we get in these 79s here. And we push.
Yeah, there's the break.
Here we go.
Now, if we
VWAP
have
here,
continuation,
965.
the question is, do we get continuation, or do we have more consolidation?
I did not do anything there.
Yeah. Don't worry.
23s would be a spot to
going up.
I have 23s out to get back in the NQs if we pull back 28 points. I'm like 23.78 now.
If we go looking for trades, we're going to find them.
23, okay. 18,954 last trade. VWAP 65, so about 10 points off of that. NQ pushing a little higher, a little strong. Yeah.
They're the same to me. I mean, essentially, it's the same trade. Was getting long to me. Getting long down at the break of those 20s was the trade. And if you missed it, it's just about where do you think we could go, and can we get into that direction? Because the trade's to the long side right now, and yeah, I'm seeing buy pullbacks for that same trade. It's just you don't have as good of a entry point,
location,
right? And that's kind of what we were talking about earlier. Is we're sacrificing entry to get a better probability, and we're starting to see those buyers step in. We're starting to see higher lows and higher highs, and like what we're seeing now, we've seen just another higher high. Or there it goes. And there's 300 coming in at the bid that just got filled on the ES.
NQ, ES. Yep.
Yeah, ES.
All right, David, 7 9s, 7 9s or 7 8s.
Yeah, if we get there in short order, I don't like things that take too long to get there. I want to see it on this pop up.
We want it now.
I want it now.
Check mark. All right, so is that check mark for short 7? Well, short 7 8s. We get there quickly.
Yes, sir.
Okay, check mark, short 7 8s. What would the risk be? 19,000s?
Less than that, like 93, 15 points.
93. Cool, 93. All right, we got check mark, short 978. 978.
NASDAQ.
You see how we're getting this little
NASDAQ, short 978. Yep.
See how we're getting this pullback here that kind of negates it. If we spike right up there, we'd be getting this same pullback already. Everything's setting up for a better buy for the rest of the day.
Yeah,
looks
that's
like
what it looks
at this
like.
moment. So when we have this little hesitation here, I don't like that. I like it to spike right up to the levels if it's going to go. If we sit in the middle here now, it's a better chance we go through that. So I'm literally give it another minute or two.
Yeah.
Better buyer on a pullback.
I guess my odds for getting the gap fill down to 54.87 and 3/4 are out.
No, they dissipated a little.
Yeah, a little lower probability now, huh?
Yeah. 30 minutes left. Anything can happen, but
oh yeah.
ECH.
Very interesting level right here.
Yeah, like 50-51 would be good to hold for the upside now. So, look, if we spiked right up to that 78, we'd be getting the same pullback down 20 points. So.
Yep, I see what you're saying. ETR,
I'll wait now.
Okay.
Now it's not enough of a move up there to want me to get involved.
Yeah, now what's going to happen is everyone who missed it, the market's not going to give you a chance to get back in. Feels like that sometimes.
I feel it, yeah. Or what that delta is in the ES. It was minus 6,000. I say feel like a short cover.
Minus 6,500 now.
It's growing. Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, we did see some accumulation on the lows here on the extension below the initial balance. All of that was negative delta. It wasn't big, but indicated that there were some buyers down there. So that's what kept me from getting short.
Good.
All right,
we know where their
figure out
stops are going to be.
Figure out what VWAP is. Got stuck on VWAP right now. We're looking for those 978s upside in the NQ. Dave Green wanted to see us get there quickly. Seller step in. But that kind of happened here at the 65 level. A pullback. He wants to see 51 hold.
We got to like 74. Yep, 51 is a little pivot now. It does not look like a short anymore. That's for sure.
Okay. Crude continuing to push lower here. $68.85. Last trade.
A day late and a dollar short. You can't make them go where you want them to go.
It's going to happen.
That is true.
That's it.
True with markets and kids.
See if we can push here. Got you see the lower right hand corner. You see the countdown clock. 26 minutes left in the session. Of course, we got MOC coming out. My man Eddie's gonna be all over that in about 16 minutes. And
Mega Michael, a bit sleepy at this time normally.
Is this the pullback in the ES?
Yeah, I'm watching the ES.
Yeah.
55.28 is 28 is going to be a key level to break out and a break above.
And right
yeah, let's
here.
wait. Let's wait. Let's just see what happens.
What about these 51s, David Green? In the NQ. I know we're switching. We're going from market to market here, going from ES to NQ. We're looking here. We're looking.
Which is okay. I mean, they're pretty similar the way they're reacting.
Yeah, we held the 51s a little bit here.
Same in the ES. We held 21s.
There's just nothing obvious to me right now.
It's thin, low volume.
That's right. The NFL starts tomorrow night, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
How about it?
Beginning of the end for the Green Bay Packers.
Hope so.
I like
it.
Where's Eddie? I need to spicing up that bet we have.
Oh yeah.
Hey,
Mike Frick in the chat says, "What is the bet?"
So
I'm
far
spicing my end up. I'm just waiting for you to.
I need to spice my end up. I have a rookie Jason Tatum card. I need to go get something to spice it up like Eddie has. He's really made it really juicy, and to me it's almost like free.
Oh,
what's the bet?
Goodness.
What's the bet?
The bet is the Packers would have a better season than the Chicago Bears.
I'm not taking that bet.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
Well, you know,
or do you want to make it
one-on-one bet?
Go
we got to get this bet straight. Bears versus Packers.
I would take the Packers.
Yeah, we could do. Yeah, we could do either or. Eddie, you call the line. You could have it.
All right, let me get a hold of my bookie, and I'll get right back to you.
Okay, I like long ES. Long ES again. If we break above 24 3/4, 25 3/4.
24 3/4 check mark long. Yes, 24 3/4.
Alongside
24 3/4. Check mark above. Where's the risk?
The risk would be below 20, so like maybe 19 3/4.
Okay, 1975. Got it. Dakota check mark.
So that was 25 and
24 in the orders.
24 in the orders.
But nothing's really happening so far. So.
I was just going to say that. I see a whole lot of nothing.
Yeah, it's part of it. And nothing shown on tilt. Tilt was getting pretty heavy earlier today. We saw definitely, what do we see? Crude saw 90% short, 93% short in crude with that sell-off. So hopefully they were able to take advantage of that.
Let's see if ES could break above now. We're starting to see a little bit of wiggle, as Dobie would say.
Go.
Let's see if we can break above. We're trying. We're trying. This would be a higher low. This would be another higher low. We made one down there, 55.17. This could be a higher low at 55.20s. And then we'll look to make a higher high above 29, 55.29. We just triggered it. Did you?
All right, we get it.
I haven't done anything yet. I got one.
24 in the orders. Check one check mark. 24 in the orders. Long.
Yep.
Go to one good enough. All right, we're long 5.
All right, sweet. Stop. 19.
525.
The orders. 19.75 is the stop. Upside target.
Yeah, and if we do break out, first target's going to be these 28s, and then a break through that, we can see, further upside. Maybe 34, it would be a good
34 is
target if we
VWAP.
can break out. I'm okay with moving a stop to 55.20, for example, 55.20. Below that, this pivot, there's a lot of support right there.
Yeah, you got 27, 31, 35.
Let's go along 55, 24, and 75.
Stops
We get
at
25.
20, you said, right?
Yeah, 20 and quarter.
Got it.
C-Man's
Go on,
talking
5.
about hold till the bell.
Hold till the bell, huh? Hold till the bell.
To the bell.
And how many did we get in? Did we get in
5.
Okay.
5. Add?
Nope. I think the full position, you could, right? But the risk is, to me, would be greater adding. It's a valid if we add, but I like this trade the way it is.
It's like you could, but I wouldn't.
Yeah, it's
love
like
you
you
just the way
could,
you
but
are.
I'm just looking at the risk reward
Risk,
perspective, Hoag.
sure.
Because right now we're in a really good position, and if you add, that's gonna, of course,
change that,
extend that risk
Increase your cost
dramatically where we-
basis.
Yep. Yeah, but it is valid, right? I'm not saying you could very well add if we break above these 28s and still play that, but adding would be kind of on an upside down risk reward.
Right.
We hold the 50s in the
Just house account.
also.
Is there a target?
34s for the time being. What do you like 28? So we got to break above 28, obviously, to get to 34.
Yeah, I like to break above 28.
Break above 28. Yes. Stop at 20. Target 34s. Maybe 1-to-1.
37 and a quarter is our current profit target.
Want to control 38.5. Thank you.
Aggressive.
Neil.
Very aggressive.
Take it. See if the NQ wants to push here above UAP and maybe wants to take the S&Ps with it here. NQ trading 970s. 72s now trade. 73, 74, 77, 78. Here we go. See if the ES wants to follow.
See if we bust out here.
One of the team members saying he wants the NQ to hold above 970 if we're going to be long the S&Ps. So far, so good.
Yep.
NQ in the 80s.
78
85
is
last
good
trade.
to stay above.
Yeah, let's see if we can hold above these 28s. I would see 34 being a decent target. Fill some off.
All right, NQ into the 90s now. We go now ES in the 30s.
There we go. Now you're ripping.
Rip this thing. S&P's lagging.
Chat sure does get quiet when
I sure do, don't they?
Huh? Yeah, I think down there when I was
A lot of
looking to
chirping.
get long in those 18s and 20s, we had a lot of chirping in the chat, and now that we're up here, yeah, that's kind of died down a little bit.
Let's see if NQ wants to push it here. Really, NQ's leading this.
So now the question is, how do we manage our risk now that we have our stop loss? We know our original risk. This trades went into our favor. I would look for either another pivot high to move our stop loss, or we could also, pill a couple contracts as if we make another high as well.
Well, 30 was the first.
Go ahead.
31 was the first real resistance. That's the 30 EMA. Hesitated a little bit there.
Yeah. It tagged it just by a tick, right?
Yeah,
EJ, I'm not sure that we're going to have any type of special promos. I know you're asking people probably on a lot of people's mind, no special promos tomorrow, but we will have some celebrations, some really cool content, some cool stuff to provide. Yeah, make sure you tune in. You guys have been great. We got you guys. It's our 1-year birthday.
I'm baking a cake.
Yeah, we're baking a cake. But yeah, we got you, man.
Baking
We
a
got you.
cake.
But no special promos. We definitely got you guys. We got some cool stuff in store. So make sure you tune in.
If you're
Again,
real
1
good,
year.
I'll bring some brownies too.
Doing this for 1 year. Crazy.
I take brownies from Eddie.
Hey, careful. Careful.
He's probably got some already made.
All right. Well, we got this little pullback back down to 26s, and if we can push higher, then that could be a valid place for a stop loss. 25, 25 even, 25 3/4, where I would look to trail this stop loss. Very similar like we did. It's very boring. It's process over profits. Same thing day in, day out. You get into a trade, trailing this, and if we do break above 31s, then yeah, I think a valid stop loss would be 25 even or even 25 3/4.
Basically
Like
break even.
Okay, see if the NQ wants to gather some more steam to the upside. Here we go. Now ES rolling some legs, as MP would say.
I'm going to be honest. I don't even know what entry price we got. What price did you guys get?
25 1/4. There you go.
No, 55, 25 even.
25 even. Okay.
So 34,
Sure.
35
Yeah,
could be.
Okay.
So far the stop is still at 28. I'm sorry, 20 even.
Okay. Yeah. No, I think moving the stop to 25 3/4 is valid. Like that was the pivot. There's no sense risking. We only have 15 minutes left in the day, so the less risk we could take going into this, locking in, basically a risk-free trade, right? And here we go. There's an argument to take one or two off as we're.
I just took one off. I had offers in.
Great work.
Hoag's got it.
Hey, let one run into MOC if you want. The MOC buy sides have been monster lately.
Right now we're long 4.
Okay.
$34.50 could be another peel.
Yesterday was huge, Andre. $3 billion. S&P.
Yeah, it's been
When
some
was
monster
this?
buy
Yesterday?
sides.
After all that sell off.
And on Friday we saw plus 10 billion buy side.
We get filled on the offer on
at,
that exit.
55.35. 55.35. There is one. Oh, it's gone. Is there for
Got one offered at 34.5 right now.
Okay. Yeah.
Four minutes MOC.
I got a bid out at 45 in the NQs. We spike down another 25 points.
How many minutes of the MOC?
40.
It's
3 minutes 40 seconds.
4 minutes.
Right, NQ pulled back to VWAP right now. 18,966. Last trade.
Argument to move the stop loss to 27 3/4 if we continue to push back up into those 30s.
You like that? What's the why behind that, Dakota?
Yeah, so you can see this pivot that we just made on this smaller time frame or this 100 tick chart. And if we push back up into these 30s, then that would be the next pivot, right? Our stop loss was down here. Then we'll move our stop loss below this one, then moving our stop loss below this one. And we'll continue to do this as the market continues to make higher lows and higher highs.
Back above 30 here, we're moving it up to 27.
Yeah, 27 3/4 is valid. And with 2 minutes before MOC, I would make a few arguments to close out of everything. If you guys want to hold one into MOC, sure. But
this one.
All right. So I got out of one. We're long
Still got 2.5
3.
minutes.
We got 2 offers and above, which would leave a runner on if we get hit on those.
Sweet.
Okay. And the stop loss is at 27 3/4?
and a half. just because I
Okay.
want to get that extra one in case we get ticked out.
That one tick. There you go. There you go. Now, I mean, basically in a situation where you just enjoy the rest of the power.
The rest of whatever.
Yes.
The rest of whatever happens. Yeah. So, does it feel boring though doing this trade, Hoag? It's the same thing over and over again. I think last Wednesday it was almost identical, right? You get in, you move it. If it goes in your favor, great. You just trail it and let the market do whatever it wants.
And whatever happens, happens.
Yeah.
Talk the trade out, manage the risk. Managed it quite nicely, too. Stair step in that stop. Upwards.
You know I'm going to say this. You know I'm going to say this, Andre. If only we
What
had
if?
a more bigger position.
Maybe. We'll see what
Never
happens.
have
here.
enough on.
All right, MOC. One time. 60 seconds till MOC. Take the top off this thing.
Your old
Yesterday's MOC.
I love it. I know I love it, guys.
I love it. Yep.
But you also know from a
we had-
coach, I hate watching the losers be 30, 40 contracts and then the winners be small.
Yeah,
And
right.
There's something to it.
That's math is not on our side with that.
No.
Yeah,
Nope.
yesterday's MOC plus 5 billion buy side. That was yesterday. Then plus 10 billion buy side on Friday.
Wow.
Great.
Yeah. See if that trend continues.
30 seconds.
Let's go. All right, Hoag, just to recap, we're working two offers. We're working two.
Yeah. 34 half and 36 even.
Cool.
I would be okay if we just close out those two and leave that one on now because we only have 12 seconds, 11.
We got one. We have two on. There's an offer up at 36, and our stop is at
Choice,
27 and a half.
All right, let's see what happens here. All right, coming in here, we got the S&P 1,942 million buy side. NASDAQ 673 million buy side. Dow 778 million buy side. Mag 7 456 million buy side. Cruising here buy side across the board.
More buyers. It's 3 days in a row. All right, NQ taking off. NQ trade above 19,000. Took a peek. Oh.
Done. We're long one now.
Nice.
There you go.
Nice.
Beautiful. Great trade.
NQ still pushing higher here.
So what was the total? 2.5, 2 billion, 2.5 billion, something like that?
Yeah, give or take. I'd say it's right around there. Plus 1 bill ES. Plus,
Agreed.
yeah, about 2.5. Yep.
2.5.
Cool. Let's see. It does change.
Great runner, Hoag. Great.
There you go.
It's not a push. To the 40s now. Let's trade 37. Hey, 38's last trade in the ES. 55.38.
Only we had a runner.
I want to make these runners be 5 contracts instead of 1. Account.
Real.
Now, I'm just saying that. I'm just talking about position size, right? If we get in, this is purely a hype. Like, this is how, like, thinking outside and thinking units, not in terms of dollar amounts. 5 contracts holding 20% as a runner. 20 contracts holding 20% as a runner would be those 5. Did I do that math right? No, maybe 25 contracts. 25% would be 25 contracts would be that. That's not unrealistic. That's about where we want to be in the house account, right?
Sweet. Yes. All right. We've got 7 minutes left in the session. Anything else on the list? Any more announcements?
Dakota wants to move the stop up.
Yeah, you knew it.
We look good.
Basically to 31.5. I mean, we're about there anyway. 31.5 would be where I want to move this stop.
30 in the,
I don't
30 in
want to
the orders.
Okay. Ugh, math. That's all it is. Math and processes.
Johnny, what's the P&L here you got?
Well, we were down earlier 1,600, I think. We're currently realized up 194, and we've got a unrealized profit of 450. We're going to finish positive on the day.
Awesome.
Great.
The Hoag.
No. That's right, baby. That's right. Yeah, if you guys like what you're watching, man, we got our 1 year anniversary, 1 year birthday party. Make sure you come stop by, say what's up. We'll say thank you to you guys. Say what's up to us. Click like, click subscribe. One last time today. Good numbers watching right now. Power Hour. David Green in the house. Mr. Coach Dakota. You know, it's no Hoag. Eddie back there.
Great job on that trade,
MOC.
Dakota, and the entire team.
Yeah.
Excellent trade, Dakota.
Without Eddie's MOC, we would not have got that off, man. Thank you, Eddie, for having that MOC come in. Plus
I love you guys,
2.5
man.
billion. You told him, man. You
Give it
said,
up
hey.
at Dakota.
Yeah.
Hey, I'm trying, Andre. I'm trying, team. We're getting
You are.
this process
Jab,
fine-tuned.
jab. Love it.
Dakota.
Yeah, I didn't take it with you guys
I
as
got
much as I probably should have, and it's just because I'm already up 17,700, and I in no way am I going to risk any money going into a power hour.
That's
Focusing
it?
on the house account.
17,000.
You're slacking,
Did I
dude.
say only? I mean,
Yeah, you're slacking.
What a horrible day.
All right.
Hardly worth going to work.
Ooh,
it's about the process, guys, not the money.
Of course.
Totally.
You could always do trader math, right? Like say if that was
baby.
just 10 contracts, and if
Yes.
that were to
I do this for the next 4 weeks. That's a month. I'll be up this much. If I do that the next 12 months, this is my year. All right, we got some sellers coming in here. It's last 5 minutes of the session here.
Shots.
MOC is sort of cooling off a bit. Only about a million. I'm sorry, 1,100,000,000 S&P.
Okay.
Mag 7 just is sort of flirting between the buys and sells here. Only 79. What do we got here? 69 million on the buy side. A little flirting with
I remember
Master.
when $1 billion was a lot of money.
To me, it is.
I knew that would get
me,
David.
man. I don't know.
I knew that would get David.
I'll take it.
Boom.
That's like my grandparents buying their house for 35,000.
That was a lot back in the day. Come on, I mean,
push it.
My grandpa would tell me stories. He worked at a bowling alley, and he would rack the pins. He was the pin setter for like.
Okay, cool.
He said like a nickel a round, a nickel.
My dad was too. He got 10 cents a game. 10 cents a game.
Yep,
Wow.
a nickel 10 cents a game.
I was almost a professional bowler, just so you guys know.
You know what?
You were?
You won't believe this. You wouldn't believe this. I won state when I was bowling. I took state here in Utah.
Well, bowling
I grew up in a bowling alley.
Have you seen Big Lebowski,
Where I learned
David
all my
Green, the movie?
Sign of
Where I got all my gambling habits
youth
from.
there, David.
Yeah, exactly. Well, what we'd do is, we would have the league going, scratch league, and we'd have a poker game on top of the pool table that we'd all stack chairs around and we'd play. And when it's your turn, you go up, you throw, and everybody knew how to fix the ball return. When the ball got stuck, just run down the lanes, smack the ball, and that was fun. I like that.
Money Lebowski. Right. All right. Well, we got about 2 minutes, 50 seconds left in the session. But before we close it out here, Hoag, are we flat? We still got something on. Hoag, are we flat?
Come in, John. Johnny, come in.
Okay.
Yeah, we're
all right.
flat.
Cool. All right, Hoag. All right, we're flat. It's very good. I'm gonna throw it to my main man, James. James, what do we have for hashtag Power Hour?
Well, Andre, we don't have a lot, but what we do have is good. First up, from King Polo. I need $440 to pass my first Topstep combine. So today's price action was trash. I can't get with the slow movement. But look at that, 682. I'd say you're doing pretty good. Ignore the
Doing great.
price action. $682 is incredible for the day, and you'll get that 440 if not tomorrow. Just stay patient, look for opportunities. You'll get it. So we're rooting for you.
Absolutely.
Another follow-up story from this morning. Ronald H. kept his daily goal of 300 and ran. So that is good, consistent trading across 3 consecutive days.
Like to see the
And Andre, that's
Thank you
all
for
we got for
submitting.
Power Hour. But yeah,
Hey,
thanks
okay,
you all
really
for
quick.
submitting.
Trading without the E. Welcome to the team, James Harden. The title of today's show. I do not have a guess.
Oh, the chat already got it this morning. They're quick on this one.
Was it?
It's by a band called Taking Back Sunday. The song is
One of them.
called Cute Without the E. And if you've ever been 13 angry in the back of your parents' minivan, you know this song.
Thank you,
Wow.
James. It's good.
Wow.
Good on the chat. We got about 60 seconds left here in the
Some
session.
classic rock once in a while.
Yeah, James. Yeah.
This is classic rock by this time.
Oh,
I'm old.
I sent some Ozzy Osbourne last night that I was listening to.
Ozzy.
What do you have to say?
No, just music that I was just listening to.
Ozzy was over last night, uninvited. Sherrod.
Right. Here we go. Watch this. Watch the volume come in here. I love watching the ES ladder on the close.
Here we go.
We get some size orders coming in. And my man Eddie's going to take us out.
Bell, man. Get the
Tune
bell.
in tomorrow. We got the 1 year birthday.
Nanner.
Unreal.
I'm looking forward to tomorrow. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
I got to
Sure, everyone tunes
start
in.
baking some cake.
Baking some cake. Yep. All right. 10 seconds. All right, here we go. 2, 1, bell, close. Man, awesome. Thank you, everybody. David Green, thank you so much. Hoag, great, nice trade. Dakota, nice contribution there. Whew, what a day. Don't forget, tomorrow we got the 1 year coming up, but before that, we got my main man, Eddie. Eddie, take us out of here. Shout out to all the Bellers. Eddie, what do you got?
All right. Hey, thanks for being with us here today. Once again, education. I learned something new today. I learned something, at least one thing every day. And if I can keep that up, I'm doing good. So, hey, we've got tomorrow, just want to let you know, we've got some numbers tomorrow that I want to share with you. Coming up early, we do have some early numbers, 7:15. So get y'all ass out of bed and get ready earlier. ADP, non-farm, going to be here tomorrow, 7:15 Central. We also do have the continuing jobless claims, initial jobless claims at 7:30. Kicking it back down here, non-farm, also at 7:30. Labor cost at 7:30. Kicking it out to 8:45. We got our S&P Global Composite PMI, and the big one's going to be that Global Service PMI for August. Scrolling down here, I'm not done yet. Don't go away. 9 o'clock, manufacturing PMI. 9:30, we've got our natural gas storage. 10 o'clock, we've got those crude imports. Okay. Crude oil inventories at 10. Also, remember, because we had the Monday holiday, they move everything up a day. So we've got that for our crude traders. And I think that's going to be about it. Later on in the evening, we got the balance sheet from the feds. Taking a look at tomorrow. Tomorrow is going to be Thursday the 5th. And of course, Topstep TV's first little birthday. So we will have a bouncy house, face paintings, donkey rides, the works. So make sure you come prepared, bring some casual clothes, and have some fun. Tomorrow, we've got opening call. Join us here at 8 o'clock Central. We've got Anne-Marie. We got Coach Paul, who's been a big part of call-in levels here. Also, we've got Deanna, Coach Jay, going to show us here. We got Francis Green going to be with us. So, and remember here, coming up at 3:15, we got Coach Jay at the buzzer. And don't forget also, tonight, 7:30, yes, the one and only, Coach Dakota, Mr. 17K today. He'll be starting at 7:30 here in YouTube. And catch Deanna. Yes, Deanna here at 3:30 a.m. Central Time in the morning. Get yourself ready. early, Monday through Thursday, for the London Open. Tomorrow's going to be our last day. So I think that might be it here. Just a reminder, tomorrow also we're going to be roasting trades. So if you would like to, you want to be roasted by our risk manager, Ben, I'll give you the link here. I'll post the link in chat. Don't go away, and we'll see if we can get to you. But otherwise, I'd like to thank all who participated. Remember, that was orders from headquarters earlier today. We had a lot of participation, and we really like to see that, and I hope it helped you also. Now it's your time, okay? So go relax, go and re-energize, get yourself ready for tomorrow. I'm Eddie Horn, and this is TV. Take care.